Hello. Hello. Pickles, I need to see Dog. Pickles is right here. Pickles, say hi. What's up, Dolphin? How are you, Dolphin? Dolphin's one of my favorite, y'all. Y'all should follow Dolphin. Ariel, it's a girl, and that's okay. She's a girl, and she's the best big girl in the whole world. She's the biggest big girl in the whole world. She deserves a treat. She might deserve a treat. Go play Dune. That's okay, Ariel. I won't tell her. Tic Tac Ray. Welcome, TikTok and friends. Welcome, y'all. Guys, we just woke up. I haven't been live in a few days. I took a few personal days. I was streaming on my alt account. I was playing video games. And if you don't like that, you can go do something to yourself. I won't say what. You know what I'm going to say, though. You can go do that. And we need to find a good picture for this screen right here, y'all. So give me a sec. We're gonna find a good one. Whether it be this one. Dune gameplay is always welcome on my screen. Love that, Coco. Saw you playing your video games, guys. It's so good. Kenneth, how's my day? It's going good. It's going good. We just woke up. We cleaned up around here. We picked up, and I had a giant bowl of. My brain's barely working right now. We had a giant bowl of Greek yogurt and fruit, and now we're having coffee, and we're ready to slap some fucking MAGA wiener. I raised two boys, so I get it. W. I saw the Squeaky Tanks parade. I saw that. Bless his heart. We sure do love him. Um, is this? Do we want this? That's actually kind of legit. I wish I was pro Trump because that would be kind of sick. But I'm not. Because I'm not stupid. My gamer husband is relieved when I'm watching your Dune adventures instead of listening to debates. I love that. We've made some great strides in our Dune adventures this week. We took some personal days and it was nice. It was much needed. I feel like a brand new man. Chat, tap the screen. Don't be selfish. Don't be selfish. Tap the screen. It not for me, do it for her. For this little fuzzy one right here. What's up, Lori? Even Donnie fell asleep at his own birthday. Bless his heart. Bless his little authoritarian heart. Give me a sec while I set up my screens, y'all. Let's get to like 10K. 10K likes. First console. No, I play on PC. Did I pull yourself out of Discord AFK? I got one of my accounts out. Are you out protesting at the No Kings March yourself? No, I was not. I was. Thank you for the hot mustache, Kenneth. I was here, right here, being awesome as fuck by myself. I was right here, having my own little pity party. What's up, Seabass? YouTube, whoever's asking, this is not a replay. This is live. Don't you stream PUBG anymore? No, guys, I'm not a gaming streamer anymore. No. We stopped that. We've learned the wrongdoings of our ways. We are now a political channel. I saw that, Kelsey. I saw that. Some people saying that the soldiers marching out of step were protesting. Which makes sense. Yeah, W them. All right, y'all. We're gonna dive into a little bit of news until we get some debates in here. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come tell me why you like Trump. Hop in the box. I just now put my sticker up, so I apologize, y'all. You don't forget how to march. That makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, Felice is with us today too, guys. Guys, we are going to be hanging out with Felice today, and we're going to be hanging out with Steve later.
Isn't this like my dream day? It's like my birthday, and we're all going to go camping in the woods in September. Yes. Now I said it out loud, so you have to go.
All right. I'm committed, chat. I'm going camping in September. They're gonna pull me out.
I forgot to tell you one key part of this. It's Matt's going to, and someone's dying in the woods. Only one of us is not coming back alive.
Please be
me. It's a camp off. Well, I know. Amen. It's actually starting. It's that person. I started to think maybe that person's actually the winner. Yeah. I don't know. I was looking at the opposite way, but now I'm like, maybe I do not. Maybe I'm the winner if I don't come back.
It's your birthday, Felice. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Felice.
Did you don't remember the depressing text messages at 3 a.m. where I was like, I want to die. It's my birthday.
My brain.
Read them aloud. I was like, I'm gonna crawl into a hole of despair. I text Pickles at like 3 a.m.
It's Felice's birthday. She better have no less than 10,000 million coins on her name right now. It's her fucking birthday. Are you selfish?
Read the text I sent you.
Yeah, I know. I read it. I vaguely remember you saying it's your birthday.
I saw you read it. You didn't even respond. I'm like, oh man, you shouldn't do that to your friends. You really
no, that's what I chat. If you're friends with me, I do that. I'm sorry. Sometimes I read it.
Oh, I didn't want you to respond. That's why I'm friends with you. Don't respond when I say things like that.
That's why we're besties.
That's why we're friends. That's how I know we're friends. When I'm like, hey, I'm just gonna crawl into a hole of despair.
Yeah. Hey, Pickles.
Just don't answer. I'm not asking for an answer.
I was kidnapped and I'm being held for ransom, and I leave you on red. That's the kind of friendship I want to.
TikTok, I love that. TikTok's like, yeah, last time I tried to unalive myself, you didn't answer either. I'm not looking for an answer. I just want to type. I want friends that I could type horrific things to, and they're just like, she's doing it again.
I can't wait to order Trump Mobile.
I know. What? I get the updates. I get like text messages. Wait, hold on. I just got one. When I woke up, I had text messages from you and Trump. Hold on. Interested in beta testing the Truth Plus Patriot package? You have to pay, by the way. It's not free. I don't. And if you get now, you can pay them money, and you get. Hold on, I'm trying to read this list.
Guys,
OAN, Real America's Voice, Newsmax, like every horrific network you never wanted access to. It's called Truth Plus TV.
Guys, this is not a joke. Trump Mobile is real. Guys, he's totally not
Trump
a grifter.
Mobile's real.
He's not
It's
a grifter
real.
at all. Chat. He's not even close to it. What are y'all talking about? God.
Unbiased, interrupted, 24-hour live streaming of your favorite news channels. I need to figure out how much this costs.
$47.45.
No, it
monthly
is. It's
mobile
definitely-
plan. Of course, it's
11
$47.45.
$47.45. God help us. $47.40. Now you guys really can have Patriot Mobile. This is your chance, and it probably doesn't work.
He couldn't even call it anything else. Like, if you're a billionaire and you come up with a business idea, like Elon Musk doesn't call it Musk satellite internet. He doesn't call it Musk cars. Like, if you're truly an entrepreneur, why would you? Like, I would make sure no one knew. I would make sure no one knew that I owned this phone company. If it was the best phone company ever. God, he's just
if you wanted
grifting
it
off
to
his
make
name.
money, I'm just saying, like, if you were a business person, would you immediately eliminate 50% of the market, of your potential market, by calling it telling everyone you own it? No. And so that's why he's not a smart business person. Like, half of America hates him. It's not smart to tell people what you own.
So it's not Patriot Mobile anymore, I'm assuming, because that was his son's venture. Now he's with it. He's in it with Eric and Donald Jr.
I just thought Patriot Mobile. I think Don Jr. was just being paid to like shill for Patriot Mobile. Did he own it? I didn't know he owned it. He might have just been. Don Jr. is just an influencer.
Yeah, he is.
50,000, 60,000. That's what I heard his fee was. He'll pretty much say anything, I think.
It is. Patriot Mobile is its own thing. It's a Christian conservative wireless provider. Oh no. It offers service on AT&T, T-Mobile. So they're just buying groups of AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. They're buying it at a discount and selling it at a slightly lower price. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. They're just buying space on like AT&T, like their network. Yeah, I'm sure. Just what?
How sad is this, guys? How sad is this? You guys have no shame. You guys have no shame. The billionaire president who's in office right now is starting new businesses using his name while president, grifting money from his supporters, going, remember me? I'm Trump. Buy my shoes, buy my hats, buy my shirts, donate on my website. He still has this going on. The first pop-up, look at this. This is his website. Hey, come buy something.
Oh, you obviously aren't getting the text. You don't need to go there. You get a text every 5 minutes to buy something. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Phone's not made
I
in
have a
America.
whole alter ego on that site. I have a whole account with thousands of followers, and I really want to tell people my name, but I can't. But it's good.
Hello, Moondog. Are you a Trump supporter?
Am I what?
Are you a Trump supporter?
I can say I support him on certain things, just like every president has been.
Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote?
Now I'm a felon.
All right. Well, we have no guests right now, so we'll entertain it for
It's
a
okay.
second.
So's my dad.
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks for letting me talk. It was a minor felony, like low. I'm done
It's
with
not about
that.
kids. Not about kids, right? As long as it's not about kids.
It's not.
Okay.
I wouldn't use that phrase, minor felon.
It was marijuana in
Okay.
North Carolina. No.
Said minor felony. I was like, I just have to check.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you don't want blah. murderers and Benny, please. I'm just talking. So I can't vote, but I wouldn't have voted either because it, you know, I was 18 in 1986. I joined the military right after Chernobyl blew up, and I went to Germany, which was where the radioactive cloud moved. So I sat there at the end of the Soviet Union as an Air Force radar unit. Um, we were worthless after 1989 when I came back to Texas and got out. But my point here is I can respect Trump for things he did, but the weird thing about me is the things he did, he won't take responsibility for. Like they were good things. I'm
Like what?
talking about the vaccines. Like he hit the fast forward.
Project Warp Speed.
Yeah,
Operation
I
Warp Speed,
mean,
whatever. Yeah.
and it worked. So why not take responsibility for it?
I got a
And I'll
feeling
be
that his
but
administration pulled this together. I don't have a feeling that like Trump was like, you know what? We should do that. Like Trump had much worse ideas. I don't think that was really his baby. But sure. You there?
yeah, you want to talk about more? I'm good. You are for or against Trump?
I think Trump sucks big floppy donkey wiener.
So you're with me. I have the T-shirt "Rejecting Kings" since 1776, and I wear it proudly in rural America. You know, and you know what? A lot of people agree with me. They are starting to turn, and I can't agree with you more that people have to be smart about what they do right now. And then it's going to end. That's what I have felt. You know, as an American, we all are allowed our own thoughts. I think it's all going to come crumbling down. And we just have to wait. And I don't want to be the one that dies, but maybe they do. And I'm talking about war. I'm not talking about going against them or what.
All
What do
right.
you think?
I think you're right. I feel like I don't feel like you're saying very much controversial stuff there, but listen, I want to get on to somebody who's more of a opposition so I can do a debate, but I appreciate you coming up, dude.
Thank
Sound
you.
good? All right. Thank you.
Wait. One more thing.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to say God bless America, but I guess I just said it. But what I want to say is America, wake up.
All right. Thank you.
Who that came from?
No.
Germany, awake. That was his first when after the putsch and all. Germany, awake. I'll leave you with that debate.
All right. Appreciate you, bub.
Keep on keeping on, sir. Grandpa's down bad.
Life's a garden. Dig it.
He was a Trump supporter for probably 3/4 of that conversation. I was confused what was happening there.
Hello? MJ, are you there? I don't think that was on purpose. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell us why you like Trump. YouTubers, if you guys are really itching to debate, I can turn on the phone line here in a little bit. I don't know, Felice, maybe you could like three-way in if we really don't find any opposition on TikTok today. You three-way into the call.
Wait, like, so do you just you just have like what, a Google Voice number you use?
Yeah, and it rings to my computer, and I answer it in a browser.
That's smart. No, I was just just asking a question.
Yeah, and I have this little guy. Have you
Knows
seen
about three ways. Oh, I thank you. I love that. No matter where I go, I will be sexually harassed. Thank you. Whoever said that. Who else is debating right now? Let's all tap the screen and get some people in here.
Oof. Yeah, where's Mrs. Pickles? She's right here. She's right here. She's chilling. Guys, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to give me a thumbs up, even if you hate me. It allows me.
She's right here.
Oh yeah, and thank you guys for all the shares. Yeah, if you're a Trump supporter, come tell us why you like Trump. It shouldn't be too hard, right? Like the majority of America likes him. He's the best president in history, right? You should be able to explain that.
There are so many easily explainable things happening right now. Oh my gosh, I should message this one guy that keeps messaging me and being like, I want to debate you. I'm scared to look at my messages. Ugh. Oh God, he's making more videos about me.
Someone says, anyway, you could stay an hour earlier on weekdays. I might be able to. Y'all, my sleep schedule is completely unmanageable. But yeah, we'll see.
I literally just accidentally passed out for 2 hours and I don't know why.
Ugh, yeah. I wake up from a 12-hour sleep and I take a 3-hour nap after eating breakfast. That's what I do.
Depression. It's not great. It's my life. Everyone share the live with your least favorite Republicans, particularly the ones that don't like me. I'm shocked.
I'm gonna get my coffee.
Yeah, go get it. I wish I had coffee. I feel like I'm missing. Oh, I was like, I don't even have water. Yeah, this is the new depression club. I love when Pickles is depressed because then I have my depression friend back.
Yeah, do you have any B-Day plans, or is this it?
This is my plans. No, I mean, it's 110 today.
Oh.
In Phoenix, the high is 110. And if anyone's wondering if it should be 110 on June 16th, the answer is no. And I think I should spend the day contemplating how in a year there probably won't be any water here. And we all will be climate refugees. Like, where should I go? Even if you're at a pool, it's not fun. We just want to try the three-way thing? Do you want to send me your number and we can just try it for fun? Are there people on YouTube?
Yeah.
How does this... I don't even... I'll call you. I don't know. We'll just, I don't even know how this will work.
Okay.
You figured it out.
I'll text you the number. That way you are connecting first. Not getting blown up. Just kidding. I have to look at it.
We're going to try to use Google Voice to see if people want to call in. Hold on one second. Oh, wait. Should I? Oh, yeah. I should have my sound off, right? Or wait, what do I need to... I just need to call...
You can mute TikTok. And then... Yeah. Mute TikTok.
Or should I plug my phone into my audio mixer? Or no?
God, this is hard.
Yeah,
Um,
I can't even. My brain. I maybe go back to sleep. I'm like, wait, maybe I can't do that. Yeah, maybe I just listen to the call. I get it now. Yeah, I just am on mute, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, so mute TikTok, talk through the phone, listen through the phone. That works. That works. And also mute. You don't hear. Okay, yeah, you don't hear anything through your headphones. Will go to the speakerphone anyway. Okay, yeah, call and I will do that. YouTube, if y'all need a refresher, especially if you're a MAGA and you don't understand free speech, which is very common. Free speech just means the federal government can't tell you what you can and can't say. So me muting people on my channel is a form of free speech. The more you know. Is that you, Dolphin? Thank you. We can't hear Felice. She's not connected just yet.
Oh no, I can't hear you
Did
on
you
my
call
phone.
did you call my phone number?
Oh wait, I was asleep. Oh God, sorry, I just woke up.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like, I can't hear, but there's people requesting too. By the way,
Is there? Oh, let's do that then. Let's do that.
God, sorry, my brain. I just woke up.
Yellow, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
There is many things I like about him, especially like he wanna improve the economy,
He
deport
wants to
illegal
improve.
immigrants. Yes, yes, and I mean, my question is to you. I mean, Sak. I mean, I think nobody suck but you. Are you upset because he deport your girlfriend?
Hey, you're just trying to be mean. Can I ask you
No,
something?
not me. Are you
He's
upset
talking about
because he
your
deport your
sticker. I
Yeah,
was
girlfriend?
I
like, I
know.
thought you were talking to me, and I was like,
Yeah.
please God, not
Hey,
again.
hey, Bub, can you tell me? Wouldn't it be right that just about every single president that runs for presidency, every presidential campaign, they all want to make the economy better. It's just depending on how they want to do it.
There is. He already explained it before when he was running,
What did
and there
he?
is already a
Can you tell me
proof
what
for it.
can you tell me what his explanation was? What is he gonna do?
Improve the economy. There is many company in the US
That's
left the country. This is not a secret. Everybody knows that.
that's
This is
very
one of them.
that's not very profound. Can you tell me like what his plans actually are?
You knows about it. I mean, I don't have to start over and talk about it over and over. I heard you the other day, and wherever I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna try to prove me I'm wrong.
This is a debate. You're right.
So, no, it's not like about debate. I mean, what's you should explain bother you about Mr. Trump. What you bother you, not
Because
everybody else.
this is what his plan for the economy was. This is his bid for election, and this is pretty pathetic if you ask me. But line number 3 just says end inflation, make America affordable again. But the thing is,
Yeah.
he's increasing prices on everything, so I don't know if that falls in line with making America affordable again.
No,
And
it's
you,
not he. It's not he.
he,
It's not he, sir. It's not he.
She,
There is a lot of damage.
she.
There is a lot of damage being done by previous administration. So the time to fix many issues America already have.
I'm
is
not
gonna
asking
be
you that.
overnight.
I'm asking you what his plan is, and this doesn't look like a very good plan right here. This is pretty pathetic.
Okay, instead you say, Bethelic, why don't you go and say, hey, I have a better idea. Can I share it with you guys?
Kamala had an 82 page plan that spelled out a really like in really good detail what she was going to do. That was way better. I voted for that
Don't
instead.
mean what mean typically you talk with any Democratic or even these Kamala Harris or the rest of them, what they say? They talk
Hey,
about we're gonna tax the rich, we're gonna tax the rich, but they the one who make many company left the country.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so explain to us what's bother
I can
many.
try. So like Goldman Sachs, which if you like companies, it sounds like you're a capitalist and you like corporations not paying taxes. Co- most broiest of all the finance bros, Goldman Sachs said, if we don't vote for Kamala Harris's budget and her plan, that we will go into a recession. That's what Jamie Dimon, the CEO of Chase Bank, said. Trump has no plan, and if he goes forward with the tariffs, we will enter a recession. So the people on Wall Street agreed with Kamala Harris's plan, and that's what Pickles was showing you. Just that Trump did not even have a plan.
Yeah, he just talked about sharks and batteries. He talked about Hannibal Lecter, the late great Hannibal Lecter. Talked about cats and dogs being eaten. I didn't really hear his economic plan though. So that's why I always ask if you heard about it. I would love to know what his plan is.
Okay, when let's give one example. The turf actually will become the best interest of United States.
Can you explain how?
Well, I will explain to you how. So and so, let's say any manufacturer open in Mexico or in China. Not they open there because the cheap labor. This is maybe one reason, yes, but the main reason they
The
have
biggest reason, but go
very
on.
no, not the biggest reason. They have very tense, very harsh rules on the company. The one. Addition to that, they pay tax. They do pay tax. The company, they do pay tax. And look how many they're hiring. Other than one. When they say parts, they make auto parts. That when they come to the United States, whose benefit is this? First, they make them in China or in Mexico.
Can you be a little more succinct? I feel like we're kind of going roundabout here.
What more specific? I mean, there is all auto parts made abroad. All of them.
Sure.
Are you agree or disagree with that?
I agree.
Okay.
I agree that we offshored manufacturing due to neoliberalism, which was brought on by conservatives who no longer wanted to pay a living wage or have safe factory conditions because it was too expensive in America. So they're like, where can we exploit cheap or as close to slave labor as we can get? And then they started moving factories off U.S. shores. Conservatives did that.
All right, let's say yes. Let's say yes. Let's say the Ford company make a vehicle in China, made in China. In China, let's say cost maybe out the manufacturer is going to cost 20,000, but in the U.S. it costs same truck. It costs you 50K. Is first because the shipment costs a lot. The taxes take a lot, but if they make it in the US, trust me, it's going to be 20K. It's not going to be 50K. I'm talking about everything, not one part or two.
So you're saying now that we have tariffs that it's somehow going to be cheaper to make it in the US?
No, when they have tariff, they try to enforce the company moving back to the US.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
many old manufacturers
I think
being
I get where you're
abandoned.
going with this. Can I stop you and just rebuttal real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. So with the tariffs in place, which are only in place through an executive order, which can be just torn up by the next president, right? Like whoever gets elected next, we'll tear it right up if they're smart. No company such as Ford, that's got billions and billions of dollars, is going to come build a house of cards in the United States to make these products domestically. They're not going to do that behind Trump's tariffs. They're not going to do that behind tariffs that will probably be gone in 3 years. They're not going to be doing it behind tariffs. They're going to be on in 10 years. Unless something is made a law through Congress, I highly doubt they're going to do that. Second of all, even with 55% tariffs in place, Chinese labor and Chinese cost of living is so low that your example that you just gave still wouldn't make it worth us making it here in the United States. If you can do the math, $20,000 trucks made in China will only cost $35,000 now with a 55% tariff, which is still 15 grand lower than the $50,000 trucks made in the United States. So you just proved yourself wrong in your own example, and that's what's going to happen. Nobody's going to do that. You're gonna put small and medium-sized businesses out of business because you're increasing their cost of goods. You're going to lower their revenue. You're going to create a recession in the U.S. You're going to cause their GDP to shrink just because of Trump's poorly executed plan, which I think has nothing to do with make the economy better. I think he wants all of these people he's putting tariffs on to come and kiss the ring and do something nice for him, such as give him a $400 million jet.
So if they go back to without the turf, do you want a U.S. 100% rely on other country goods?
I think that free trade is the most efficient way to do things. I think that your way of stating that is very antagonistic, and it's like giving fascist North Korea like isolationism. I think relying is the wrong word. If we do have trade partners with people such as China and other people who are possible adversaries of the United States, it calls for more peace and more like friendly relationships, even if they're slightly adversary. So if China relies on our economy to do good, they're of course not going to come and try to do something to tank our economy or go to war with us, right?
No, free trade was a bad idea to everyone, especially hurt US. I mean, no,
You would have to explain that away.
Well, yeah, let me ask, can I say one thing too about bringing back manufacturing? Because Tommy, which is your name, Tommy? I don't know if your name is Tommy, but that's another conversation. But I'm saying, like, here, the thing about manufacturing, these are just the numbers I wanted to bring up. Trump uses, and I'm not saying just Trump, a lot of presidents have done this with these protectionism, that's what I call targeted tariffs. What Trump's doing now is with tariffs, the blanket tariffs is idiotic. No economist agrees with it. But with targeted tariffs, right, what we know, and you can look this up if you want to refute the numbers, but I mean, even like Newsmax had them up. So I think these are pretty widely being accepted. In Trump's first term, he put tariffs on steel, right? And right now he has 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum. In his first term, he had 25% tariffs on steel. Do you know what that did to bringing manufacturing jobs back to the United States? He saved 1,000 jobs in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the steel industry, and lost 75,000 manufacturing jobs, 75x. Because when you make steel more expensive inside the U.S., you might save a few jobs in a swing state, which he did it purposely for a reason. The real purpose of protectionism is votes in a swing state. It's to win an election. But the actual yield is loss of mass manufacturing jobs. So if Trump learned that, right? That's the lesson from his first term, and he did it double in his second. We have 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum. Every time someone wants to make a can in the US, it is extremely expensive. So that's how I know Trump's actual purpose is not to bring manufacturing back here. He's making it more costly, more impossible.
You see these numbers? These were numbers ran by the Tax Foundation back in November. This just says what the estimated job loss will be if he did these tariffs. And these are actually smaller than what he did. So I think these were based on 25% tariffs. We were going to lose 500,000 jobs. You can imagine how much more it is now that it's 55. So, I mean, Trump knew this doing it, right? People obviously came to him and said, hey, here's the projections of what your tariffs are going to do. Do you want to do it? And he said yes.
So, yeah, okay. Please, what other thing they can do better than the turf? What you think? Go back the same was, but when they go
Subsidies.
back same
You're
policies.
saying tariff, not turf. I just got it. Okay. Now, so much more of this conversation is now making sense.
So, but many countries they take advantage of the U.S. by
That's
doing this. So
that's not really. It's
What
not really
he
true.
told you, that's not true.
Yeah, that's
Trade is
just-
about cooperation.
Yeah.
Economics is about cooperation. Some people do certain things good, we do certain things good, and we cooperate. Economies are about cooperation, not competition. I think you just listen to Trump, and that's what he said. And my advice is to not take that as gospel because it's not true.
That's like saying I went to Walmart and I bought $3,000 worth of goods in 1 month, and they didn't buy anything from me. But so they're ripping me off. That's kind of stupid to say, isn't it?
have you ever guys went to the city? They have manufacturer being abandoned. I seen it in Detroit, and I seen it not today, not yesterday. I seen it like 10 years ago. Have you ever still there? If you guys want to visit,
Okay.
go see.
You mean like Foxconn? You like Trump did to Foxconn? Yeah, there's a lot of failed manufacturing opportunities that have happened. There's even more that were successful. Biden did this thing called the Chips and Science Act, and I'll show you what it did. It's absolutely it's actually amazing. This is what Biden did with the Chips and Science Act. If you look on this map, it's almost like we got manufacturing herpes. Look at this. See all those dots? We got
Yeah, what is
all
that?
sorts of manufacturing facilities opened up with Biden passing the
Sexually
Chips-
transmitted
Okay.
infection.
Biden did a bill that passed all of these jobs, that made all of these. This is just private investments. Look at the public investments. Look at that. You can't even see the land. That's how you make jobs. That's how you make manufacturing, not by doing tariffs and raising taxes on everyday Americans, because that's bad.
I mean, what? I'm missing some point here. Are you saying this great dot is a job being created, or
Yeah.
there's
Manufacturing facility being created. Yeah.
okay? Go to Walmart, go to Meyer. Everything there you see made somewhere else. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen
I'm sorry.
something made in the USA.
What are you talking about?
Go to Meyer, go to Walmart. Look, all these goods inside. Go to the auto.
These are for
industry and tell them, hey,
semiconductors, clean energy, battery EVs, biomanufacturing, ham industry.
Future.
This is for the
Yeah, this is
future.
the
This is for
techno-
us
yeah,
to
it's
sell
the
things to
future.
the rest of the
Future?
world.
Are you talking about the future? I heard that, or I missed it.
Yeah. It takes years for these manufacturing products to
Oh,
to
good luck. We're not going to be
propagate?
around the problem.
I mean, this isn't going to happen overnight, right? Like even with tariffs.
No, it's not going to happen overnight.
Okay.
Okay, thank
I
you for
try-
hosting me. I gotta receive a call. I mean, I gotta go.
Okay. Hey.
Bye, Tommy.
Hey.
Bye.
Don't forget, Tommy. Don't
Yeah.
forget. You suck.
All right, good.
That's what you get.
Andrew
Don't
might
tell.
be here.
Don't tell me I suck. You fucking
Andrew's
suck.
here, that guy that I said he wanted to debate. I think he's here. Hey, Andrew.
Hello, how's it going?
What's up, dude? Are you a
Good.
Trump supporter?
Glad you could make it.
Of course. Would you say pickles?
What do you want to talk about? What do you like about Trump?
Oh, I don't know. Felice reached out to me, asked me.
I
if
just asked him if he wanted to debate. I told him we were debating. That was back before Tommy was talking to us about turfs.
his accent was difficult to understand when he was saying.
Yo,
tariff.
what's going on the whole time?
Yeah.
That's all right. What do you like about Trump, Andrew?
Well, I mean, obviously, he's not doing exactly what he said he was going to do on a few issues. One of the things that I'm happy about that he recently did is it sounds like he's backed off on his deport every illegal immigrant, and he's looking at keeping the working ones in the country.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I'm happy he did that because that's my stance on it. As much as it's wrong to come in the country illegally, and might give the wrong impression.
The answer is that they're necessary for our economy, right?
I I'll take him at his word for why he's doing it. That they have jobs, and the fear is that they'll end up hiring
So
people
yes,
that shouldn't be working there. They have criminal past and stuff like that. So, yeah, I've never said that all illegal immigrants don't work. So
they come here to work, right?
I would say the majority of them come here for economic opportunity, and that's why they come in here illegally.
Yeah, because there's no real like fast way to do it. There's no efficient way to do it legally.
Yeah, because there's no economic reason to claim asylum. So,
Well, no,
they
that you can actually claim asylum, and you have 6 years, even if you could just pass a credible fear test. You have 6 years to chill and do whatever. So, um, and it also happens to be that if your country is economically doing really poorly, chances are it's also doing a lot of crime because poverty creates crime and crime creates violence, and the two are correlated. So if you're coming from a country that's failing economically, you're probably running for your life.
Yeah, and there's two sides to that coin. When you remove the doctors and lawyers and educators out of a country and bring them to a different country, then you start allowing the crime to overrun because there's less education, there's less doctors, there's less attorneys. So the means of income become the things that we try to deter in this country.
It's
So
kind of wild. Isn't that what Trump's doing to us right now?
what do you mean he's doing that to us?
Like he's trying to do a brain drain on all of our school, like especially Harvard, right? Like he's trying to get people who are migrants who are attending college at Harvard to pretty much be kicked out, ineligible to attend, and China's saying, "Hey, come to us."
So I mean, there's a difficult correlation there because when you flood the college system, that's already seen drastic increases since government subsidies. When you start flooding the supply side or the demand side, and there's not enough supply side, then you're going to automatically increase the prices. So that's a tough situation. And as far as Harvard goes, I don't have a problem with saying to foreign students that if you're coming here to be a disruptor, then we're not going to give you.
I think that's a cop out. I think it's a cop out. I think there's far more people coming and not being a disruptor than there are coming to protest for things they care about. I think they should have the right to protest things they care about too while they're here. I don't think that's a bad thing.
But I agree that there's far more that are coming here to do the right thing, and I believe that there's far more people in most groups that are doing the quote right thing, and I think it's a shame when we protect the ones that are not doing the right thing at the risk of losing the ones
Who
that
are
are
you
trying.
talking? Who's not doing the right thing? Can you name some people specifically who are not doing the right thing? Because I can promise you the people that Trump's arrested, I don't think that's the case. Like, who's not doing the right thing?
Well, I said that I don't have a problem with disruptors, people that are coming here specifically to be disruptors, being removed from the college education program.
Do you understand what a huge part of our economy, people coming from outside this country and paying untold amounts of money to be educated here are? Are you unaware that that's a huge chunk of our economy? And then those brains that we recruit to the United States then do research work for us, which yields us patents
We're
and
creating a
all
brain
our
drain.
research. We
Yeah.
get a $2.53 return fuel to the economy for every dollar we fuel into medical research. I don't think you understand the economic
It's also
value.
it's like 20 or
Well, what's the
30% of
increased
Harvard's income as well as foreign students.
What's the increased cost to American citizens for a college education? due to the vast amount of foreign students coming to our colleges.
That would
Uh,
be what you would say as a
yeah,
rebuttal and tell us.
yeah, you would have to tell
What do you
us.
mean?
I don't know if that's a thing. Uh, you would
You don't
have
know
to.
if
You
you don't
You're
you
know if
saying that
you don't know if a
people
higher
get.
side demand side and a lower supply side increases
Please
prices.
listen. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you do the demand side thing. Trying to privatize education is the problem that is ruining it. That makes it
yeah.
worthless.
Well, I
Like,
would
don't try.
disagree.
Please don't do like a demand side weird or supply side
We
situation to
we
try to
make
talk
up
about education.
we make
I'm
up with that
sorry.
with
It's
subsidies and
weird to
grants.
discuss the financial side of college with economical theories.
This is not this is not the reason Trump is doing it though, right? He's trying to get them to do things the way he wants them to do them. Like he wants to have control of how Harvard does their teaching and their hiring, etc. He wants to tell them how to run their college, which is
Well,
kind
all
of
right. So,
anti-free speech, anti-small government. The whole
so you
reason y'all
guys,
got rid of the DOE was for the
all right.
opposite
I
reason.
understand steamrolling's fun, but you guys brought up the economical side of
Think you
I'm
did.
looking for
benefit.
I've ran a statistical analysis on this. I have thousands of I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find mine. You, Andrew, are the only person that hasn't brought any data to this conversation. So you are trying to make a point without any data. But yeah, I'm like 1 second away from finding the statistical analysis on this that I have. So don't worry if you're looking for data, you're about to get it in a second.
If we want the greatest minds here in our country,
Yeah, in
yeah.
2022 to 2023 academic year, international students contribute 40.1 billion to the U.S. economy. About 58% of international students in the U.S. were from China, India, South Korea, Canada, and Vietnam through the 2023 Open Doors thing we had. Beyond expenses, international students spend on housing, food, transportation, other goods and services. On average, each international student contributes $37,000 annually to the U.S. economy. International students support U.S. employment by creating demand for university services, housing, retail, and other sectors. For every 7 international students, 3 U.S. jobs are created. In 2022 to 2023, international students supported over 300, this is what I was looking for, 368,000 jobs across the U.S.
Yeah, and the AI overview says that no, international students generally do not make college more expensive for domestic students. Universities rely on the higher tuition paid by international students to help offset the cost for potentially keeping tuition lower for domestic students.
Yeah, that was wrong too. So anyways, yeah, there's the numbers. Now you're the only one that didn't have any.
And I would also say, like, Trump pulling funding from Harvard is completely antithetical to all this too. So, like, the people on the forefront of science for researching things like cancer, cure for cancer, diabetes, or stuff like this. Trump pulling money, the measly $2 billion from Harvard, the people that are on the brink of fixing some of these things, just so that he can have a power grab, just so that he could see if he can do this to Harvard, he can do it to any college. That's what I think he's trying to do.
Here's a good one too. Over 25% of U.S. unicorn startups, which are if you didn't come from the tech world, that's startups valued at over $1 billion or more, were founded by immigrants, many of whom were former international students. That comes from the National Foundation for American Policy. Foreign students are disproportionately represented in STEM fields, driving technological advancements. In 2022, 54% of engineering and 44% of computer science graduate students were international. Foreign-born researchers contribute to 30% of U.S. patents. That's one of the ways we get returns on investment from our tax dollars, the patents the U.S. government creates. Public universities, many state schools rely on international students. Oh, that's what you said, Pickles, to offset the tuition for local in-state students. And international students offset the tuition. At Purdue University, international students make up 16% of enrollment and contribute significantly to revenue. Private universities, elite institutions like Harvard and MIT depend on global talent for research proceeds. 23% of MIT student body is international. Yeah, we don't want to lose that. Like this is what America was built on. It was how we generate I mean, I would say it's how we find the best of the best, the smartest of the smartest, and then we develop patents and other things. That's like how the Harvard's endowment is so high.
Yeah, I don't know. I also want to go back to the topic at hand. We were talking about Trump backtracking on his migration stance because obviously it's
Well, can I rebut you guys? You kind of both made a bunch of statements there. Can I just?
Go ahead.
All right, perfect. So there's roughly 1 million international students studying in the United States currently, correct?
Yeah.
We can agree on that. So it's both of your stances that if there was half of that, that tuition wouldn't decrease or college wouldn't become more available for US citizens?
The study, the answer that I just got from AI was that no, it would make it more expensive if people didn't come in and pay full, like 2 or 3 times the amount that a domestic college student would pay to offset their college fees. Yes, they would pay more if there were less foreign students.
All right, and the benefit of having only 41%, 41% stay in the U.S. long term. So 59% of the international students leave the country long term after they graduate.
Yeah, that's fine. It's better than none. What I would ask you is like, pretend you own a business. Pretend you have a high level engineering job, and you're trying to fill it. And I'm your fucking idiot boss. I'm the dumbest bitch ass boss you've ever had. And I said, listen, you got to hire somebody because I don't want anybody working remote. I want you to hire somebody within a 2-mile radius. You wouldn't find a very good engineer, would you? Probably not the best. What if I gave you a 3,000 mile radius? That would be better, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So you get the idea?
Yeah, and I think to suggest that there's zero good U.S. citizens that are qualified to be the engineer.
That's a straw man
argument.
We're looking for the best.
On top of that, I actually have extensive knowledge in this particular thing with foreign engineers. There's very talented immigrants that come to this country. Absolutely very talented engineers throughout the world, as well as doctors, as well as surgeons, lawyers, all teachers, everything. I'm not against immigration whatsoever.
I know you're just an apologetic for Trump's policies for whatever reason you can think of, but not the reasons Trump's doing it.
I think it's fascinating how the lefty influencers love to put words in anybody who voted for Trump's mouth constantly, as opposed to asking how they feel about it or what they think. You just assume.
We've given you the chance.
Imagine for a second we lived in a world where we would stereotype entire groups based on the actions of a small portion and run with it.
I love that.
Oh, wait. That's exactly what you guys are doing.
That's not what we run campaigns on. That's what y'all do.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah. They're poisoning the blood of our country. They're vermin. They have bad genes. They're rapists. They're criminals. Some of them are good, but they're rapists and criminals. Even though when Trump said that in 2017, you know how many people were unalived by immigrants that year? Trump convinced you guys this was such a big deal. 3 people. 3 people were unalived.
Am I able to take a screenshot on this and send it to you in the messages or no?
I don't know. You can email it to me.
I don't think so. But so I was gonna say I'll do you a solid and send you screenshots of all the nasty threats and messages that I get as I go up on lefty panels.
Nice. Well, I'll trade you. I'll trade you them.
That happens to the liberals when they go up on the right. The ultra MAGA panels.
Andrew, 24 hours a day, I get unaliving
You can
messages.
go read my YouTube chat.
I get that happens as well. It's a shame that that's the world we're living in right now. It's just a shame. We can't have conversations. Instead, we want to put words in each other's mouths, and we don't want to have legitimate conversations about this stuff.
You have just backed out and started grandstanding or tone policing or whatever, complaining about the fact that we're having this conversation. Go look at my YouTube. Go read the comments. 99% of them are what you're crying about. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about what we were actually talking about.
All right, I wasn't crying. I was making a statement.
I just was getting an Amazon package someone sent me. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, first of all, and to double down, I want to double down on this, Andrew. The right is 1 through 12 right now. 1 through 12 of the top violent domestic terrorist groups in America. They're all right wing, and we just had 2 lawmakers murdered by a MAGA person because of how radical the rhetoric is.
That's false information, right?
What's false?
That's false information, right?
What is?
No, don't do this. Don't die on this hill.
He was MAGA?
100%, according to his roommate.
Right. Because
according to the man he was spending time with in Minneapolis, he was an avid Trump supporter. Yes.
What did his roommate specifically say?
He was a Trump supporter.
He said he was a Trump supporter, or he said that
I said right wing.
That he voted for Trump.
I said right wing. I said your side. So if you want
to be. That he voted for Trump.
But if he voted for Trump, he voted for Trump. Sorry.
Yeah, like, what do you mean by what is MAGA? It's somebody that votes for Trump. I'm not trying to like get in a weird semantics thing. I mean, like, he voted for Trump. That's what I was trying to say. I'm not trying to like be weird about it.
All right, the video clip I saw was that's been going around was his roommate said that he would be disappointed or sad if he was labeled a Democrat.
Okay, you know what? We don't have to look at like very unique situations. While I still stand 10 toes down on the fact that he's probably MAGA and he's definitely Republican. He's registered Republican. You guys are still, your side is still top 12 domestic terrorist groups. Not us. In the first incident of left-leaning domestic terrorism is things for like animal rights, bro.
All right. When was the last riot held by a right-wing group?
I don't know. Is the most recent going to point towards the most common?
When was the most recent one held by a right-wing group?
I think you're conflating most recent with most common type, and my point is that they're more common.
When was the most recent?
It doesn't matter when the last. Yeah, are you listening to hear, or are you receiving what he's saying? Because that it doesn't matter. What does that mean? It has nothing to do with what he's saying.
You said top 10 violent groups.
Top 12 most violent. Yes.
Top 12 violent groups.
Yes.
Okay. So when was the last big showing by a right-wing extremist?
Wait, hold on. Instances of violence don't have to be a big showing. You do understand that, right? And I just want to be clear. This man was found, Vance Bolter was found with a hit list of over 70 names of Democrats, people who supported women's rights to health care particularly, and somehow he had a list of people. He visited 2 other homes, by the way, of 2 other Democratic lawmakers that he couldn't easily get into their homes. So it was a total of 4 different Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota's homes that this guy visited. And you have the nerve to sit up here and tell us you're confused about what he was trying to do.
And if you're just going to point towards January 6th, we can talk about Pelosi's husband. We can talk about a dude storming the FBI headquarters with an AR and self-unaliving or by cop suicide.
The people that tried to unalive Trump.
We can also talk, both pew-pewers of Trump that tried to assassinate him were right-wing, and also the people that showed up in front of Obama's house with explosives. All of this rhetoric is causing these things.
Tried to burn down the governor. Nobody seemed to care when a Jewish governor's house was always like his house. He was almost burned alive inside his house, and none of you blinked.
Yeah.
I think it's shameful that's the rhetoric that you want to go with.
That's factually what that was my own lived experience.
Rhetoric.
This is
That was
not
my
rhetoric.
lived Trump
I
Trump would
myself,
not mention it. Trump
I
would not
myself,
talk
as
about
well
it.
as plenty of others on the right side, came out condemning the actions of the Shapiro arsonist, or whatever you want to call him. I have no problem condemning
That tried to burn humans
welfare
while they
guy
were
who's a
alive
hit
inside
list.
a
I
home
think that's
sleeping.
idiotic. I think it's a shame that that's the level that this country's at right now.
Dang, I wonder why.
I agree
wonder
about
if
it
there's a
being
correlation.
idiotic.
I wonder if there's a correlation. Ever since Trump picked up the microphone, you can look at this on the ADL.org, the Anti-Defamation League, whatever. The people who track domestic like hate speech and terrorism. Ever since Trump picked up a microphone in 2017, the 7 years prior, we had, I believe it was like 2 domestic terrorist incidents. And after Trump started saying things like Obama is the head of ISIS and that he's Muslim and that people are invading this country and unaliving us, we've seen that number spurred to 20 in the following 2 years. And then the following 2 years after that, it was 40. So it is definitely because of Trump holding the biggest microphone on the biggest stage in the world, bouncing in and out of people's social media's live feed, and people hearing this all day, every day. It's not because I'm saying it and acknowledging it.
So I
Posted this last night, Andrew. I just want to read this to you. He posted some crazed rant. Well, I don't know if it's last night or this morning, depending on what your sleep schedule is like. But he again incited violence against quote unquote radical Democrat politicians. And it's Democratic politicians. If you understand what adjectives are, he does not. None of the rest of you do, and it drives me nuts. But our nation's ICE officers have shown incredible strength, determination, and courage as they facilitate a very important mission, the largest mass deportation operation of, I'm not going to say, undocumented immigrants in history. Every day, the brave men and women of ICE are subjected. Okay. I want to get to the part where I want to read this. Oh yeah, they're subjected of ICE are subjected to violence, harassment, and even threats from radical Democrat politicians. And that's not the worst of it, right? Like it's a literal call to violence, like that I highlighted. Hold on, I'll find the part I want to read because I'm not reading that whole thing. It's like so long. ICE officers are herewith ordered by the notice of this truth to do all in their power to achieve the very important goal of delivering the single largest deportation program in mass history. But if this man just executed 2 people, right? 2 are struggling for their lives, visited 2 more homes, has a hit list, and then you are online. Can you imagine? And I know you guys can't because it's the cognitive dissonance, but just put the shoe on the other foot. You're not always going to be in power in theory if this is in fact not a fascist takeover like you guys like to pretend it's not. You won't always be in power. And if a Democratic president did this same thing, you guys would lose your mind. Where's the empathy? Why isn't he condemning this? What's going on? And he's inciting more violence against, quote, radical Democrat politicians. This morning,
I think it's important, like, for a president to come out and condemn this stuff immediately when it happens to control the narrative in this country. And I don't think Trump has any interest in doing that. He wants to push further that narrative. I don't think he cares. I truly think that.
I agree with you that it's important that they come out right away and condemn the actions. I 100% agree with you on that.
he didn't.
Trump did. In fact, he mocked Pelosi when that happens.
No, I know. And it's shame on
You
him.
guys were so mad. Biden literally addressed the nation when Trump was almost pew-pewed, which I was horrified by that. I just want to say that. I cannot stand this man. I do not want him to go out that way. Like, I don't want anyone to be martyred. I don't think that's the answer to any situation ever for any reason, right? And Biden came out immediately and was like, we condemn this. This is not happening. And Biden was, oh, that's not good enough. He's not doing enough. Trump does nothing. And my question is, if you can be objective, Andrew, because actually your brain works fairly well. And that's why I wanted you to meet Pickles. I was like, your brain does work. It's firing. So Can you acknowledge that there's a little bit of a double standard going on here?
No, I do agree that there's a double standard, but I think that, to touch on a couple points that you made. So I think if I mean, obviously there's the ultra MAGA, influencers that are beyond belief crazy, but the majority of Trump voters that I speak to, when they talk about a fascist takeover or a third term or any of those things, we're all against that. We have a constitution for
You're
a
not all
reason.
against that. No,
No, the ones that I speak to, the ones that
it's anecdotal. I have people right now commenting King Trump.
I just said, except for the far right, crazy MAGA, ultra MAGA guys, the majority of Trump voters don't think that he should run for a third term.
That's
Don't
you're
think
making that part up.
that's
You say majority. I don't know where you got that. I don't know where you got that.
from conversations I've had.
That's
So,
anecdotal.
Fine. So show me a study that says that more than 50% of Trump voters suggest that
I'm not
he should
making
run.
a claim, but I have those people all over my social media channels.
Absolutely. You can find anything you want. It's a matter of
And Trump is pushing that. Trump is pushing for that, more of that. He's selling hats, right?
Yeah, I mean,
He's
I
testing
think,
the
yeah.
water. He's taking the temperature to see. In fact, Steve Bannon shamelessly set mask off. He's like, hey, we are looking for ways to do this. We are for sure. Like, and the guy that Trump pardoned, right, from stealing from y'all, they are doing this.
Yeah, no, and fine. I mean, it's a matter of there's a lot of votes that he's not going to get. So,
I don't
You know,
know. I mean, being sexually adjudicated for sexual abuse, having 34 felonies, being prolifically stupid, painting your face orange. Those were not deal breakers. I don't think, like Trump writing executive orders going directly against the Constitution. That's not a deal breaker. Trump kidnapping people off the street, sending them to prison for the rest of their lives without due process. That's not a deal breaker. I highly doubt this is a deal breaker. This third term thing. Highly doubt. I just a hunch.
all right. And so if you're looking at it objectively and you're trying to look at it from the other side and you see what you believe to be a weaponized DOJ against a political opponent, right? Try to look at it as clear mind.
I know.
You feel like you need
Yeah.
to say from the other side, I feel like, because I read court documents, there's no weaponized DOJ. That's not a thing, Andrew. You need to say people feel like, because a crazy delusional old insecure man who says men shouldn't wear makeup and keeps putting makeup on his face every day. He's the only man who can wear makeup.
This is
said so.
This is a strategy.
There's
as
no
old,
weapionized DOJ.
This is a strategy as old as Trump's
evidence-
first,
which
Trump's
piece
first
of-
first federal charges, 1973. Him and Roy Cohn have done this
Cohn,
forever.
yes.
They have been. As soon as they get in trouble, they come out on the attack and they say, "You guys are doing me wrong. This is political persecution." If you just read a little bit about how he operates, this is exactly what he does every time he's in trouble. So no, I don't believe any of it. For the first time, we saw Trump sign an executive order instructing the DOJ to pursue certain people. That's what weaponization of DOJ looks like. Trump is doing that.
Well, I think that, it's a shame that both sides are too far gone that we
Can you just put, no, we're not. No, this is not, don't both sides the argument. I've read every court document related to cases Trump is charged with. Point to some,
Perfect.
tell me what you feel like. Tell me what
piece
you
of
feel like
evidence-
is, yeah, it's just, when you say there's weaponization of the DOJ, what are you talking about?
Which piece of evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case would you be okay with the most important man in your life being arrested for and put in jail and say
There's no
that
DOJ
was-
involved there,
that was
so
the
you
piece
lost
of
that
evidence-
conversation.
that
There's
was
no
the
DOJ.
piece of evidence.
State
was-
crime. Do you know what the Department of Justice is? It has
Yeah,
nothing
that is a
to do.
civil suit,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
That's
you
not a
lost that
crime.
already.
Which piece of evidence? Which piece of evidence?
First
could
of
you
all,
look at?
can I just say something? First of all, you think you keep yelling about a weaponized DOJ. That's federal, right? That's the federal government,
understand
which
that,
has
but
nothing to do with crimes being adjudicated inside of New York. But what's most important to understand about civil cases is, first of all, the standard of proof is different than criminal court, just like it's different than immigration court, right? Like
yeah.
he was I'm just gonna tell you, and I suggest you read all these documents. But a jury of his peers was impaneled, and he was found unanimously liable for sexual abuse.
And
They
I would
heard the
not
evidence.
agree that
Okay, I know
a
you don't
jury
agree
selection
with
of
it. I'm telling you
89%
it happened. That I just wait.
89%.
My point was, wait, let me just finish. What the point I was trying to make was, this was not a bench trial. I just want to make that clear. It was not a judge who's like, so you guys can be like, oh, this is some sort of conspiracy of judges going after him. They impaneled random people, a jury of his peers, who were presented with evidence and found him unanimously liable of SA.
Yeah, I
Like,
think
it
this is a
scares me when you
stretch
start
too.
saying
Yeah.
like you were kind of like appealing to like, oh, what if you loved a man who was being accused of essaying someone, that he should get the F away from me.
Yeah, the standard for
Like,
the standard of
he shouldn't be graping people is the answer, and I need to go to therapy immediately. That's the answer.
the standard of evidence is insane for Trump, but for people like Abrego Garcia, you just need somebody to accuse them. You just need to doubt their innocence, and they need to go to prison for the rest of their lives. And you guys are cheering that on.
There anything maybe this is we should back into it from the opposite side. Is there anything he could do that you would believe he had done? Like, where is your line? Do you have a line where it's like, if he does this, okay, that's too far?
Yeah, Trump's been accused 28 times, I believe, of grape. Like, if we had the same standard of evidence that you guys are okay with Abrego Garcia, Trump would be in CCOT right now. He'd be in something worse than CCOT.
Barely on statistical math. Like, it is I mean, there's literally almost no chance he is not a creep. Like,
The guy who says he grabs him by the kitty is definitely innocent. He's never done that.
confessed to it when he didn't know he was being recorded on a bus. Yeah, if you're rich, you can just do exactly what I'm going to be accused of doing in a few years in civil court. I am literally on tape confessing to the exact thing that someone is going to accuse me of in a civil court years from now.
Andrew, we keep waiting for you to respond.
Oh, are you?
I
Are
mean,
you? Because
yeah.
you guys sounded like you guys were talking to each other.
It's
So
my birthday, Andrew. Be
happy
nice to me.
birthday. Happy birthday. Well, I wish you didn't tell me that.
Oh, no, just fine. Just rip me to shreds. That's fine.
No,
I did.
I think that there's me personally. I feel like when we talk about the jury that was selected in a vast majority Democrat voting population of a former U.S. president in a sexual assault case with a billionaire on the stand, there's a lot of
He was never on the stand.
there's a lot of
It's a
whatever you wanna call
60-40
it,
district,
defense.
and they voted unanimously.
Do you know what voir dire is? Like, I don't think you understand how juries are selected. If you're under the impression that, like, Trump has mounted a defenses, and that's how he's literally the very few things this man has been convicted of speaks to his massive money and to mount the best defense that anyone could ever mount. Like, if he was a poor person, this man would have been sitting in county jail the whole time. Like, I just don't think you realize the justice system works for people who have funds, and it worked for Trump, and still it didn't work. Because it's true, when you read the court documents, and again, I can't speak to the jury, that civil lawsuits, there's a different burden of proof, and still unanimously this man is convicted and then violates and commits defamation over and over and over again. In the fraud case, it's a simple math equation. That was a bench trial because Trump checked a box and didn't want a jury. I mean, probably because Alina Habba's brain doesn't work, but we don't know for sure why he didn't want a jury. But that's just, when you read that judgment in his fraud trial, it's just math. The judge is just, it's called disgorgement. Hey, here's how much money you stole and you defrauded the people of New York from, and we're going to, you engorged yourself, and we're going to disgorge you of that money. It's a literal math equation, like the math. He just got caught. And I think you, Andrew, I think you are smart enough to know that Trump's a grifter. On some level, I think you know.
I think when you look at the evidence in the E. Jean Carroll case, it's hard to say that if this was somebody that I cared about deeply, I would, without a doubt, or without a reasonable doubt, think that they were not guilty.
I think it's a cope. I think it's a cope. It's a cope. Listen, Trump has himself.
One piece of evidence in the case that was presented.
Sure, the dress that he didn't want to give his DNA up for. He was asked for 2 years to bring his DNA, and denied, and then after the final deadline, he goes, "You know what? I'll do it," and they said, "No, it's too late."
Did they offer the DNA in exchange for something?
Yeah, exoneration.
No, they offered the
if his DNA isn't on that dress, then don't you get it? It would eliminate him.
They offered the DNA in exchange for the DNA binder, and they refused to turn over the DNA binder, which tells you what the scope of it is: male, age range.
They already said it was male, so there's unknown male DNA.
Age range, things like that are part of the binder. So they wanted that released in exchange.
Okay, but he finally came to the table and he said he's going to do it after the deadline. So apparently the deal was good, just not the timeline.
I would have to look at the case again, but if you have a strong suspicion that the case is going to get dismissed, most of the time lawyers just delay in an effort to try to get it dismissed.
Yeah, it's a money game. Yeah, and E. Jean Carroll was already, she had plenty of money to do this. She had backing, and I honestly think that,
baby.
Yeah, she deserved this. She deserved every bit of this, especially after Trump called her a horse face, not the chosen one, and then went on a 40 tweet tirant rant in one night. 40 tweets one night. If you think this man is in any way sane or can handle difficult problems as president, I think you're also fucking off your rocker. Everything points to the fact that he does this. He's very sexual with even his own daughter. He's just very off-putting, and just like she said, he admits to doing this. He goes, when you have enough money, you don't have to ask. You can just do it. You can grab them by the kitty. And it turns out that's what he did.
That was evidence, and it was evidence in the trial, by the way. That tape.
Well, and I think that the fact that there was multiple pieces of DNA on the dress was not.
You have no, now you are just making shit up. Like that's just a made up thing. Here, no, I found it. Okay, I got it now. Here's Carroll provides. So again, here's the, I think, relevant evidence. Carroll provided a detailed account of the 1996 assault in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room. And by the way, when Trump was deposed, he literally thought she was his ex-wife, which is an important part of this. But so again, this happened in a Bergdorf dressing room. She gave a detailed account of the 1996 assault, talking about Trump forcibly penetrating her, but no one was sure if it was his finger or not, because that's how small he is. That's too bad. That's pretty unfortunate. Hold on, I'm not done. She testified about lasting psychological harm, including emotional trauma and an inability to maintain romantic relationships. So corroborate, you wanted the evidence though, so I was just finding that. Corroborating witnesses. Lisa Burnock, Carol's friend, testified that Carol called her immediately after the incident. Immediately, this woman called her in 1996 and described the assault in detail. Carol Martin, another friend, confirmed Carol confided in her shortly after the alleged attack, saying Trump had attacked her. Bergdorf Goodman employees. Cheryl Beal, former employee, testified the sixth-floor lingerie department was often empty on Thursday evenings in the 1990s, supporting Carol's account of the location and timing. Robert Salerno, former employee, stated that security cameras were not present on the sixth floor at the time, countering Trump's argument. Remember how Trump always says, I know you know, Andrew, there's cameras everywhere in Bergdorf Goodman. No, they actually had someone who worked there saying, no, there were no cameras on that floor. Countering Trump's argument that video evidence should have been sought. Other Trump accusers that, and I'm saying specifically in this trial that testified, because God knows we could go through all of, there's so many. But Jessica Leeds testified that Trump groped her on a flight in the 1970s. Natasha Stoyanov, journalist, stated Trump forcibly kissed her at Mar-a-Lago in 2005. These accounts were admitted under federal rules of evidence 413 and 415. Which allow prior sexual misconduct evidence in civil sexual assault cases. The Access Hollywood tape, a 2005 recording where Trump, literally laughing, describes exactly what he did to the woman and saying, yeah, they let you do it. You can do it. Psychological expert testimony, Dr. Leslie Leibowitz testified that, that's her therapist that she's been talking to about this. Defamation and reputation damage. Oh yeah, and then it goes into like the second trials after the defamation and stuff. But yeah, and then because the dress never, just to be clear, he never did give his DNA evidence. Like that was just something they offered, and he would not give his DNA evidence or his DNA.
The judge ended up saying not allowing it, and he stated,
"Oh, that's not true. No, that's not true
because he did it after the deadline."
100% true.
Yeah, he came after the deadline, and the judge said no.
The judge noted that the report did not find evidence of sperm cells and that reopening the dispute would raise a complicated new subject into this case that both sides elected not to pursue over a period of years. He said a positive match of Trump's DNA to that on the dress would prove only that there had been an encounter between Trump and Carol on a day when she wore that dress, but would not prove or disprove that
Trump having a release
occurred
does not mean anything. I don't care if Trump released or not during grabbing her by the kitty.
They determined, that's why it was, by the way, the reason it wasn't grape was because they couldn't determine, because his member, if you will, is so small that no one sure if it was that or was his finger, in which if it was his finger, there'd be no release anyway. So no one even knows what you're talking about. Like that was the whole thing. That's why it's SA instead of grape, because you have to be sure. And he's so small that no one knows for sure, because she was facing away from him. I'm dead serious. Like that's the reason. Like, and I mean, I don't take it up with Trump. It seems no matter how you go, it's probably miserable.
What day did this occur on? Because our friend corroborated their story, right?
You're just going to point to the fact that the date and month were.
You understand how memory works? Yeah, this was something talked about at trial. If they knew the exact date, right? Like that's the point. She knew it was a Thursday at Bergdorf Goodman in 1996. And there were people that testified that it is completely normal not to remember what day. As someone, and I'm not trying to get too personal, and I please don't start writing in the chat, oh, I feel so sorry for you, please. But I've also been the victim of SA, and yeah, that's not what you're thinking. You're not like September 12th, 1984, when I was 4 years old. That's not, exactly.
I don't know
that's
the
not
fucking
how you
day.
think
I don't
about
know the day of the
But you remember, I remember the light switch I stared at, like, to get through it. I remember the scratches on the light switch like it was yesterday. Like, you don't remember what day, Andrew. And don't be this guy. You don't want to be this guy.
Well, she didn't even
this is how court
here happened in. And it's just she has two
1996.
No, late 1995 or early 1996. She doesn't remember which year it happened in.
Okay,
which
Andrew,
month it happened
we
in.
And that's
we have
common, right?
what we have determined. Well, yeah, it's very common. What we have
There's
determined is
drastic
that
differences between
what we have
December
determined
and
is that
November
you're an
and
a-hole,
August.
and that's all. So again, a jury of Trump's peers in New York, which voir dire, right? His lawyer gets to object to people who are too biased. I don't think you understand how juries are impaneled. If you believe any jury in the United States can be impaneled and be biased, you have a misunderstanding of how juries are selected. It doesn't happen. That's the judge's job. Anyways, and they decided unanimously that Trump was liable for SA. Trump shouldn't be on tape admitting that this is his modus operandi. If when someone says this happened to me, and by the way, there are dozens more people that say the same thing happened to them, don't be on tape joking around and saying this is what I do to women, and when you have money they let you just do it and be like, yeah, I bought the Miss Teen USA pageant so I can creep on little kids when they're naked. Like that would be my advice if you don't want to then be in court and have that evidence that is super relevant presented against you.
Anyway,
This is
Andrew,
why you're going. Are you married, Andrew?
After the threats that I've received recently, I'm not disclosing that.
All right.
So no, and
okay.
that's not surprising.
Guys, I do have to end soon, so we can invite you to Fleece in 5 or like 2. Okay, all right. Yeah. So I've got a battle to do real quick with Johnny, and then
Okay.
Do we see how both sides can't come together
Wait,
and have
I
a
have to say one
conversation?
No, because this is why you're going to probably be alone for the rest of your life. We have hundreds of thousands, millions of unprocessed grape kits across this country, and then you guys say, "Don't worry, there's exceptions for grape and incest if you with ABs," but none of you will believe that anyone essays us. Like, it's absolutely mind-boggling, Andrew, that you sat up here. Your brain works well logically. I don't think you should die on this hill. There's overwhelming evidence that Trump's a creep. Wait, and I just need to say one more thing. Jen, thank you so much for the $150 on Venmo. Thank you. I just saw that right now. Thank you so much, Jen. You're amazing. I appreciate it. And I will have I'm going to go order 6 crumble cookies and eat them alone in the dark. That's my idea of a good time. Thank you so much.
all right. Yo, Andrew, thanks for
Have fun.
Thanks for being civil. Thanks for being chill. Thanks for coming up. Elise, love you. Happy birthday.
Yeah, bye
I might
later,
even
dude.
have you back if you want to come back after this. I don't know.
Yeah, text me later.
All right.
Happy birthday. Sorry I made you crash out on your birthday. Bye.
See you later. All right. Give me just a sec, y'all. Chat, tap the screen. We're almost at 100. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're almost at 100,000 likes. Let's be live separately. Invite us. Oh, you can't invite us. Okay. Alone now. Bum 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 bum. Steve, are you still here? Steve, I think you have to go live, and then we'll be able to invite you.
Hello,
What's up, Bob?
dude. How we doing?
We're doing good. How are you, Bob?
You know, I'm vibing, I'm thriving, I'm aliving. Hey, can you invite your friend? I don't know if I can. Are you able to?
I gotcha. I
Cool.
gotcha.
W's.
Who do you got coming?
Hi. Trouble's here.
Uh-oh.
Was I a surprise?
Yeah, I didn't know you were
Yes,
coming to
I
this.
didn't tell. I didn't want to tell anybody who my partner was.
Surprise.
Wow.
Are
All
we
right.
waiting for Felice?
No.
So, no,
we
Felice
are
isn't
waiting
coming.
for facts.
Oh.
Yeah, so prepare your freaking digital behinds.
Do you see this? Look, it's the theys and the gays versus the men. All right.
That's
All
iconic.
right.
Wow.
That is
Wow.
iconic.
Wow.
Okay.
Hey guys.
Oh,
Hey,
that's a
Steve,
mess.
how
I'm
are
just
you?
Let me just.
How do you do this?
This is a good. Oh, there we go. I'll go with this as my background. Okay.
I have a fever right now, and my fever is breaking, so I'm sweating so bad, but I can't go
you?
get changed.
Oh no! When Donald Trump's America, that's probably polio. Okay.
Oh, jeez.
So to everybody tuning in, let me kind of explain what's going on. This is a battle. To everybody in my community, this is when we kick the butts of Pickles, and y'all gotta accept it. So we have Facts Don't Matter and Pickles against Norads and Johnny. So this is kind of like when the Days and the Gays destroy the men over here. So like if you're on Team Pride Month, help us kick their butts. That would be fun. Basically, whatever you send turns into points on the board, and those points are putting us on the leaderboard. By the end of this, we could get a medal. Wait, we're already ahead. Okay, slay.
Oh my god! All right, no, absolutely not. Absolutely
All
not.
right, I gotta mute them because I don't want to hear what they have to
Sorry,
say.
I'm gonna do this.
Love you,
we'll be
but-
following back all top
Love you
contributors,
too.
mind you. So everybody who
Bye.
is supporting, we will be following back.
Yeah, same thing. Steve, welcome. Steve and I are at a team chat. Let's absolutely destroy them for Pride Month. We might let them win one, but
Might.
we're here to show them what's up. Welcome, Steve. This is Steve's first battle, I believe. It's his second. Okay, this is Steve's second ever battle. Let's show him how it's done. Let's show him how we fucking roll. And let's destroy them. Look at that. We're actually essentially tied right now. Thank y'all so much, guys. Also,
You guys are great. Thank you.
yes, thank you. And
I've just raised the age quotient. I've raised the age quotient on this entire battle by 50 years. You guys are fabulous. Let's go.
yeah.
Bonus missions.
If y'all can't pick, just go ahead and pick me because we're way better. Oh my God, Christian.
Let's go.
Kristen, thank you
Do
so
your
much
thing,
for
friends.
the whale diving. Thank you
guys
so
are
much.
amazing. I love you guys. Thank you for the hat. That's awesome. Thank you very so much. It looks better on me. Pickles is so handsome. Have you guys noticed how handsome Pickles is?
You guys,
he's
you stop it.
dreamy.
You stop it.
He's so. Let's go.
You guys stop it. Thank you guys so much. Y'all, thank you for the Flaming Flamingo Inigos.
Thank you guys.
Sue, thank you for the
This
travel.
is nuts.
We are going to be following our top 10 contributors back. If you guys help
Keep
us
it in your
win.
pocket.
And if you guys can't do
Do your
anything,
thing.
yeah,
Let's
don't
go.
worry about
Let's
it.
go.
This is just something we want to do like once a week, maybe once every other week, and just for the shits and giggles. And thank you guys so much for all the support. Who the fuck sent Johnny 30,000? Guys, send those gifts. Send those gifts. If you're wondering whose side to choose the small dog. Today, few stood against many.
Need a
Look
big
at
comeback.
us.
Need a big comeback.
Oh my God.
Let's go.
And be careful, we might hit a 2x soon. We have 32K, and Johnny's got 47K. Guys, we're not going to let this slide. Rubba, thank you for
Let's
the
go.
roses.
I like the helmet. Looks good on me, though. There's no way they should be ahead, you guys.
Very
No way they
nice.
should be ahead. No way they should be ahead.
Oh my God. Oh
No
my
way
God. Oh
they
my
should
God.
be
Oh my
ahead.
God. Can they not hear us? No, they can't hear what we're saying right now. Pickles is built like a
Come
Greek
on,
god.
I'm old.
That is not true,
I'm
guys.
headed towards retirement. Don't you feel bad for your old Gen Xer?
Johnny does cheat, guys. Don't let him win. Don't let the cheaters win.
Don't let him win. Johnny wins everything.
They have 70K. That doesn't matter, guys. That does not matter, guys. That does not matter, guys. We can make it back. We can come back from this. We can come back from this. Do not let them win.
Johnny wins everything.
Absolutely not. We've beaten Johnny many a times, guys. I'm sure we've got some sandbagging people in the audience right now. Just waiting for the last few seconds. I know
Sorry,
y'all.
you guys are holding out. I understand. Waiting for the time to come.
Raven says I came over here to help you. Guys, don't be shy.
Waiting for the time to come.
Stop the count. Stop the count, guys. 72,000 versus 45, guys. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Let's get her done. Who's
Chat-
working?
You guys are not going to make us lose on Felice's birthday
Thanks, guys.
and my half birthday. It's not even my half birthday. But don't let it. We're not too far behind, chat. We have 1 minute left. What's going on here? YouTube, for those who don't know, we're doing a battle. This is a TikTok battle. If this is
Yeah.
your first
What a way to
rodeo.
make a living.
Yeah. I demand a
How do I
recount.
mute?
It's going back and forth, y'all. 77K versus 49. Chat, we love you. Thank you, Inigo. Thank you so much for the Cooper baseball.
Do you think? Oh, thanks for the Galaxy, guys. Let's go.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Count the mail-ins now. I demand a recount.
Thank you for the gloves. Oh, nice. Thank you, Cookie. Thank you, Cookie. Fabulous.
Chat, if you're not contributing, you're
strong,
welcome to
nice
just tap
hat.
the screen. That helps too. Thank y'all so much.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Watch the snipe. Let's go. Yeah. There's the snipe.
Pickles,
Here we
chat,
go.
If we win, oh my gosh.
Love you guys. Love you, Coach.
Oh. That's okay, chat. It's okay, chat. We had a lot of heart. Oh my God, look at that helmet. That's pretty dope. Thank y'all so much. Thank you. Dolphin was here, of course. Thank you so much, Dolphin. Big shout out to Cookie. Thank you, Cookie Nibs. I gave you a follow back. Okay,
Thank you, Cookie.
Kristen. Caroline Hardy, I gave you a follow. Inigo Montoya, thank you so much. Sixth place, Cheryl. I'm giving y'all all a follow back. If you guys see a follow request from me, if you have a private account, that is me, y'all. Dreamer, thank you so much. And Sue, thank you so much.
How do I mute?
There's like on my screen, I'm on PC. There's just like a little sound button beneath each person's face to the bottom right. I'm not sure how to do it on a phone. I'm guessing you're on phone.
Yeah, it's weird. I can't mute within the live.
Yeah, I know. We need
It
the
was so
boxing
much
glove and
fun.
hammers. Like I don't think anybody got a missed, but the boxing gloves and the hammer is
No.
super
It does
important.
sound insane. Everybody talking.
That's okay.
can't
Even if
mute.
you're tapping.
Okay.
All right, I'm muting them again.
Let's go.
Guys,
Better start.
we let them win that one. So this time, don't go easy on them, y'all. Don't go easy on them. If
Fire away.
yeah,
They're strategizing, you guys.
I know Johnny looks like a Make-A-Wish recipient, but don't let him
Ouch,
fool you.
ouch.
He's
Ouch.
he's doing very good for himself.
That sounds
It's
insane. Let's go.
that
I
was
need
just
your
a
help this
warm-up.
time. I'm close to retirement. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Daddy needs a new hip. Daddy needs 2 new hips.
I need more orthopedic shoes.
Let's go. Let's go.
Love pickles and facts. Thank you so
Look
much.
at DT
Savannah.
Bro shows up.
Chat,
Let's go.
Thank you so much. Big shout out. Sue with the meteor shower. Heavens to Betsy.
Meteor shower.
Johnny's
Somebody's
already
got
at
to
15,000.
somebody's got to step up.
Chat, make
Hold on,
Johnny
let's go.
and Amanda need
The entire
orthopedic shoes
tray.
after this. Make them need a fucking seat cushion after this, y'all. Please do not go easy on them. Let us destroy them. We're in a bonus mission. We're going to have 2x soon. Guys, reload.
I know, we're
Let's
muted.
do this. Let's do this.
Let's go.
Show
We're
Steve
gonna-
how
I
we're
can't
going
mute
to
them.
do this.
It's because they're all on studio and I'm not because I'm on the phone. Let's go 2 times. Let's go. Let's go. Send all you got.
If you remove 30K
Let's
Pickles
go.
one, thank you, Sue.
Just a rose.
So true.
Let's go.
Dolphin, thank you so much for the strong finish.
I can't mute, guys.
I'm so
because I am on my phone. I don't have that feature. They're all on the studio version. Oh, yeah, nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
That helmet is so dope.
Let's go. Need a bigger helmet. Let's go.
Tay, thank you so much. Gifts so we can get
Let's
chat.
go.
We gotta do a few more gifts so we can get double time. Guys, we can
need some more big
destroy
gifts,
them.
big boxes of stuff. Just shovel it on, whatever it is.
Guys, send the gifts. We can reach the target. If they reached it,
Let's
we're
go.
fucked.
We're so close.
Oh my god, chat.
Let's go, chat. We need you guys. It's embarrassing.
Oh my god,
Look at
it's
the
okay.
handsomeness.
Look at us.
Let's go.
Chat, tap the screen.
Look at the crown.
Let's
Look
show
at the
Johnny
crown
we
on
mean
no
business.
reds.
Do not let him do this to us.
Thank you, guys.
Do not let him do this to us. I woke
It's
up to
almost
him
embarrassing.
inviting me to this battle, guys. I want to make him regret it.
Oh, look
Wanna
at
make
that.
it-
Yeah, a little snow globe. Thank you for that. Summer glass. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dak.
Gift so we can double. Oh, yeah, we lost that. It's okay. Oh, look at Johnny's face looks so
nice.
stupid.
That's a
Do not let
good-looking
him
hat.
win. Do not let
I'm
him
not going
win.
to take it personally if I don't have fancy gifts on my face. Look at that. That's a destruction. Thank you. That's a little better. Nice helmet. Thank you. That fits me nicely. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you. That's another one. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Guys, go over there and gift Steve's live too. If you've been gifting
Let's
me this
go.
whole long, go to Steve.
Let's go.
You lost to a pretty boy. Sorry, Pickles. Lazy Bones. Don't remind me.
Let's go.
Chat, gift and make Johnny's fucking beard connect. Gift so hard that his beard
Johnny's
connects.
too happy. Wouldn't it be great for Johnny to lose for on a change?
Gift so hard.
Yeah.
Turn that smile upside down, chat. This is not good looking good, Pickles. DeMarcus, don't do this to me. Don't say that. We've got a minute left. We can fucking still get
Let's
this,
go.
guys. Let's humble Johnny, guys.
Let's humble Johnny. Whatever you got left in your bag.
We can't. Guys. Guys, if we win this, I will find a cure to cancer. 50 seconds. 50 seconds, guys. I will donate this all to a cure to cancer, and we'll find it.
Yeah, let's go.
Johnny's got Soros. Probably. It's not fair.
Let's go.
I shot Facts some love. Fuck yes. Thank you so much,
I'm gonna
Dolphin. You're the
snipe.
best. We got 30 seconds. Can we snipe this? Who's got the future encounter? Who's got
See,
the fucking Leo?
Who's gonna do
the
it?
Leon? Send us a gift we've never fucking seen before. Send us.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Tina.
Guys, they have enough gifts. Come over here. Guys, stop going easy
Thanks
on
to the
Johnny.
galaxy, guys. Thank you so much.
Stop it.
Thank you.
Someone's in the universe. It's all right. It's
What
all
was
right.
that?
Thank you. Yes, it's rigged. Chat. This is
Nice.
the last time. This is the last time I let Johnny
This is
win.
our last
Mark
hope.
my words. Mark my
You
words.
gotta
This
make,
is the
you
last
gotta
time
make
I
us
let
look
Johnny
bad.
win. Absolutely not.
Oh.
Oh, all right. GG's, chat. GG's. We did our darndest. That's okay. And you know what? Next time we'll be more prepared. Next time, me and Steve will
I know.
bring a big audience.
Fax is just riding along,
Yeah.
learning, watching his ADHD fire.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna keep them muted
So
because
much
I'm
going
sick
on.
of their faces. I don't need to hear what
I
they
stayed
say.
focused. I
Yeah.
didn't get too distracted.
And that was 2 out of 3. So I'm gonna keep them muted while I say thank you. Big shout out
guys
to
can gloat.
Dolphin again. Sue, thank you so much for being in second place. And MB Cookies.
Thank you, guys.
MB Cookies, thank
Cookie,
you for
thank
being
you
in
so
third
much, as
place.
always.
Tina Louise, I'm giving you a follow. Tyga Fan, giving you a follow. Tay Tay, thank you so much. Deanna Owens, giving you a follow. Cheryl, much love. Caroline, and Carry Me, I'm giving you a follow. Thank y'all so much for the support. We love y'all. Guys, it means the world to us that you support us in these battles. This is real important.
I can't mute. That was interesting because I couldn't mute because I was on the phone. It's interesting. I was not able to mute, so I heard everybody in my head, which is, of course, great for my ADHD. That was really fun.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's got to be hard. Love you, chat.
Oh yeah, like crazy.
That's all right. Chat, we're gonna go back to debates here soon. I'm gonna unmute Johnny so we can hear his stupid voice and see what he
Oh
has to
wow,
say.
he knew.
Oh,
Man,
shit.
Pickles,
What?
you hear me?
What do you want, Johnny?
Do you remember that time just 5 minutes ago when you lost?
Yeah, that was tight.
That was really cool. W's in the chat, everybody, for
But-
Team Pride. W's.
Yeah, that's right.
Totally
The days and the gays.
Days and the gays. Iconic.
Yeah.
But
You
if
know,
nothing else, I do like those glasses. They are pretty sweet glasses.
Thank you.
gonna
I'm
say-
being serious too.
Thank you.
I like them. I want them.
You can't.
I'll
have
rock
them.
the shit out of those
Yeah, pretty
glasses.
nice.
No.
Are they legit or are they like stylish?
They're blue light and they're from DreamHack. They're not for everybody. They're just for cool people. Okay.
Dang.
Oh, so
wow.
then I should have them.
I was gonna say, how'd you
No,
get
probably
those?
not.
Should.
Why not?
That's crazy.
They were cheap
Oh,
before the
shit.
tariffs. Now they're like, wait.
Oh, I was literally, so I'm walking around yesterday and I have my fake glasses that are just blue light glasses. They're not like they don't actually do anything. And I'm on the street and I'm wearing them because they keep staring at my phone. And a guy was like, do you see what's going on down there? Because it was one of the protests and I couldn't like see it. And I go, oh, I can't see that. And he goes, it's right there. Like, look, the girl, she's like dancing in the street, like next to the cop. He goes, look at it. I was like, I can't see. And he goes, you have glasses on your face. I'm like, I don't see it. These are fake. And he goes, you walk around with fake glasses. I'm like, why am I even fighting you?
Wait, we have to have a
Johnny-
conversation about the meta glasses, by the way.
You can't cosplay as the visually impaired. That's not cool.
I need the blue light. I can't see the contacts because my contacts help me see, but the glasses, those are just
Yeah.
for blue light.
And you can't wear contacts to a protest.
Nope, because
You get
Oh.
chemical
hashtag
burns on
tear
your
gas.
eyes.
Yeah,
I did
learned
not know
the first
that.
day.
Where you know?
I also learned
Johnny,
that the hard way.
Mhm.
I meant to tell you, Johnny, I appreciated your dance for the Marine Corps. That was sweet, man. Well
Dude, I
played.
was just
That
trying not to
great.
get tear gassed. I was like, if I showed them the
I know,
cake, maybe.
it was great.
Just Johnny turning to the side and going like this was fucking iconic.
The Marines probably thought they felt like a
Slap.
female bird.
They were
What
so
is this?
serious like the entire time, and I was just trying to make one of them laugh. But
Johnny was
I made all the
peacocking.
National Guard laugh. The Marines, they were not laughing. They did not enjoy.
They're a different breed.
I think that's why they weren't laughing, because they secretly were very much enjoying it.
You know what I think is? I think they wanted to laugh, but they couldn't.
Somebody said the funniest thing in my comments. They were like, "This is why Don't Ask, Don't Tell was repealed, because there's no way that somebody could keep a secret that this is hot." And I was like,
Love it.
Johnny
Love it.
twerked for our troops. Yes, Johnny did indeed.
Hey,
Johnny
listen.
sacrificed.
Yeah, he served in his own way.
That's right. Sometimes you gotta throw it back. Throwing it back for freedom, Johnny.
Throw it
Johnny-
back for
Johnny serving
freedom is
cake.
crazy. I was serving while they were serving.
That's right.
That's
Dump
crazy.
trucks for democracy.
Dump trucks for them, that's crazy. I need that on a bumper sticker. Dump trucks for democracy is nuts.
All right, guys, this is the last time we let y'all win. I hope y'all have a good day. I got to go back to debating.
Yeah.
These MAGA
Peace.
aren't
Thank you,
going to
guys.
destroy themselves.
Good to see you guys.
Peace.
See you later.
All right, bye.
Thanks,
It was
Pickles.
nice.
Appreciate you. Bye, guys.
It's nice seeing you guys.
Much love, Steve.
All right,
All right, y'all get out of my life. Please don't ever talk to me again.
love you. Bye.
Love you back.
Well, that's really.
Chat, we are going back to debates. This is turning right back into a debate show, guys. Let's tap the screen and get more likes on the screen so we can send this back out. I apologize for that little intermission. I woke up to a text this morning to Johnny asking if I wanted to do a battle, and you know, I'm always open to helping out smaller creators. So we helped out Johnny a little bit today, and now we're back. So let's go ahead and get back this show on the road, and let's do debates. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell you I like Trump, or you can come make fun of me for being a soy boy cuck who does battles. Either one's fine. I don't care. Come tell this soy boy cuck, this little baby-faced Democrat, why I'm stupid for voting for Kamala. Yes, Johnny is smaller. Yes, he is. Yeah, we got to give back, guys. We got to give back where it's due. And Johnny did a lot. In fact, I just found out he served our country. What he just said. Something like that. How we doing, y'all? It's Monday, and I hope you guys took care of Felice on her birthday. I hope you guys took care of her. W to whoever. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dolphin. He served them cake. What? How honorable. How honorable. Why did I vote for Kamala? She had an actual written policy for what she wanted to do for the economy. She's probably the most qualified candidate to run for president. But I guess she laughed too much or something, I guess. Kamala had an actual plan. She had an 82-page PDF with economic plans written down that we could consent to, rather than Trump kind of alluding to the fact he had a plan and giving us hints, and us having to dissect it from his crazy rallies. In between talking about the late great Hannibal Lecter and sharks and batteries. If you had a stomach for all of that, I mean, for those of us who couldn't stand listening to an idiot talk for multiple hours. We just wanted to read what the plans were, and those of us who did our homework voted for Kamala. And if you're okay with Trump hiding his plans from you and just telling you that he was going to do things to make things better, and you believed him, that's on you. Kamala had an earpiece during debate. Sure. Without mentioning Trump, tell us what's good about Kamala. Kamala had an actual plan. She served 27 years in our government. Her client was always and has always been the people. She's won multi-billion-dollar lawsuits in court for the people against big banks. Trump is the big corporation that ripped people off. Kamala was the opposite. She had a Juris Doctorate. She had experience in almost all of the branches of government. She was well spoken. She had a steady hand. I think she did a fantastic conveying what her plans were during her rallies. I think that she did well in her interviews. And I don't know. I think it was a very obvious choice. I still can't get over somehow how a politician who paints his face orange convinced the masses that he was better than the most qualified person to ever run. It blows my mind. Full-throated endorsement. She was a ghost at the border. Guys, her administration did deport more people month by month than Trump without breaking the law, without victimizing families and plucking people out of their homes or like arresting people at their court dates or demonizing people. She didn't have to run a political campaign on how bad a certain person was, or that if all of these people in the country were somehow gone tomorrow, your life would be magically better. She didn't have to do that. She just ran on what she could offer us with legislation, protect women's rights, and she did it in 100 days. And I'm proud of the campaign she ran. I think it's an if she had more time, she would have obviously won. She only lost by 1.7% of the vote. They flew people into the country. Guys, every administration does this thing. Trump just literally did it to Afrikaans, people from South Africa. He just flew people into the country. And just because they wanted to do things like it was 2025 using an app that was created during the Trump administration, by the way, October 2020, CBP1, just because they wanted to do things up to par with technology doesn't mean they were trying to recruit people. There were countries on a list for temporary protective status, and if you didn't want to walk up to the gates or send us a fucking fax, you applied through an app. And for him to demonize them and then do the same thing is quite literally, it's just hilarious. She did bring in 5,000 Haitians, yes. The Haitian group that were brought into Springfield, Ohio, literally saved the economy of that town. There's not a single thing you can point to that was bad as an outcome of those people coming to our country. Trump flew in El Chapo's family. Trump flew in literally people, the Andrew Tate brothers who were indicted on human trafficking, brought them here. He's literally just out here pardoning criminals while telling you that brown people are who you should be worried about. So sad. Besides all the cats and dogs ate, yeah. If you guys believe the cats and dogs thing, because Trump once saw a Facebook post that alluded to that, I feel sorry for you. Trump is literally bringing criminals in. He's recruiting them into the White House. His circle of friends are all people he's pardoned from felonies, from some of them just from stealing from y'all. Steve Bannon stole money from a foundation that was funding something for the wall. Stole money. He pardoned him. Someone said I literally saw Haitians eating cats in Pine Bush, New York. Did you go up and ask them, hey, are you Haitian? And you just like saw, like, first of all, an isolated incident, even if this is true, which I doubt it is. See one person eating cats and dogs. Does that mean we deport all people, or should we just make it illegal to eat cats and dogs? What's up, dude?
I'm gonna be really quick, okay? You have to listen to this. I just came up with something tremendous. Okay, you're gonna like this one, trust me. It's gonna be really quick, don't you worry. We are going to rename the 12 months, okay? We're gonna rename January to Trump-February. Okay, we're gonna be naming February to Winbury. We're gonna be naming March to Tremendarch, okay? April to Ivanka April, okay? May to MAGA Mania, okay? June to Jupendence. July to Patriot July, that's the big one. That's a good one, isn't it? August to Trumpgist, okay? September to Never Bidenber, okay? October to Goldtober. All right, November to Electvember, and December to Bestember. Thank you so much, and join the Discord. Thank you so much. God bless this country.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was way beautiful. Chat, we might do a restart of the TikTok stream. We're kind of low on viewership right now. I think the battle kind of killed our viewership. If y'all want to come back and give me a insane head start on likes and comments when I restart the chat, or when I restart the stream, we will get a ton of people that will send this out big time. So I'll be back in 30 seconds on TikTok. Am I liking Dune Awakening so far? Yes, it's fucking fantastic. Guys, if you're a MMO, someone who enjoys MMOs, MMORPGs, you should download Dune Awakening. Chat, I love y'all. I'll see y'all in just a second. Give me 30 seconds. Come right back. Give me comments. Give me likes. And we will get some opposition in the box. See y'all then. YouTube, hold your horses, y'all. We are going live again. Boom. I can imagine what this guy Salvo is saying on YouTube. Someone eating a cat, mind you, somewhere in public, I guess, where this guy can see them, and they're just going like this, eating and going, I'm Haitian. That's what you have to believe what Salvo is saying on YouTube. That's fucking stupid. Hello. Hello, YouTube. Hello, TikTok. Hello, TikTok. TikTokers. Hello, y'alls. Welcome back. Hello, Eek. Hello.
Is that an NFT in your background?
No.
You know how much cooler it would be if those were actual NFTs? A whole lot cooler, bro. You gotta admit. I think we have the same hat. Hold on. Okay, no, good. I can't have the same hat as a liberal, bro. How's your day?
It's going pretty good. How was yours? I'm assuming you're a Trump supporter?
You're fucking right.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like his orange skin. I like how he falls down elevators, escalators, stairs and ladders. I'm kidding, bro. I'm kidding. No, I really did vote for Trump. So this is what I like um, about his policies. I like deregulation. I like what he's doing with keeping the 1031 exchange. Really appreciate that. Um, the deregulation in regards to expediting permitting processes for liquefied natural gas. I really love that.
Okay. What's
I
that doing
like-
for you?
Well, I own real estate, and I also own an engineering company, and the engineering company facilitates consulting work for EPC project, which is engineering, procurement, and construction for liquefied natural gas plants.
Okay. So he's maximizing your profits for your liquefied natural gas.
He's maximizing the profits for my customers, in which they are allowed to invest in EPC, which allows
What's
my
EPC?
engineering firm, engineering, procurement, and construction.
Okay. So just general investments?
No, EPC is more like greenfield projects to full construction plants. So basically, ExxonMobil will buy 200 acres and build a LNG plant,
Okay.
for example.
So your customers, big corporations, will maximize their profits when they buy things like this?
Yeah.
Cool. That's still, I think those are policies that benefit the very few over the many. So like if you like things like Trump deregulating the FDA so that we have outbreaks of listeria, or for Trump to champion things like the Supreme Court approving them to put more waste and actual shit into our water streams, that's tight. That's all you. But I enjoy these things are actually also called consumer protections. And I think they do more to protect the masses than they do to help people enjoy like reduced rates of cost for like consumers.
So you said a lot there, right? Is there any particular subject you would want a DIE on the Hill for?
Okay. I think that Trump is one of the biggest deregulators of a lot of industries. And I think that Trump loosely stating that he wants to like undo X amount of regulations per every one regulation added, I think is a very kind of, I think it's a very dumb and naive way to put it. It's a very dumb and naive rule. I think that when we talk about regulations like this, we can generally, while there might be a few where we can say, these are cool. I've never heard a MAGA person, like a consumer, tell me like a thing that they are fine with deregulating. They obviously have no idea what they're talking about when they say they're for deregulation. You might be the first person.
Okay, no, that's great. I'm glad we can have this dialogue, and thank you for elaborating on your position. So let's peel back the first layer of this onion. Okay, so your position is that you dislike, or you disagree with him wanting to get rid of 2 regulations per 1 regulation implemented, correct?
I think it's more than that.
Oh, I think it is now. I think the one that it may have went to 10.
Yeah.
Before it was 2, and then for every regulation, it was 2 in his first term.
It's 10 now.
Yeah. Is it 10 now? I think it's wonderful, and this is why. Hold on, let me take a sip of my Celsius.
Can you tell me one regulation you're ready to get rid of?
Sure. I would say we should get rid of. So when I just want to clarify, when he says get rid of the regulation, he's more talking about giving regulation back to the states. But if we were talking about,
I think that's BS. He's obviously using his federal government to do things to states and even individual private corporations. I don't think that's his stance.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying, but here's the problem with, let's say, OSHA, right? Are you familiar with OSHA?
Yep.
Okay, what is OSHA?
It's the federal arm that regulates safety for workplaces, sets safety
Okay.
standards.
It's the Occupational Health and Safety Administration. And so the problem with OSHA is because they move slower than molasses. Where'd you go, homeboy?
I hear you.
Oh, there you are. They move slower than molasses, right? And so here's the problem with that. It harms people. And let me explain. So are you familiar with silica?
The product, or like the substance.
This substance.
Yeah.
Okay, what does silica cause?
I don't know. Tell me.
Silicosis.
Okay.
Okay, so that regulation did not change. So OSHA was implemented in December 29th of 1972, and then they didn't change it until the 2014 when they updated it, because there was allowable exposure of 50 microns per meter cubed, right? Versus now, which is half that. It's 25 microns per meter cube in an 8-hour time-weighted average, TWA. So that's the problem. So at first they were saying since 1972 to 2014, hey, brother, it's okay. You can be exposed to this amount of concentration within a 8-hour time W.
Are you saying that we
TWA.
should have more regulation in that regard?
No, I think that they should give it back to like research bodies to say this is what the regulation is, and give it back to the state in which the you okay?
Yeah. You're
Take a
just
sip of
talking about
that.
the Supreme Court decision that they ruled on.
Take a sip of that water. There you go. Wet nose lips. Now look, so the position is, instead of allowing the federal government the slowest molasses to regulate it, it should be regulated by the local state and government. And the reason why you said 10-1 is because in industry, right? In industry, you are handcuffed like a motherfucker, and they don't update their policies. It requires. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me say this.
You're obfuscating. I asked you for one thing. You would want a regulation. You would want to roll back, and what you're talking about is the fact that these regulations aren't strict enough to protect people. Can you give me one you're wanting to roll back?
I don't have one off the top of my head.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Do you?
No, I am not in favor generally of rolling back consumer protections or safety protections.
Hold on. We didn't say general. Don't giggle. Don't try to do any of that.
I'm sorry this is happening to you, but no one has been able to tell me a regulation, especially 10, you're willing to roll back in the name of Trump's 10-1 thing, first of all. And second of all, this is just a thing that his rich friends, this is a dog whistle for him to tell corporations, hey, if you come to me and you ask me, I'll deregulate your shit. If you donate to my campaign, I got you. If you're oil and gas, you want me to start deregulating how much we test the waters that roll off of your fracking site. If you want me to deregulate that so that you don't have to worry about all that stuff, and you can put like toxic coal ash into the waterways all you want and maximize your profits, come to me. Fund my campaign. I will do that for you.
Sugar pie. Let me tell you something. It sounds nice. It sounds sweet. It sounds lovely. But in reality, it's bullshit, and you know it. Hey, give me 1 second. I'll pull up one regulation that we should deregulate. Give me 1 second, just so I could be your first Trump supporter to tell you which one we should do. Now, wet that whistle and get ready to argue when I come back. Give me 1 second.
Chat, tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. Yeah. Oof. Lots of big words, lots of fancy talk, no substance. This isn't about regulation, but protecting the worker. Yeah, I agree. And again, this also points towards the fact that the left is the only party, the Democrat Party is the only party protecting workers and workers' rights. For this guy to start demonizing OSHA and hand it back to the states, dangerous in my opinion. I would rather OSHA come around and say, hey, why don't you pay for this worker to have a harness? Why don't you have protective safety gear so this person doesn't get fucking crushed? I'm for that. I don't trust Greg Abbott to enact anything to protect workers in this state. I haven't seen one thing Republicans have passed in the favor of protecting consumers or workers. I haven't seen anything like that. They're for big corporations. They're for the very few, not for the many. You there?
Are you hydrated?
I am.
Perfect.
Are you?
Me too.
Good.
Yes,
deal.
sir. So, walking and working surface, we should eliminate some regulation within that. Here's the problem with working and walking surfaces. Now, as you know, fuck it, dude. I don't have a good argument for it. I really don't. But my only point is this: if we should really have OSHA reconsider 10 regulations for one, because they pile on. Let me tell you why.
I want these politicians to actually name one thing they want to deregulate. You've never heard one, have you?
No, but they should really switch it up. I'm talking about OSHA now. Like, really, I live and breathe this shit in regards to OSHA, and it is very
expensive to you. It's a nuisance.
No. It actually. If they were 10x, let's just say that they 10x regulated more, I would make more money. Right? I would make more money if they increase their regulations, because I ensure employers follow those regulations. That's my job.
Okay. So you work in safety?
My engineering company is an environmental health, safety, and sustainability organization, engineering firm.
You are insane.
Now,
you're insane. You're literally you're asking for less things for you to scrutinize, so your business does less revenue.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, logically, if you look at what, for example, the plastics industry just won a case against OSHA because OSHA was updating their energy isolation standards to where if they were to update it or to change, not update it, just to change one single word, it would put that manufacturing, plastic injection mold manufacturing, under, like, out of business, basically, because all of the things that they would have to change, in which OSHA lost their argument because it's safer to not lock out and tag out a piece of equipment and rely on new technology for safety interlocks on equipment machinery.
So I would argue that maybe more funding for OSHA. Maybe, obviously, I feel like the federal government would pulling our state's experience and expertise and science, pulling it all together federally and determining what the baseline standard should be for a lot of these things is more intuitive than letting some poor ass state like Wyoming hopefully pull their shit together in time to save lives or can protect consumers or protect workers. I feel like it's a no-brainer. We should allow OSHA to do things. They're probably going to be more funded and move faster than some shitty state with no funding who will probably rely on federal subsidies anyway to operate in the same way. What you're looking for is probably just a way to operate in a underfunded state to maximize profits. If you're a large corporation, if you're for this, that's what you're voting for. You're not looking out for cutting out like no nonsense regulations, because I still haven't heard one example. I haven't heard one fucking example ever. In fact, we've seen Trump do the most deregulation because he's obviously just using the White House to grift and make money and cater to the richest of the rich to maximize their profit. I haven't seen anything otherwise, and he's doing it carelessly and recklessly. And for people to come up here and not have an actual stance, I think perfectly illustrates that as well.
Are you saying I don't have a stance?
No.
Why not?
You didn't give me one thing that's a nuisance that we should get rid of. One regulation. And we're supposed to do 10 for every one.
Hey, all right. How much time do I have to go get one?
Not long, because I got to keep cooking for the algorithm.
All right, brother. Hey, keep cooking. Keep up the good work. Hey, we've got 474 people here. We only have 36 likes. So let's get this guy up to at least 40,000 likes and some gifts. I don't see any gifts flying.
I appreciate you, bub.
Y'all broke ass liberals. All right, later, bro.
All right, girl.
Mama.
Yellow.
Pickles. Good
What's up?
evening, sir.
What's up, bub? Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I just wanted to say something really quick.
Uh-huh.
The Minnesota Pew Pewer was treated better and more fairly than Senator Padilla. So let that sink in.
It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. All right. Well, thank you, Johnston.
That's all I wanted to say. I'm out.
All right. Sorry, chat. I'm just totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant picture on the screen, guys. Hello? I don't think she's here on purpose. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 50K. Let's get some Trump supporters in here. Chat. Somebody just said host probably goes to Diddy Freakoffs. Guys, this is your guy. He's on camera saying he loves Diddy. Loves him. In fact, he wouldn't rule out the idea of possibly pardoning Diddy. Doesn't surprise me. Not even a little bit. Yellow.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up, bub? Are you a Trump supporter?
Definitely. I'm one of the founding members of MAGA.
Wow. Thank you for the gold mine, Peacemaker. All right, what do you like about Trump?
I mean, right now, it seems like his direction, his leadership is all going in the right direction. I mean, I really like his leadership.
His leadership?
Yeah, the fact that, you know, one thing that was kind of cool to me is that he's making sure that the immigrants who have kind of infiltrated the democratic black cities, he's going to make sure that those are the ones deported, saving black jobs. And I kind of like that, because this is like the first time that the United States government has well, not the only time, but protected black areas and secured black areas for black people, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's a stretch. I like it.
And then not really. Now, if you're black, it's not. Maybe if you're white, it is. But if you're black, it's not a stretch at all.
Cool. All right. How do you feel about Trump doing record low investments in HBCUs?
No, he actually increased it. And he's going to make sure that, because I'm a graduate of HBCU, Hampton University, so I kind of know. I don't know
It
if
sounds
you
like
know.
you don't. Sounds like
No,
you don't.
I don't think you know about HBCU.
Okay, let's test
Can
your knowledge.
Do you know about? Do you know Hampton? Do you know Hampton?
No, I'm not familiar with Hampton. I'm sure it's a
And
great
I don't
college.
think you're familiar with many. Maybe Howard.
That's trivial. That's trivial.
So why would you even bring them up if you don't even know about HBCUs?
Kenneth, let me
I'm
tell you
asking
what my
why
point.
why would you bring them up?
You're bringing up adjacent facts that have nothing to do with what I'm saying.
You the one that brought up HBCUs.
You're right, Kenneth. Let's focus.
And you don't know anything about them.
Let's focus. We've got
I'm trying to
Obama.
get you. I mean, okay.
We've got Obama doing $1 billion per year during his presidency. We've got
so
Trump
you still
doing.
talking about
Excuse me.
HBCUs?
Excuse me. Kenneth.
Are you still talking about HBCUs?
Excuse me. And then we've got Trump doing $250 million a year. And then we've got Biden coming in with a whopping $16 billion in his 4 years, fucking laying his D right on the table. What do you think about that?
Now, what I'm thinking about is why are you talking about something you know nothing about? You never went.
You have no right to tell me.
You wouldn't even send your children.
You have no right to tell. I don't need to know anything besides what the funding is.
You've never even been on the black campus.
I feel like you're just arguing irrelevant
listen
facts.
to what I'm saying. Not only do you not go to black neighborhoods, you don't even go to black campuses.
I don't need to. I don't need to know
I know
this.
you. Apparently, you don't. You can preach about it. You can preach about it, but you're
freaking out. What is this? A crash out?
Right.
Is that what you're doing? Crashing out?
Yeah, you're cool. You're cool.
Okay.
It was just amazing.
I don't need to go to an HBCU or know what they are or know the names of them.
You never even been to a campus.
No, I haven't. Do I need to?
You can't name one.
Can you tell me the relevance of that in this conversation?
The relevance is as a white man telling me about HBCUs.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, right?
It's ridiculous. I can't believe that you would have the audacity that you can white-splain those to me.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad you didn't know that.
It's pretty amazing that you think you can sit up there in your white ivory towers and white-splain that to me.
It's pretty sad. It's pretty sad I'm doing that to you, right?
Well, leave the black issues alone, okay?
No, I'm good.
Stick to Wisconsin. Stick to Wisconsin.
I'm good.
Jesus Christ.
I'll keep advocating on y'all's behalf, with or without you.
You know what? I don't need your advocation.
You certainly do.
No, because you're wrong. You don't even come to where we come. You don't stay where we stay. You've never been to where we've been.
I'm going to help myself to being an advocate of whoever I want to be.
Savior.
I'm going to be your white savior. I'm going to be your savior today.
I appreciate that. Thank you, white savior.
I'm going to be that guy today.
Another white Jesus. Another white Jesus. Thank you, white Jesus. Did you bring your black friend up to debate me because you couldn't do it?
Yeah, if you're gonna cry about me advocating on your behalf,
you went to get the resident blacks to come up and help you out.
They requested
to come up. I requested to come up. Kenneth, you're doing a whole lot of bullshit right now. You're talking about white man this, white savior this. Pickles puts in more work for marginalized people than anybody I know.
Why did he know black HBCU?
Pause.
He didn't know one.
Pause,
he
sir.
didn't know one.
Pause. If you don't want to hear it from him, hear it from me. Donald Trump paid
his
less.
black friend. His black
Donald
friend.
Trump
He pulled his
paid
black
less
friend up.
year over year to HBCUs than any other president. That's a fact. That's coming from a black man.
Did you go to one?
No, that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
No, you went to a white school with like him.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant, right?
Actually, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't even go to school. You didn't drop out.
Can you tell us the relevance?
No,
Can you tell us the
my
relevance?
First year in Ohio, my second
Wait,
year.
your first step at your
I
first
did my
step
first
after?
year in Ohio, my second year at Wayne State. Now what? Let's talk about it.
It's not an HBCU.
Wayne State in Detroit? Are you crazy? You're talking to a black man who's college educated. Stop this bullshit about white man this, white man that. Go look up the fact that Donald Trump paid less year over year to HBCUs. Let's talk about it.
We talk about the initiative where he's making to make sure HBCUs turn to S&T.
Let's talk about the fact that Donald Trump didn't even have it on his budget to fund HBCUs till the end.
I believe he made the funding
until
permanent.
the end of the fiscal year.
No, he made the funding. He made my HBCU, the one I graduated from, is fine.
That's not saying anything.
So now it's you and not everybody else? What happened to the collectivism in the black community?
What?
What happened to the collectivism
you're
in
with
the
the
black
white.
community?
You're with the white man. Don't talk to me about collectivism. You're
White
capping
man?
you're capping for the white guy.
You hear yourself right now? This is
I hear it. I'm loud and clear. I'm loud and clear.
This guy right here.
Sir, you are
in the
capping
same
for
breath.
lies.
This guy right here in the same breath.
You got a black woman and a black man. You got the dual.
That's right.
Dual.
That's right.
Hold on.
You guys can make an Oreo cookie.
Hey Kenneth, do you care about racism against black people?
No, not really.
Oh, you don't?
Not really.
Then why are you tokenizing us then?
When he brought you up here, he tokenized you.
I requested to come.
No, when he brought you up here, when he brought his black friends up here, he tokenized.
Kenneth, I'm gonna use my teacher voice.
I've known
Let's everyone calm down.
Over a year and a half now. Even before we got on politics, I've known Pickles.
I requested up, and I'm sure Steph did too, because we hear you having a really hard time with this conversation, and we thought maybe we could help. If you don't care about anti-blackness, why on God's green earth are you sitting here reaming pickles for HBCUs not getting funding when you don't even know the actual facts of the matter? Either you care or you don't. Which one is it?
Absolutely.
Just to be clear.
And on top of that, trying to frame Pickles as a racist or some white savior for talking about a topic that he's more educated than you on is also embarrassing, Mr. HBCU grad.
Super embarrassing.
I don't feel like drilling people in names of HBCUs.
Hey, didn't you call
relevant.
yourself white savior Pickles?
Yeah, I did. I was antagonizing.
Okay,
you.
so attack him for calling himself a white savior. Black
started the
congregation.
conversation.
Members of the black congregation.
You started the conversation.
Members of the black congregation condemn him.
You
was
came up
sarcasm,
here
Kenneth.
on behalf of black people, calling this man a white savior for talking about a
He
fact
called it. No, he
that
called
Donald
himself.
Trump
He called
paid less
himself.
to
Hey,
HBCUs.
does he call you boy? He called himself a white savior, boy.
No,
that
you
supposed to
called him
offend
a
you?
white
Do you hear
savior,
yourself
and
right
he
now, sir?
sarcastically agreed with you, Kenneth Luckin, because you're not even following your
You're
own.
not tracking this conversation at all.
Literally, you're not tracking at all. You called him a white savior over and over, and he sarcastically agreed.
Well,
with
he tries to be
Then
a
you
white
called
savior.
him white Jesus. What else was it, Kenneth?
I called him a lot. I called him a lot of things.
Okay, so can we talk about statistics then, or do you want to keep talking about names?
I called him so much. When I was muted, I was calling him all kinds of things.
Okay, good for you. So why do you like Donald Trump again?
America first.
So this is a different answer. You're conceding to the.
I mean, it's
HBCU
multiple
point now.
reasons why I like Donald Trump.
Wait,
Multiple reasons.
Sorry,
Great, so-
There's a multitude of reasons.
Before we move on, yes or no, did Donald Trump pay less to HBCUs than Biden and Obama?
No, he made the payments permanent.
No, it's 10 years.
They didn't answer my question either. Yes or no, did he pay
He
less?
made the payments permanent. Black
Yes
man.
or no, did he pay less year over year?
He made during the duration since they're permanent.
How many
that's more.
years would it take for 250 million to meet 16 billion? Can you tell me?
Now, what do you say? Because black schools are poor? Is that what you're insinuating?
Wait,
white
I
savior?
feel you. So when you say that Donald Trump's
are
doing
you
things
insinuating
for,
about black
I'm
schools?
sorry.
The endowment
Excuse
from
me,
Hampton
excuse me,
University
Kenneth.
is
We're going to take
vast.
turns talking. You were saying in one instance that Donald Trump is great for helping black people get jobs that they so much need because immigrants are taking them, and now you're saying, we don't need his help. We don't need anyone's help because doing that is now bad.
It's a function of government to get out the invaders that are taking black jobs. That's a function.
Yeah,
of government.
all 2% of our population. Cry about it.
I mean, I know you don't go around black areas, Pickles, but they're black. They're taking black
Okay,
jobs.
hold on. How about this? Hey, Kenneth.
I'm not, why
How
am
do
I
you
talking?
feel about
Why am
Donald
I talking to
Trump?
the
Hold on,
help?
hold on,
Why
hold
am I
on.
talking to the help?
Wait a minute.
Why am I talking to the house?
Let's be
Kenneth,
cordial, sir.
You
Let's
can't
be
have an
cordial.
honest conversation.
I want to know why am I talking to the help?
You can't have an honest conversation. This is what happens when you want to invoke this race stuff.
Yep.
And you go way too hard about it. Yes, I bring people up because that's what you wanted. That's what you
Why'd you
alluded
bring
to,
up
right?
the blacks? Why you bring up the blacks?
Hey, Kenneth.
They
Hey, Kenneth, quick
invited
question for
themselves.
you.
No, I want to know
I
why you
wanted to
particularly brought up
talk
the. You saw the blacks in a request.
Hey,
You said,
Kenneth,
let me.
focus on the black people who are in here right now. All right,
I
let's
can
do
hardly
that.
see. It must be dark. I
Let's
can't
do
see you
that.
guys. It must be dark. I
Hey,
can't
Kenneth.
see you guys.
Hey, Kenneth. How do you feel about Trump pardoning a white police sheriff who was deputizing random citizens off the street?
I like him pardoning the NBA young boy.
No, that's not what I asked you. How do you feel about
I'm
Donald
letting you
Trump
know how I feel about
pardoning
NBA
a sheriff
YoungBoy.
who was deputizing random citizens in Texas? How do
I
you feel about
don't. I care more about him pardoning NBA young boy, the voice of the young
So you
generation.
care more about Donald Trump pardoning a detriment to the black community more than you do about
Wow.
Donald
How
Trump
do you
pardoning-
determine the voice of the new generation is a detriment?
Oh yeah.
Wow. Who else is that? Like,
NBA Youngboy's music is a detriment.
who do you listen to? Miley Cyrus?
Nope.
Who?
Sure
who
don't.
you listen to
Sure
Cowboy
don't.
Carter? You listen to Cowboy Carter?
I want you to
Kenneth,
answer
I
my
have a question
How
for
do you
you.
feel about Donald Trump
I'm not
pardoning
talking.
a sheriff
But
who
now
was
we have cool
deputizing
no
random
patrol.
civilians to take action against black people? You are familiar with the over policing in black communities, right? You are familiar with that?
I was muted. I was over muted in my
Are
community.
you familiar with the over policing in black
Yes, I am black,
Okay,
sir.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning a sheriff who was deputizing random white men off the street?
I think because Donald Trump has gone through the crooked criminal justice system, I think he can empathize with black because of 34 felony
He
counts.
can empathize with black people by pardoning somebody who was deputizing random civilians.
No, he pardoned the NBA young boy.
He can
Kenneth,
do both,
please be
right?
serious.
You
He
can't
did,
have a
didn't he?
conversation, Kenneth. It sounds like you just can't stay on topic. You're flailing, bro.
We were talking about pardons.
Yeah, you're talking about some random adjacent other person that he pardoned. Why can't you
You
stay on
think
topic?
NBA young boy is random? You think
Don't play
Yes.
semantics. Don't play
why
semantics.
would you think a cultural icon like
Look
NBA
at you.
Youngboy
You're
is
doing
random?
it again.
I'm just asking.
You're
why would
doing
you
it
think he's random?
again. You can't have a fucking
more
conversation,
important,
Kenneth. You're a
What's more
child.
important, a rapper or a police officer?
A
committing
rapper,
crimes
a
against the black
rapper. You know,
Okay,
I'm
you're
I'm
fine.
old. I'm
You're
old
rage
NW.
baiting.
No,
You're
listen,
rage baiting and you're a clown, and it's
no,
not working.
listen.
I just want you to know
I'm
that.
old NWA. Ice
I
Cube,
just want you to know
fuck the
that
police.
you are a clown and you are a plague to our skin color. That's what I want
Let
you
me
to know.
ask him.
How
let
dark
me
are
just
you?
ask him
That's
one
what I want you to know.
question.
How
You're a
dark are
plague
you?
to our skin
You're
color.
a one dropper. I bet you're a one dropper.
One drop.
Kenneth,
One
I
drop.
bet you. I
Dude,
bet you're mixed. I bet
Dude,
you're
you
mixed.
that is
Hold on, I'll
that is
turn
a
my
white
camera on for you.
supremacist. You're talking about fucking one drop of blood.
embarrassing.
Hold on.
Dude, that is so
Also,
sad.
worry.
That
hang
is
on,
so
Steph.
sad.
Can
Don't
I ask
worry,
him a
Kenneth.
question?
Oh
Can
yeah,
I ask
please
him a
go ahead.
question?
Go ahead, please.
I just want to know because he mentioned the invaders taking black jobs. I just wanted to know if he knows what percentage of black people in this country are immigrants.
I only concern myself with the foundational Black Americans. The other interlopers, I'm not really concerned about.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow. What?
you don't care about any other black people in the world, just
No,
Black Americans.
after the ones in Africa sold us over here, I can care less about them.
Europe also sold them to places in
Okay,
the
but
Caribbean,
they were
to Central America,
they were
South
complicit.
America.
They were complicit too. So I have no concern about those
Who
people over
was
there.
the black people?
How
Yeah,
convenient.
the African chiefs.
Kenneth, lock in with
Now,
me,
now keep
okay?
in mind, I graduated
Christopher,
HBCU, so
great.
you
I'm
know
so
I
happy
know
for
more
you.
than you about black issues, man.
Okay, so great, fantastic.
What's your
Where
weave?
did
What's your
where
weave?
did this? It's not. That's my hair. So where did the slave trade originate? Where did they first send people?
The
Since you know.
Colombian, I mean Virginia, 1619. Clown, clown.
No.
I mean,
Wrong. That's incorrect. It was in fact the Caribbean. So it was in fact the Caribbean. It
okay,
was actually
the
the island
West
that I'm
Indies.
from. It was Hispaniola.
You're not even
No,
from
it
here.
wasn't that either.
You're not even from here.
Nope. Yeah, I'm one of
Oh,
those
you're
people
not
who are
foundational.
taking black jobs.
Yeah,
I'm one
you're
of
not.
those
Yeah, you
interloping
need.
black people
Yeah,
who
yeah. I
comes
figured
to the
that.
America to
I
take the
kind of
black
figured
jobs.
that. I kind of figured the way you capping for the other Africans on the diaspora. I figured you're one of those.
I mean, again, you're the one who came up here claiming that Pickles is a racist.
No, I'm
and
talking
then
about
turned around and
foundational
said
Black
that
America. I
you
don't think.
only care
I
about
don't.
black
Yeah,
people in America.
yeah. I don't,
Yeah,
that's the
so
ones I care about.
yeah, so with your
That's
HBCU
our
education,
tribe.
you don't know where the slave trade
Have you?
originated,
I
and it was
do.
not
I
in
do. I
the
do know about the
Americas.
Colombian trade, the
Nope, that's not
triangle,
what I'm talking
the
about.
triangle trade route. I do know about it. I'm well
Yeah, but
versed in it,
that's
young lady. Well
yeah,
versed.
great. So I'm just trying to point
I'm
out
like
that
I'm fresh off the
your
slave ship.
contention,
Fresh off the Amistad. Fresh off the
Kenneth, maybe,
Amistad.
hey Kenneth, maybe you can let me finish the sentence,
Well, you're
and
not
then you
saying
can
you're not
hear.
saying much.
Kenneth, you
Well,
can't have
if
a
you don't
conversation,
hear
bro.
me,
You really can't.
then
I feel bad.
Go
for
ahead.
you.
how will you
Go ahead
know?
with your dribble. Go ahead with your dribble.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. I appreciate you. All I was trying to say is that you only caring about black people in America is silly. If you know how the black people in America got here, you would have to understand the entire transatlantic slave trade and
Who do you think you're
understand
talking
where.
to? Who
Again,
do you
here
think?
you are
Who
interrupting me.
do you think you're talking to? You're not educating nobody, lady.
Poor Kenneth. You're so sad. Did you have a
I
hard
mean,
day?
you're a dick. I told you where I told you my pedigree. You can't educate me.
Hey,
Okay,
Kenneth, what's
okay.
happening in the Congo right now, or Burkina Faso? Since you care about black people so much, let's talk
I
about
care
it.
about African Americans.
What's happening, and you care about African Americans, but you don't care about other black people around the world?
No,
That's a
I
little
don't.
hypocritical, don't you think?
Well, no,
Don't you
it's
think?
not.
No,
America
it's not.
first. America first.
That's incoherent, bro.
Sad. It's
Absolutely
really sad.
incoherent.
America first.
Yeah, you can't
So
substantiate
sad.
that. You can't even
What's happening
substantiate
in Sudan?
1%.
Can you tell me what's happening in Sudan?
You called him 1%. He's a one dropper. Is that what you call him?
No, I said you cannot substantiate
Oh,
that
I
claim
thought you
America
were,
first.
I thought your
by
white savior was
1%.
calling him. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were white
No,
savior.
you wish I
calling him one.
was. You wish I was.
Hey Kenneth, did you get picked yet? Did you get picked yet?
And
That's
let me
what I'm
check it.
wondering.
Are you in my DM? Let me check. You DM me? I'll tell you if I'm picked.
Kenneth, please, buddy.
So Kenneth, can you tell me some of the values of this BLAGA organization you started that you were so happy to talk about?
Yeah, we're supporting the I guess the putting black.
I guess
I want to get it right. I want to make it precise for you. We're supporting
normally
Trump.
organization leaders have clear, coherent things they can, you know what I'm saying,
I
name
mean,
off the top.
I was anticipating your rebuttal and interruption, so that's why I wanted to pause, let
Well,
you get
I will
your hot
interrupt you,
air
but
out.
I'm just waiting and waiting to hear something.
We're concerned about the black male leadership in the black community. That's why we voted for Donald Trump.
You think you should be a leader in the black community?
I already am. I know you're not one drop. I know you're not
You
one
wanna,
drop.
you
Dude,
one of
doing
them
blood
guys
quantum
Harriet
is gross,
Tubman would have
dude.
left behind.
How many people did
Yeah.
Trump bring into his administration that were black?
Were you counting? You were counting the Negroes on the
we're
ballot.
definitely we're definitely keeping record. Yeah.
You're counting the
You know what's
Negroes in the
really
cabinet.
interesting?
You're counting Negroes in the cabinet now, right?
Hey,
We're
Kenneth,
keeping
Can you
record. Yeah.
answer one question directly? Like, can you answer literally one question?
Hold on.
I'm gonna count Cash Patel
Tim
on Scott's
Scott's-
turn because Cash is dark. I'm gonna
Cash
count
didn't make it either. Cash didn't make it. Sorry.
Hey,
And
Kenneth,
then I'm gonna count Scott
Sorry,
Turner.
that doesn't count.
Hug.
quick fact for you. The leader of housing and urban development is a neuroscientist, and he's black. And RFK got the job as head
Who
of.
you talking? You talking about last administration?
The first administration? Yeah, he was a
I'm talking
neuroscientist.
about. I'm talking about now. This man.
Now, Cash Patel is
Are
your
you
guy that's
tracking?
out, dude.
Are you
Yeah,
tracking?
we're definitely keeping track. Yeah.
I'm just
Are you
wondering
tracking one
why-
drop?
I'm wondering why a black neuroscientist got put on HUD and a 14-year heroin addict got put as the Secretary of Health. That's
I
what I'm
know
wondering.
that. I know that if you're talking about the first Secretary of Urban Development, he wanted that position because he grew up in the ghetto and he wanted to make a difference for the black community. I don't know if you know about him, but
I do know about him. My
Well,
question,
what's his
question
name?
is, why is a
What's his name?
14-year heroin
What's his
addict
name?
running the health secretary right now?
I think the Kennedys are legendary, and Saint RFK has been a pillar to the black community, helping in all kinds of environmental
RFK
issues.
is a pillar to the black community.
Yeah,
When he
he-
made
the way
comments
he's
saying that
the way
black
the way
women
he's
have a higher
way-
pain tolerance.
the way he
Is
said
that-
we
that
do,
RFK?
we do. Why do you think we were brought here as slaves, dummy?
Oh my god, bro.
Black women do not have a higher pain tolerance.
Yes, they do.
No, I don't.
Yes, maybe not you. You probably have some drops in you too.
Maybe not you, so now you're picking and choosing which black women do.
I know black women are stronger than the others.
Mhm.
They held it down for black men when we were
Yeah.
persecuted by Pickles and the rest of his white people.
And yet you don't care about me. just 'cause I
Persecuted by
wasn't born here.
pickles?
You don't care about me because I wasn't
I
born
do. I
here.
just want you to play your position. That's all.
What's my position, Kenan?
I mean, if I'm obviously more educated and you know more, you should fall back.
Woof.
Play your position. Fall back.
Oh, Kenneth, it's so cute. It's like so cute. You want attention so bad.
I mean, I get attention. I'm TikTok famous. You ain't heard? You ain't heard?
Yeah. That's why you follow more people than they follow you.
I mean, you know, you get. I'm new to TikTok. I don't know the protocol, so you know how you get caught up
Well,
in there.
Thanks for nothing, Kenneth. It's been
When you going back
ridiculous.
when you going back to the islands?
soon, hopefully, for a visit.
I mean, you should stay for a little while. Make things better down over there. Make things
This
better.
is the
over there.
least productive conversation I've had on TikTok. Congrats.
Why? Because there's a boy, a black guy. Is that why?
No, it's because with a child.
You didn't even ask me any good questions about. You asked me about black issues. I don't want to come in.
You wanted me to. You wanted a trivia style, like ask
No, the
me
first thing
how
you went
many
to was
names of
HBCUs.
black colleges I knew.
Because you were
Get out of
advocating
here,
for black colleges and you don't know any.
Whether I know their names or not, I advocate for them to be funded. Right?
You didn't even
Is that
know
okay?
any of them. You didn't
Is that
even
okay?
know. Is
Does
a
that
talking
matter?
point
Does that
for you,
matter?
white man?
Does that matter? Even if I grant you that I don't, do I fucking need to know them? No. I don't.
Yes.
I can
I think
advocate
it would
for them,
help.
right?
I think it would help.
No, you're just asking me random trivia questions about things that don't
you're the
matter.
one I'm asking you the
You're
question. You should
asking
be
me
asking
things
the
that have
question.
nothing to do with the substance of the conversation.
You're the one that brought up.
If this is what you,
APCU.
this is your version of a substantive conversation, I feel sorry for you, Kenneth. And this is why you are
It-
where
it
you
is-
are
it-
in the
it is my
position
version.
that is a bad position, in my opinion.
What position is that? What position do you think I'm in?
Defending the shenanigans of the
dog
Trump
walk-
administration.
I'm dog walking your ass.
I fucking highly doubt anyone in the audience thinks that's true.
They all think that it's true. They're embarrassed for you
They're literally asking for him to kick you because
they're
so
embarrassed. They're embarrassed for
In
the
fact,
guy.
someone just paid to kick you. Have the day you deserve,
Oh,
Kenneth.
thank God. Oh, thank God.
You're welcome back anytime, dude.
Thank you, friend.
Hey, Mookie, thank you so much. Guys, I'm sorry if that came off as a little abrasive. Mookie and everybody, I love y'all. I'm sorry. That makes me so
No
mad.
worries.
That makes me
Nope,
so
it
mad.
was very warranted. Very, very warranted. Thanks for having me up. Thanks for everything you do.
Anytime. Love you, Mookie.
Love you.
It would be one thing if they could come up and have like a calm, real conversation, say, here's why you're wrong. But for him to flail as hard as he does, like that, I can't respect a thing he says. Not even a little. You let him stay too long. Guys, we do need to have hard conversations. I can't just pick and choose people who are going to be politically correct up here all the time. it is okay for, in my opinion, we have to platform people who have bad opinions so that people in the audience and we can point out their flaws in their logic and the flaws in their what they're advocating for. What's up, Topher? Are you a Trump supporter? Hello? Okay. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Hello.
Hey, what's going on? How are you?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
What do you like about Trump?
Immigration. That's my main axiom with him. I'll be honest with you. He's not doing as much on immigration as I want him to, but he's doing more than the opposition would do. So that's why I support him over the alternative.
Okay, I will debate you on that. First of all, Biden did deport more people per month than Trump did, by the tune of 20,000 per month. And he did it more effectively without demonizing a minority group and without raiding places of work and arresting people at court dates. And I would also say that Trump's policy in regards to sending people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process, with no trial, no jury, no phone call to a lawyer ever, they're simply in CCOT for the rest of their lives because Trump wanted them to be nobody else. I think that is a horrible policy, and for you to advocate for it is disgusting, and it's the only reason we have 0 people walking up to the border right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the point. We shouldn't have people walking up to the border, coming here legally. We shouldn't really, I mean, we have enough problems in the country right now. I don't really support legal immigration either, but at the very least, drawing a line at legal immigration, that feels pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah, Trump is also undoing legal migration. He's undone like 230,000 people who have temporary protective status. He's undoing their legal status, people who came here legally, so he can deport them too. So I guess you don't agree with Trump's methods at all.
How do you mean? Which methods are you talking about?
Trump undoing people who came here legally, he undoing their legal protective status, so he can deport them as well. You don't agree with that, apparently, and you also don't agree with sending people to prison just to lower the migrants coming to the border. I don't know if it could hurt your feelings so bad that you're willing to circumvent people's human rights. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, well, first off, the Constitution and, I mean, federal law, I'm pretty sure, honestly, federal law doesn't say anything about human rights, but human rights as a concept didn't exist until after World War II. So acting like this is some
okay, constitutional rights.
Yeah, okay, that's a better point. I would just say that I mean, at the end of the day, if you're asking me to feel sad about, illegal immigrants getting deported or something.
I'm not asking you to be sad. I'm asking you to be concerned that Trump is doing actions that are completely anti-constitutional, and he's literally able to just pick and choose who he wants to kidnap and send them to prison for the rest of their lives. There's no person with any sense of morality or any care for Constitution whatsoever would agree with that. And for you to just say, oh, well, it's warranted because of I don't like people coming to the border is pretty shitty. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really like a legal guy or anything. At the end of the day, if something is morally justified, the legality kind of comes second, right? I think you would even agree with me that if the standard example in like debate bro logic would be like, right, like if you're like a French person in like 1943 and you have like a bunch of Jews in your basement and the Gestapo comes up to your house and asks you if you have Jews in your basement, it's illegal to say no, but like most people, if they consider themselves a moral person and they think the Holocaust.
Okay,
is
so
bad.
tell me how it's morally bad that people come to our border. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have an obligation to Americans that it's not immoral for them to come to the border. It's immoral to let them in.
Okay, why is it immoral to let them in?
Yeah, because we have an obligation to Americans that we're clearly not fulfilling right now. Which again, I'm trying to speak from a place where we can hopefully both at least kind of see where the logic.
These people are a net positive, and we're also in population decline, and these people impact our economy and our tax system in a positive way. So you have to substantiate how they are a negative impact.
So are you talking when you say an economic benefit? Are you talking about like the fact that like unskilled migrants like will do like kind of, for lack of a better word, like shitty jobs for less money? Is that what you're talking about? Or
No, I'm talking about the fact that they're 80% more likely to be entrepreneurs. I'm talking about the fact that considering the amount of people who came here over the last 4 years is going to add $1.9 trillion to our GDP over the next 10 if Trump doesn't fucking deport them all. They're a net positive in literally every sense of the word.
No, and I think the fact that we essentially just had an election where Donald Trump won the popular vote essentially because of immigration, as far as I can tell, that should be a pretty good indicator that they're not a net positive.
You're
and that
familiar
even
with logical fallacies, right? That's a logical fallacy for you to point to the popular vote, because I can point to the fact that popular vote has done a lot of horrible things, such as child marriage and slavery in the past, that you wouldn't be able to use that, being a Philbro that you are, right?
Never said I'm a Philbro, but no, that's a valid point. I mean, yeah, if we don't want illegal immigrants in the country, it doesn't really matter what the economic side of it is, which I would argue that
just because Trump was able to convince a bunch of people that these people are a problem and that you'll somehow be happier without them in the country, doesn't make it right. It just makes you guys misinformed.
No, I'm not misinformed. So social trust goes down in direct proportion to quote unquote diversity in a community going up. So the idea that if you import people from a different culture who speak a different language, who are from a different country, right? If you import a bunch of those people and they all settle in an area in a relatively short period of time, which is what happens with immigration in general.
It's not true.
What isn't true?
You would have to somehow substantiate that 12 million people is a big amount of people, enough to do what you're saying in a population of 350 million, especially when you're talking about people like in Texas, where most of us, the Spanish speaking population is not so much of a culture shock that you're trying to portray them as to be. And also, we don't even really have a universal like culture or language here in the United States. We're a melting pot. So for you to say that this is like causing some sort of clashing in cultural differences, or they're having a hard time, what do they call it?
Wait, are you really saying we don't have one language in the United States, or is that the point you're making?
A lot of people speak English, but no, like it's not just universal that everybody knows English. No,
it should be though, right? Like we should be able to communicate with each other, right?
I don't think it's something you're going to be able to justify, like causing huge economic harm to ourselves undoing.
Well, first off, it's not huge economic harm. As far as I can tell, most of the quote unquote negatives of like, deporting millions of illegals, I would support, raising like the wages for like agricultural workers, for example, right? So we don't have to rely on unskilled illegal immigration to do like, agricultural work that we don't want to do.
They're already, most of them are doing like work via visas, and I would also argue that they're actually just doing work that is just undesirable. So they are probably getting paid plenty more than minimum wage. If you're against $7.25 as federal minimum wage, you would vote for like Democrats, because we've been trying to raise that forever. You guys are vehemently against it. If you're against people earning slave wages, that's your go-to.
Yeah. So cultural and societal issues come before the economy. So I'm completely like, I'm not some like fiscal conservative or something. So generally speaking, I probably would support the minimum wage being increased. I mean, that being said, like the thing I said about social trust still stands, right? That the more people are not on the same page with each other as far as cultural values, as far as linguistic, I mean, there's a million and one things that will determine what social trust will look like in a community. The more social trust goes down, the more negative outcomes for society increases, and none of what we just said counters that. Like you can talk about the economy, you can talk about like the technical, like is it legal or illegal to deport people to the El Salvadorian prison or whatever. That's valid.
I don't think it's moral. Like for you to say that this is sowing distrust is silly. First of all, again, it's like 2 or 3% of the population. It's almost literally unchanged in the last 10 years. I can show you the numbers of the estimated number of undocumented migrants in the United States. And for you to justify somehow that Trump doing this to negatively impact our GDP by like the same level that we saw in the housing crisis in 2008. For you to justify that because some people speak different languages or have different cultural values is, I'm going to say, absurd, silly. We're also in population decline. We're in a labor shortage. In a few years, it's going to be even worse. We're going to have insolvency in Social Security, insolvency in Medicaid, Medicare, all of these things just because some people are like a little bit different, even though like we are culturally different, just depending on like what state you're in already. I don't think that what you're holding it has any substance and can hold water whatsoever.
I mean, a native-born American in California and a native-born American in like Maine, right? They're going to have more cultural similarities between them on average. Obviously, there's going to be exceptions, but they're going to have more cultural similarities between them than someone from California.
Nice.
A native-born.
Let's talk about Wyoming. Talk about Wyoming and California. How about that?
Yeah, people from Wyoming and people from California are pretty fucking similar, dude.
Okay, that's a stretch.
Really? They speak the same language. They by and large have the same religion. They grew up watching the same media. Like they speak this, like
Yeah,
they
they have a different accent. They listen to different music. They dress differently. A lot of them just hate each other. Honestly, like we're more divided than ever because of Trump. I would say. I would say that y'all are ready to go to civil war with some of us. So I would say this is just a virtue signal for you to justify Trump's disgusting behaviors of deportation to something that's useful morally, that's going to help us as a society. We're not seeing our society tear in any sort of way, shape, or form besides the right. So the right is, for instance, I've said this earlier, they're like the top 12 domestic violent groups in the United States. And it's because of Trump's rhetoric. For you to say that Trump is in any way fixing society with this is completely wrong and the opposite of the truth.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, bro, I would prefer to have, and I'm just gonna, I know this isn't what you just said, but you're talking about low birth rates. I would prefer to have low birth rates and have to raise, wages for certain positions and all that, which I agree that this isn't something we see eye to eye on. I'm just trying to say that I would say probably a majority of people in this country value having some sort of control and having some sort of policy based on homogeneity in society, right? Like that's not even just in America, just in general, that's something people tend to like. And that's why even though like countries like Japan and like South Korea and like China, for example, their birth rates are way fucking lower than ours. And like they're doing okay. And they're not just like importing millions of like fucking like Russians or Indians or something because their birth rates are falling. Like they, by and large,
we're not doing it because, but it's useful. It's useful, and it's like again, it's a political campaign as old as time. If you don't have anything to offer your constituents, you do this like nativism, like watered down Yahtzee rhetoric to win a campaign, so that you can go around and use the presidency to make a whole bunch of money and pretend like you care about deporting people, and pretend like there's a huge issue, and I don't know, like gaslight your constituents into saying that yes, this is needed. But I don't think this is a thing that we need. I think that if nobody talked about it for 10 years, you wouldn't even know this is happening. You would just be enjoying your day just like any other day.
No, I disagree. I mean, you can say that like the whole, nativism, whatever word you want to use for it. Excuse me. You can say that that's just like some ploy by Trump, and that's not speaking to something like natural about the human condition that like people across borders, like generally speaking, like hold to be important, right? But at the end of the day, like you don't see, with the exception of some Western European countries who are in like massive amounts of social like distress because of it, you don't really see any people groups pretty much fucking anywhere having this like almost like quasi like religious pro-immigration, like immigration is going to fix everything, and if you don't support immigration,
nobody's doing that. That's gaslighting. That's strawmanning. Nobody's doing that. We're just asking not to demonize them, and for maybe to have like a real legal like way to come into the country, so that we're not advocating for even more illegal migrants. I think it's just silly and incoherent. And yes, the only reason there's such a record low right now is because Trump is pretty much turning us into a terrorist country, where we're sending people into a prison with no due process for the rest of their lives. The only way out is to die, and you're justifying that because you don't like that they're like different.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what Yahtzee is.
Yeah, fair enough. But like, I mean, yeah, but like everything you just said about, like I said that people support, not everyone, but like, the people who I'm generally speaking opposed to, I said that they support immigration and that it doesn't really follow logically why they support immigration. And instead of, you said that there isn't this big swelling of support in immigration. And then you just listed ways that we can increase immigration by increasing legal avenues for people to come here or not deporting people. Like those both are just other ways of increasing immigration, right? If we don't enforce our own.
You said it yourself that you're like not against legal migration, and what we need to do is make
No, you
it to where
misheard me.
that's an
You
actual
misheard me.
viable option.
I am against legal immigration. You misheard me.
Okay, you're against it now, and I again, okay.
Not now. I said that at the beginning of the debate.
You said, I brought this up as a retort that you were for legal migration. You don't really have a problem with that. And then I said, oh, well, Trump is reversing 230,000 people's legal migration status. So you also don't agree with Trump. And now for this conversation to win this debate, you are changing your stance.
No, I'm not. It's here. If I said that I support legal immigration, I misspoke, and I apologize, but I'm pretty sure I didn't say that. Obviously, I would support legal immigration over illegal immigration, just like I'd support damn near anything legally over it being illegal. But I don't support immigration in the first place. We don't have a need for it right now.
We literally do. Economically, we do.
No, we don't. How do we have an economic need for immigration in a way that China or Japan or South Korea doesn't?
Because do you know what insolvency is?
No, humor me.
Okay, so Social Security, for instance, it relies on the greater amount of the population to fund the dying part or the older part of our population, and it relies on there being kind of a pyramid, young people at the bottom. I'll just do this for you. Get the crayons out.
I know what a population pyramid is. You don't have to show me a population pyramid.
We'll do this for the audience then. So this is our population right now. This is us. Old people at the top, young people at the bottom. That's what we want to look like. So people paying into Social Security, it's going to be insolvent. Also people doing the labor, building our houses, doing all the things that you're going to call me racist for saying they do. All these people, no matter what race or where they're from, if they're U.S. citizens or not, they're not there. We are missing this. And these migrants are coming in and they are filling out our population in a way that is necessary so that we don't have insolvency and all of these things.
You understand we can restructure the economy to provide more incentives for people to work, like agricultural jobs and stuff like that, right?
It's still not enough people.
No, we do have enough people. What I'm saying is that so much of our economy.
Literally, we don't. We don't have enough people. That's not. You're just saying that. That's not true. No one's having kids, so no, we don't.
Well, first off, our fertility rate. I want to say it. Like I said, there's several countries whose fertility rates are significantly lower than ours,
and they're struggling too.
Yeah, and their first like line of defense against that isn't let's just import a bunch of people.
No, but we have conveniently we have people here helping soften that problem, soften the blow to that problem, and you guys are counterintuitively going like, you know what? They speak different language. Fuck them.
Yeah, I would be in favor of paying higher taxes or restructuring the economy or changing the way that our job force works. I would support
like reversing child labor laws, like Florida's doing. That's one answer y'all had. That's pretty good.
I never said anything about child labor laws. So I'm not sure.
Well, that's what's happening.
In fucking dude, I don't live in. You're asking me.
I'm just pointing to how we are coping. Florida also has like the highest inflation in the United States because you guys are trying this out, and it hurts. It's stupid.
Yeah. So increase taxes on people to solve for. And when I say people, I'm primarily talking about wealthier people because they have more money, right? Increase taxes on them to subsidize the thing you drew the pyramid about, where we need to import people to make more money by taxes. We can solve this. Like I said, most of the people who move here.
You would rather pay money than to not see brown people come here.
I'm sorry?
You would rather pay more money in taxes than to not see brown people come here?
Yeah. Is you just like smirking your response? Like what the
Hey, you said it, not me.
All right.
I don't know. There's not much to argue. I mean, obviously, you're morally flawed and ethically flawed and logically flawed, and you would prefer us to have a population decline and economically struggle than to let something happen that Trump convinced you is really bad. And shout out to Brandon. Thank you for the $40 to kick. Chat, when you're at a MAGA rally, when you are sitting here stroking the D of the Orange King, that's who you're standing next to. That's who is stoked for Trump to be president. People suck, chat. W Brain is in the chat. Yellow.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not in love with them though. So.
What do you like about
Trump? I mean, let's just say the only thing I cannot get behind on the left is the allowing, just how strong they allow they just do extreme, and on both sides, they're both extreme. It's like if you're a Republican, everything the Republicans do, you have to agree with. And if you're a Democrat, everything the Democrats got to do, you got to agree with.
All right, let's see if your grievances actually have anything to do with Democrats or politicians. What do you like about Trump? What do you dislike about Democrats?
Okay, so the transgender movement, I do not believe in it at all.
Perfect.
I have no problem with, gay people. I mean, that is fine, but I do think the left went way too far in allowing, girls into boys' bathroom, because I just don't believe any parent has a kid that is okay with a boy walking into their daughter's bathroom because he thinks he's a girl.
Okay, so first of all, Kamala, for instance, didn't say anything about transgender people her entire campaign. This is what Trump has done. He spent $200-something million campaigning to convince you guys that this is what we're running on. Nobody's done this. We are being gaslight into defending a minority group now so that you guys could stop punching down on them. Second of all, we have Trump in 2016 saying that these people being in bathrooms, whatever bathrooms they want to, is obviously a non-issue. I bet you can't even point to one instance in the last 8 years where somebody got hurt because of this. I think it was this virtue signaling. And I would also venture to say that you probably don't know the first thing about having gender dysphoria or being transgender. I feel like people rely on not knowing anything for having this sort of stance. And I don't know. I feel like this is obviously a non-issue. The people playing in sports, there's 10 of them in a league of 510,000 people. It's the smallest demographic of people ever. And for you to do this so ungracefully, and for you guys to have such strong negative opinions about these people, I would argue has a far more reaching negative effect on society.
No, I don't know. So in my opinion, I know there's extremists on both sides, but in my opinion, I don't hate those people, but they take it so far and they want us to agree with them.
Have we ever introduced laws that did this?
No, but the whole
okay. I rest my case.
In 2020, you're telling me in 2020, if somebody spoke up and they were not for transgender, they were getting drugged through the mud.
There are social repercussions for being a bigot.
So that is what I just don't agree with, and the left goes way too far. And the one thing I will say is, the left, if you're on the left, you hold the right to a way higher standard than you hold the left, and the same goes for the right people as well. It's like when the right people mess up, the right, will kind of try to, downgrade it. But when the left got something,
this is not a left or right thing. This is something that naturally propagated throughout society, where we say, hey, picking on trans people or picking on minority groups is a bad idea. It's not good. Society starts to fall apart. And these people also tend to unalive themselves because of the social stigma that you guys are still vehemently pushing today. But again, this is not anything we're pushing with legislation. This is something we're being gaslit into defending. And I think it's obviously a non-issue. There's literally no victims of this that you can point to. And it's a dangerous topic for someone so uninformed to be talking about.
Why would it be dangerous, man? See, that's what I mean. No one, and what if I said that is talking down to them and saying I hate them and they're bad people?
You said something like, what if a man, I wouldn't want a man being in a bathroom with a woman, yada, yada, yada. Again, there's no victims of this.
I said if I was a parent, which I am, and if any parent, you have a 10-year-old daughter and then the school calls you and says, well, we're going to allow this 12-year-old kid, and where I'm from, in our county schools, they allowed this. There are 70 kids that's under the age of 12 that go to these counselors and that don't know if they're boys or girls, man. And I'm sorry to tell you, but 12-year-olds don't come up with that on their own, man.
They absolutely do. Have you ever looked at, like, again, you guys haven't looked into this at all. Between the age of 3 and 7, you do start identifying with a certain gender.
Did you just say 3 or 7?
Yes.
Man, I know some 3-year-olds that don't even say words, man. Like, what?
Well, more you know.
Yeah. See, you guys just talk about stuff and just try to say you're right, and it's not.
This is from scientific research. I've had to argue this for the last year almost. This is the thing. Yes.
What one scientific research shows that there's other than male and female.
It's more than what you guys do and chew on and shoot from the hip and dangerously espousing horrible critiques on what men or what anybody is feeling. So these people are roughly less than 1% of our population, and they are very highly likely to commit suicide. And it's so crazy. The one thing that is that helps them with the best outcomes is giving them gender affirming care. We've tried counseling, we've tried antidepressants, we've tried anti-anxiety, tried all of these things that you would think would work, and it's just so crazy. Gender affirming care helps. Socially accepting helps. And that's not something you guys are interested in at all. You guys are interested in othering them and making sure that they're separate from your child. When if I were to have a daughter in sports and they were to be in a team with somebody who is a trans woman, for instance, I would say, hey, you should go make best friends with them. You should go be the person that sticks up for them and stands up for them against people like you. And I feel like they would be a bigger person for it, as to being somebody who's disgusted and feels cheated.
I would never teach my son to be rude, and that's where
you are teaching them by saying this right now. The collateral damage to you speaking the words you've spoken the last 6 minutes and 53 seconds, they are things that would espouse people to be bigoted towards trans people.
And if I teach my son not to bully nobody. Like, I mean,
you're not doing that. So. The words you were saying is not doing that.
When did I say he shouldn't? Like, I'm not saying anybody should go up to these 1% people and, talk shit to them and make them feel bad about themselves. But I do not believe
you are
that,
othering them. You probably
the whole
have
99% of people should be able to just, just say, okay, we have to agree with you because that's just what the social stigma is, that, it's going to make them feel better. But I mean, and then I know people, if you mention Jesus Christ in school or God, that's bad. So it's like, man, why?
You guys are still the minority. You cannot be oppressed as a majority of the population. So stop trying to clutch your pearls. Second of all, it is way more insane to believe in a magic sky daddy who created people out of sand or clay and then talking snakes and donkeys and unicorns and giants and people who live to be 700 years old. I think that is way more insane than somebody simply experiencing gender dysphoria, which we can actually see with science.
So if you look, even if you don't agree with the Bible, so say if you just apply anything in the Bible says, it says to be pretty much a good person. Like the Bible does not tell you to hate anybody, really. So if you apply,
that's not true. Let's not say lies. That's not true.
Okay. Tell me where it says that.
The Bible literally condones G-side.
Condones what?
And slavery.
G-side and slavery.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have any of that though. Like that. See what I mean?
Not too long ago,
we have G-side going on right now. Like many G-sides are happening right now.
What?
Yeah, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and in Palestine.
That is not America, though. That's not America.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do you want America to be...
We are funding that.
Do you want America to be the world police? When we're the world police,
I don't.
People get mad. But then if we don't be the world police, everybody says we aren't doing something about it.
We are funding it.
You think the Republicans are the only people that fund any of that? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not even saying that. You're not listening. Okay. You're not listening.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
We are funding that. So when you say that those things don't exist anymore, they do.
So you think
I'm not sitting here saying that it's only one side. I'm saying both sides do it, and it's not okay.
Yes, and I agree with that. Okay, and I do agree with that. I think we both support, tearing down those other countries because it makes us more money. Them fighting makes us more money. and it's just a fact.
And
And
that's
no,
not
either
that's
and
not
one
a
of those,
good thing.
neither one of those sides want to fix it. And it's just like, what about, any of those problems really ain't even the big problems. Why aren't we talking about how America's a first world country and we have the most
Hold on,
kids
hold
that
on.
are
I don't want to pivot.
and have
I don't want to
diseases?
pivot. I don't
Like,
want to
what about
pivot.
that?
Please, I don't want to pivot. Let's kind of stay where we've been talking, because this is something that's been bothering me, and Pickles, maybe it's been bothering you. Why are Republicans so obsessed with trans people?
I mean,
Can you answer that for
I'm
me,
not
User?
obsessed with it. That was just one of my points, and I'm not
It was
obsessed
the
with them. I
first
don't
thing you
think
brought
about
up.
them one time.
It was the first thing you
He,
brought up.
okay, he said 1 point. I've been bringing up. I could bring up more points
Why?
if we would like to.
Why would you bring this up when they are just trying to live their lives?
Have you ever seen the inside of a women's restroom?
I've never walked into a women's restroom.
Could you like close your eyes and picture this, like every stall has a door,
Okay.
and they only share a sink. What's the actual issue? They're shitting and pissing. That's it.
Why is that something that y'all are fighting for so much, though?
No one has
it's
even
it's a
no one's
non-issue.
fighting on anything. You guys are fighting this, and we're saying, where's the issue again? Where are the bad actors? Because we just saw like a whole raid of like hundreds of people getting arrested for CP in Texas. We see all of these people being bad actors. We see Republicans get arrested all the time for diddling kids or pursuing young children. A
You
few
say
happen.
Republicans do, man. Like, I mean, everybody does, man. Stop. I mean, that was just a dumb.
No,
point
the
to say.
stats show that Republicans do this at a much higher rate than
Bro,
Democrats.
there is not a show. Send me one DM that is a very.
I'll do you one better.
Great.
There were
spot that says
400 of them in
Republicans-
Texas that just got arrested.
Republicans
This
rate
is
people more
right here.
than Democrats.
Here you go. Republicans, 67% of the people in the news as of a year ago, 67% are Republicans. Yes. So for you guys to even have the opinion that it's the opposite is
just
wrong.
saying that they're like that's what they have on their ballot, that they're a Republican. You think everybody
for people
who's-
for anybody who's known politically, their political affiliation to be known and to have made the news, doing something to children, it has been vehemently Republicans. It's also been vehemently religious people.
It's only really what?
Yes,
It's mainly that.
12% are religious. A lot of them are family members. They're not. Let's see, how many of them are trans or drag queens? I think it's like literally almost none.
Yeah, you just said they're 0.1% of the population. Why would there be so much of that?
Yeah, if their representation in this is more than 1%, that would be pretty damning. And I don't even think it's that. It's way less.
Yeah, why would it be 1% if they are 1% of the population? Why would it be
Exactly. So what are you guys? Why aren't you guys chasing down Republicans or youth pastures or
I think
doing
we
things
should
like?
go after them. I think we
Okay.
should go after them.
Okay.
I'm not the president to do that. So
All
I
right.
mean,
But you guys are scapegoating trans people.
scapegoating trans people. What do you mean by that? Like, I mean, just
Yeah,
making. I'm not saying
there's nobody going to a public
saying
restroom with a trans person and getting harmed right now. In fact, you're like 3 or 4 times more likely to be assaulted if you're trans or part of the LGBTQ community.
Okay, and I don't agree with that though. And I didn't agree with you should assault trans people. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like, so.
But that's what you're doing when you're yapping like this. When you yap like this to your friends or family on social media or to me, that's what you're perpetuating.
That you should go and assault trans people.
No, that they are less than, or that they're othered, that they're weird, that
saying
they're
that's
outcasts,
not
that they're
my
coming
opinion.
and
I
trying to
don't
compete
agree
with your
with
daughter
that.
in sports and shit. That is the narrative you're perpetuating, and it causes harm in society.
I don't agree with that. Why? I mean, why would
Then stop
how
doing
is
it.
not agreeing with it is causing harm in society,
You're
man? That
painting
is
them as
such-
predators. You acted like that if your 10-year-old daughter was in the restroom with a trans person, that no parent would agree with this. You're acting like trans people are
When
predators.
did I say they were gonna abuse the?
Well, then why would you have
the
an
kid?
issue with
When
your
did I
daughter
say
going
that? I
into the
think that
restroom?
should not be something that a 10-year-old should have to witness, man. Like
They're not
They wouldn't
seeing
know.
anything.
They wouldn't
7-year-olds,
know.
man. I have a 4 and an 8-year-old, and
They don't see
man,
anything. What
they
are you
don't
talking
even
about?
understand that shit, man. Like,
They know
why?
their gender. Like, I don't know how to help you with that concept, but like, I don't understand. Like, they're not seeing anything. All of it is stalls. They're not witnessing anything.
Okay, but I don't agree that that's what you should be teaching the kids. Like, and I think that's
What do you mean
not
teaching? We're
okay.
just talking about bathrooms.
Can you tell me one state that is introducing legislation or any sort of rhetoric for them to teach kids? Can you show us where Democrats are doing that? Because there are none. You guys are again being propagandized to think that we are doing that. We're not.
Okay, then if you're not, then that's cool then. But the whole social stigma about it is crazy, man. Like you're gonna say you would talk shit more about a 10-year-old if they are like reading the Bible than if they were like
Yes,
wanting to,
leave our
you know,
children
cut
alone.
off
Stop
their-
indoctrinating
cut off
our
their
children.
dick and different-
Yes. No,
different
you
versions.
guys have been circumcising children since the Dark Ages, so you can stop that too.
What do you mean? What circumcising kids? I was talking about changing their gender. Like I was saying,
Yeah, and you guys are mutilating their genitals like you're accusing us of. Yes.
circumcising is that what?
It would be considered mutilation, yes.
Oh man, like y'all are just like so far gone, man. Like it's crazy.
Where's
Really,
the
we're
lie?
not. There's no
How,
lie there.
bro? What is cutting off a piece of a skin that first off could harm the kid? Like it could harm them.
Wait, in what capacity? No, in what capacity?
Okay,
Because
look it
there's-
up right now. Look it up right now. If they don't,
No, I already know this. I've debated this topic before. In what
Okay, well, look it
capacity?
up then. Then
I
look
don't
it
need
up.
to look it up. I know it off the dome, man. Like,
Okay,
can you
then
tell
look
me
it
what
up.
it does?
So is but look it up. But you're saying it does. It could harm them, right?
I'm saying
No.
that, like, what we're talking about harm, we're talking about the only thing that I've been able to come across is the
Infection.
fact that you have a slightly lower chance of getting STDs if you have a circumcision. But do you know what also prevents that? Condoms.
Okay. I mean,
I don't know what you're talking about when you're saying that it
because
is.
his point was saying that we're mutilating kids.
Yes, it is.
cutting
Yes,
off
it is a
the element.
mutilation. Yes.
Yes.
That's crazy, man.
I don't know how you could not know that. Like why do you think that like literally taking off something that is on the penis is like, how is that natural, man?
I guess nothing's natural for y'all, but whatever y'all agree with. Like I said, man,
No,
y'all will
I just don't understand
you
your
guys
logic.
will hold the Republicans in such like higher standard, but when y'all do some shit,
No,
or
we're
like
just showing
your
you
side
hypocrisy.
says some shit, man, you guys will be like,
I don't know. I
you guys
don't know
will
what
try
you
to
mean by
like
this.
just go like be like, oh no, it's okay because we're Democrats though.
I'm
You know what I
not
I don't know
a
what that
Democrat.
means.
I
I
don't
don't know what that
this
means.
means.
We just want y'all to leave us alone and stop teaching our kids a doctrine that's from the Dark Ages.
You're crazy, man. You're crazy. That shit's funny.
I'm confused.
It just seems like y'all try to act like you know everything and try to make everything black and white when it's really not, though.
I don't know everything, but I know a lot.
You only know things that's gonna make your side look good, though.
That's
you know what
not
I mean?
true.
Like, yeah. Yes,
That's
it is.
not true at all.
Yes, it is.
I am critical of both sides.
Okay, then what does the Democrats do that you don't agree with?
I literally just told you about the funding of G-sides. I don't agree with this.
But I
both
mean, that's-
sides do it.
Okay, yes, both sides do it, and then what about like both sides
That's
not
me
giving up-
criticizing both sides. Look at that.
Okay, look at our food shit. We have 90% of our food is pretty much got like poison fucking ingredients in it.
Yes,
and no one says anything about
okay,
it.
dude, you need to vote for Democrats if you like us enforcing things in the FDA and for us to take like harmful
Oh.
substances out of our food. That's what we do. And your side,
But they
and Donald
don't,
Trump,
man.
he
But they
guts the
don't.
FDA and he allows things to outbreak like listeria in boar's head meat. He's the one doing that to you. So yes, you are completely wrong if you think Donald Trump's the guy who's going to do that. He will never do that to his rich
Democrats,
friends.
Republicans have had chances to do that for decades, and no one has put in anything that
Democrats are the
doesn't
ones that do this. But Michelle Obama, when she said she wants kids to eat healthier meals, you called her a fascist. You said, keep your hands off our food. I want my French fries. And now when some old croaky white man says it, you guys jump for joy. You're excited. You can't wait for him to do it. And then Trump comes in and he guts regulations. He wants for every one regulation we add, he wants to gut 10. That's his new thing. And you think they're going to do something for your food?
I do think we have way too many regulations. And
Okay,
I mean,
so which one is it? We have too many or not enough?
We have too many regulations on anything. I don't even know if he's saying we should cut 10 regulations for on food. He's probably just saying we have way too many regulations on everything.
I don't know.
So that's
incoherent. I mean, food is involved there. Food is involved. He has done more FDA cuts than most presidents.
In one FDA regulation, we're cutting 10. That's what he said.
He's just generally saying regulations.
Okay.
And yes, I can show you a screen. I can show you a fucking info chart of all the stuff he's done for the FDA.
Okay. I mean, no one's doing anything about that though, because we're too worried about
Trump is doing the opposite of what you're trying to sell us that you want him to do. He is literally he has done executive orders to the 10-to-1 initiative aimed at eliminating 10 regulations for every new one introduced. This initiative put pressure on the FDA to identify regulations and guidance documents to be repealed. Yes, it's actually directly affected the FDA. Reduced enforcement and oversight. Some reports indicate that a decline in FDA food safety enforcement during Trump's first term. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Including 37% drop in warning letters from the Food and Safety and Applied Nutrition Division. Yeah, the complete hypocrites, bro. Complete hypocrites.
I was only up here to talk about queer people.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to hop right down. I know you do 1v1s. I was just like, I can't stand it. Why do they always bring up trans people or gay people? Like, we're all just trying to live our lives. I'm so tired of it. But thank you, Pickles. I'm going to drop down. Or actually drop me. It's better for your algorithm.
I got you. Thank you. Yellow.
How you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Yo, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Are you over 18?
Say again?
Are you over 18?
Yes, sir. I'm 20 years old.
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
Main reasons I say I like Trump is because I guess the main big reason is the word that he uses is typically right, I guess. I mean, I feel like
the word he uses is right?
Yeah.
What word? I got yeah. Yep. Chat, if you're a friendly, get out of my box. I love you, but get on out. Go on, get. MAGA, that is one of your friends about to use a slur in my life. Yellow. Hello? Fab?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
What's up? Yes, I love Trump daddy. I love Trump dog.
What do you like about Trump?
Dude, he's hilarious, bro. He's so funny. He gets me laughing every time I hear him speak. Well, hold on. So you were talking about science in your last one. Do you think that scientifically men are more athletic than women?
Yeah. Males.
But you think men should compete in women's sports?
If somebody's exposed to hormone replacement therapy, their levels
but scientifically
are
they
that
would never
of a
reach the
cis
athletic level
woman.
of a, but they would never reach the athletic level of a fucking man. You know what I mean?
I don't get what. Can you be more specific?
So scientifically speaking, a woman would never reach the athletic level of a man.
I don't know what that means. Yeah, somebody on hormone replacement therapy that is on testosterone, yes, they could easily, be on the same athletic level as a man. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Do you have any science?
Scientifically speaking.
Okay, scientifically speaking is just
You're the
Random
science
words.
guy, though, bro.
Yeah, can you give me like a study that says that, or are you just like saying that?
No, I can't say a study, but I just heard it. I heard it, bro, in a podcast, dude. I'm just working right now. I'm not talking to fucking people online all day like you.
Yeah, so it turns out when we actually look at like science and peer-reviewed studies, it's not the case. Where are these people? Where are they going, dude? Yeah, I laugh when Trump speaks too. Fucking moron. Thanks, Pip. Why are they all dropping? I don't know. They got raptured. They got deported. No due process. Yellow.
What's up, dude? How's it going?
Going good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
What do you like about Trump?
What's not to like, dude? He's the best.
He's the most controversial person that walks the earth.
He's the man, dude. Who else bites an assassination attempt and then raises his fist in the air? You can't fake that, bro.
Cool. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of historically bad figures that have been assassination attempted, and there doesn't make them good people, right?
I don't know, dude. That's pretty gangster. But anyways, you guys were talking about the trans issue. Are you cool with like drag queen story hours?
Yeah.
You're cool with that?
Yeah. What are the bad outcomes?
So you think it's cool to bring in a cross-dresser to your kids' library?
Yeah, I think that this is honestly the most telling part of like the MAGA culture is that you guys are so disillusioned with what it actually means. Like it's just a human being dressing a certain way that we socially deem different, right? So like imagine someone growing up on an island, they don't know these social norms. They don't know how long your hair should be for a man or a woman, that you should shave your legs or wear certain types of clothes. For you guys to look at a certain way someone dresses and to think that they're so different and so horrible and it's so simple-minded and bigoted that's it's so hard to like verbalize to y'all, but it's literally meaningless. We back in the day, men used to wear high heels, they used to wear wigs, they used to wear makeup all the time, and now all of a sudden you guys go crazy, you say stay away from our kids, even though they're not committing any crimes or heinous acts. In fact, the most of these heinous acts are happening in church, where you guys would rather send them, and you guys have no idea why you're not stopping them from doing that.
Well, I'm not cool with the churches, but I'm not cool with people pushing that stuff on children.
Okay, what are they pushing on children? Like indoctrination of the Christian Bible?
Well, this whole thing with women, I mean, trans women in sports and stuff like that. I know you were saying with the testosterone treatment. Okay, right. So they shouldn't be, you admitted they're not equal, right? Physically, right? So why do they have men's pool tournaments and women's pool tournaments and they can't compete in the same? And then in the UK, they let trans women play in the women's and they still came out on top, and that's not even a physical game. Explain that one.
I know that they on Fox News did cover a trans person playing pool in a tournament the other day. I did see that, and it's hilarious that you know this. But I think it's hilariously a non-issue.
So what does that mean? Because it's not a physical game. So in general, women's pool tournaments and men's pool tournaments are separated. Why do you think that is, and it's not a physical game?
Tradition? I don't know.
No, it's not tradition, because if you put the men and the women, the men dominate. There's never been a woman who's won the U.S. Open
you
or
would-
pool or anything like that.
Okay, and how many trans people have taken like gold medals in their respective sports in recent history and other? Because you reached all the way into billiards. I'm assuming you don't have anything besides like Leah Thomas in today's age. Anything relevant?
I just gave you an example.
Fucking pool in Europe. That's where you had to reach all the way into the billiards tournaments in Europe.
So is that acceptable? You think that's fair to the women?
They're less than 1% of our population, and if they're not
Well, it's
making less than
happening. It's
1% of the
happening.
championships, if they're not taking home more than 1% of the championships, it's a non-issue, and they're not taking any championships at all.
So that's fair to the women who lost.
Yes, if they're in hormone replacement therapy,
Really?
yes.
Okay. It's not fair because people train their whole lives for these events, and then they get run over by some dude.
Yeah, I mean that's just you being bigoted. They're not.
Well, that's not bigoted.
It absolutely is.
What's
Like
wrong with
they are
that?
not overrepresented in championships or taking home medals at all in any sport whatsoever. Not in the Olympics, not in NCAA, nothing. They're not doing anything like that. So yes, you're just making shit up. In fact, there's only 10 in the NCAA out of 510,000 people, and they haven't won anything. They haven't won shit.
There's actually a woman who trained her whole life. I don't know if it was for a state title or what it was, and she got blown out by some trans woman. She trained.
Well, maybe she should pray about it. Brandon, thank you for the $40. Thank you so much for the kick. Much love, chat. If you want to talk about the trans issue, I don't know. You guys are kind of killing me. Much love, Brandon. Thank you. Literally, when the stock market was tanking, when Trump did his Liberation Day tariffs, that's what they were playing on the news. They didn't want to cover any of the stock market crash or anything on Fox News. They were covering trans people playing billiards. That's how much of a misinformation propaganda machine Fox is. Yellow. Yellow. Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. We do these almost every day. If you want to support the stream, consider becoming a subscriber or donate to the Cash App Venmo. We do kick guests. It's kind of my incentive for them to stay honest and not be assholes. And if you guys are trying to pay to kick, it's Cash App or Venmo or in the bio. There's also PayPal if you guys do that. Ty, get out of my box, dude. Yellow.
Yo, what up, man?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
What do you like about Trump?
I'm torn though, man. I don't know, man. Trump got me a little upset, but I don't know, man. The stuff y'all talking about, man, like immigration was one of the things. I see. I'm torn because of this. I was with him with the immigration, but for the reason that he did it, I'm not with stopping people from voting, and the way that's his main reason behind immigration. Mine is
he thinks that immigrants are voting.
Well, that's what he's trying to stop, and that's what the Democrats were going to do. So I don't know.
No, nobody's doing that. Like in the last election, six migrants voted.
Oh, they was going to try that. They was going to try it. They was going to try it. And I still
Can you
wouldn't
show us
put
where
it-
we did that?
Nah, look, just stay tuned, bro. You gotta pay attention, man. And that's one of the main reasons they was bringing people over, and that's why it's a Democrat Republican thing. Dems open the border for them, Republicans close it. All right, so
Bert,
what?
that is a lie. There's not one single law you can cite to me that made that the Democrats opened the border.
Okay, look. Well, it's not about an open border. You got to remember this, man. Trump has his reason, his reason behind what he's doing. Like I said, I think the border should be closed, because you cannot have people just willy-nilly walking through doing what they want to do.
Again, you're insinuating that the border was open, and it's not, unless you can tell me what opened the border. What opened the border?
Well, I tell you what, if you come to somebody's house, right, and it's a closed door, and you turn the handle and you walk in and they don't kick you out, that's an open door for me.
Yeah, you're just making meaningless metaphors. Can you tell me the law that made the door open?
See, here you go with this law stuff. How is this for a law when you come to when you don't get kicked out, you don't leave? So we don't have a law to kick them.
That's a lie. We were kicking them out at a higher rate than Trump.
That's not true. I don't believe that at all. That is no way, because they was coming way too fast. So you can kick them out as fast as you want. If they're coming in 10 times as fast, it's no way. It's
not
no
true.
way possible. Dude, are you what?
I'll show you the study.
Man, hey, look, you can do all the studying you want. I got eyes. I could see how they were just allowing people.
So you saw a few videos on Fox News or Facebook, and you think you can count them, and you know the absence of the expedited removal process?
That's my point to you. That's my point to you right here. All right. So how many people came over here? How many people are in here?
So 12 million people approached our border.
Right there. Now hold on. See, that's my point. How you gonna sit there and say 12 million, but you gonna tell me I can't count them? How in the hell you know 12 million people came in here?
Because we have thousands of border agents literally telling these people.
So everybody that comes in here gets stopped by a border agent.
Literally 12 million were, yes, encounters. Yes, those were people that were stopped by Border Patrol. Yes.
That's my point. So you mean to tell me that more people came in that didn't get caught by the Border Patrol? So
You're just being silly. You're being silly. How do we stop people from coming to the border? Tell me.
Let me be real to you. See, this is why we as people are all the way backwards. Look how me and you can sit there and have a debate over people coming to a border, when for real, you should be able to move through the world freely. You should be able to travel the world freely. But see, they got us so damn confused and talking crazy that we don't even realize. This is a world. We should be able to move through the world without nobody needing no paperwork. But guess what? It's so twisted and backwards that we got to do all this and do all that, and we making these issues over nothing. We should be able to go everywhere.
Okay, all right. This is completely antithetical for what you started the conversation with, but here's the study. New data shows migrants were more likely to be released by Trump than Biden. So Trump was more likely to let someone into the country. But again, the numbers show 50% were being kicked out immediately, meaning it was not an open border. And we can't help how many people came to the border. That's like saying I can't help how many people, I don't know, come to Disneyland on a certain day. You can't stop, but you can stop everybody that doesn't have a ticket. And that's what Biden did.
Listen, man. Look, man. Biden wasn't even running the country. So this is what Biden did.
All right.
Biden is busy walking
Address
around.
the point. Hey,
listen, this is the point. Trump has a better chance of pulling us out of wherever we were headed. To me, that's why I support Trump. He had a better chance of pulling us out of wherever we was headed. You got a bunch of crooked people running. I mean, they all crooked, but you had a bunch of crooked people running, and I think more of them was on the Democratic side, if you ask me.
This is Trump's campaign in a nutshell is exactly that. He had to convince y'all that everybody else was more corrupt than him, and that his corruption is a non-issue, like him collecting a $400 million plan from Qatar. Don't worry about that. Nancy Pelosi is so bad. Hillary Clinton got a $400 necklace, yada, yada, yada. There's no way you can substantiate what you just said. That's not true. It's bullshit.
As far as what?
Trump is a con man, a fraud, a criminal, a sexual abuser, a disgusting weirdo, a creep, an adjudicated.
They all are.
No, they're not.
They all are.
Nothing on the level of Trump. That's what Trump spent millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars convincing you that they all are the same, and that Trump is the only guy, even though he didn't tell you his plan, he's the only guy who's going to fix this. Even though he didn't tell you any bit of his plan.
See, one thing I think he did fix was a bunch of that money that they stealing, and see, this is why I think he cut so many programs, because that's how they funnel money. So that you have
he
to
hasn't
stop
substantiated any of that. So yeah, he did cut some federal government. He cut some branches with didn't use Congress, didn't use the Senate, didn't use anybody. He single-handedly, like a dictator.
Do you know why?
And he didn't show any of the evidence.
You know why? Listen, let me tell you something. Do you know why? if you pay attention, because it is no point in using things that are already paid and brought up. How in the world do you expect him to go through Congress when Congress is already paid for, when they already in the pockets of the people who doing wrong? That's why you have to do a go around. That's why I like Trump.
Okay,
You have to go around the people who are
So
already crooked.
in every instance in history where people became authoritarian and dictators, they did it in the name of national security, in the name of fighting corruption, in order to undo this corrupt thing that he convinced you is here. He has to be even more corrupt than them. And yeah, that's not the case. In fact, Trump endorsed half of the people in Congress. He got them in their positions in the first place, and they still can't pass anything through Congress because of how bad his legislation is. He can't govern worth a fuck.
They tried to kill Trump, bro. Why do you think they tried?
I don't know. Why do you think? I mean, just like any bad historical leader in history that's been tried to be assassinated doesn't make them all good. Trump can be a completely bad person and still be tried to be assassinated.
No. They tried to kill Trump because he was against what they stood for. He was going to come in and mess up what they had going.
That's a beautiful. That's a fairy tale.
They driving in one direction. Trump wanted to take it back in another direction. They didn't like
I mean,
it, and that's just all.
He deserves all the hate on earth. He deserves every single bit of it. I don't think this makes him a good person.
Look. See, I'm not jumping up and down telling you Trump is this great person. He done things that I don't like and I don't agree with. I'm not gonna sit there and hold you. But what I will say is he was the lesser of the two evils. Kamala, whatever, it was not about to take us nowhere, bro. It was gonna be the same thing with her. Wasn't about to do nothing different. Nothing.
Yeah. In fact, yes, we have an 82-page plan of what she was going to do. She had a beautiful plan for the economy. It didn't involve raising. He didn't involve raising your taxes by 55% when you buy something from China.
Speaking on taxes, bro. They all, it don't matter who you vote for. Taxes are going to hit you. They don't hit the top 1% like they supposed to, no matter what. So we sit here, we can argue about taxes, about this. It doesn't make a difference.
You're just yapping, dude. That's not true.
Man, you better do your homework, bro. Hey, look, let me ask you this. So what changes in your life? Like with Trump being president, what changes in your life?
I literally have the right to seek asylum in a few different countries at this point because of what I do, because of how Trump is targeting the media and people who criticize him. But here's how they're not the same, okay? See the yellow bars?
You just mentioned going to get asylum from sitting there talking on a mic, bro, for real?
Yeah. So, yeah, Trump is targeting the media, and he's calling certain news outlets illegal. He's using executive orders to target his political enemies in law firms and in colleges. Yes, and it's only been 100-something days. It will eventually turn to people like me. But here's Trump and Harris's tax plans. These are the differences, all right? You see the yellow bars? That's where Trump was going to make a change. So everybody on the bottom left of the economy, they were going to have their taxes increased now because you think they're both the same. And Kamala is going to reduce them. She was going to reduce them.
Kamala ain't about to do shit. She at home.
Well, she was going to, right? And he convinced you that this was the best way to do it?
Would you show me a plan that ain't even going that means
these
nothing,
were their
bro.
proposed plans, and you were saying they're both the same. They're literally the opposite of each other.
Let me tell you something, man. A proposal and something that actually goes through are two different things, man. You can't fool me, bro. So you telling me you're gonna wipe my ass and me walking around with shit in between my ass don't mean nothing to me. So look,
I'm sorry. This was her plan that she proposed. Yeah, and you said no. They're both the same. I'm going to vote for this other one that raises my taxes. And now you're coping.
No. I'll put it to you like this. So if her plan was so good and everything about her was so much better than Trump, then why did he win? How did he win?
Because he was more bombastic liar, and he used very horrible talking points. He was shamelessly saying things like Kamala just turned black, or they're eating the cats and dogs, or I don't fucking know. But yes, he said some fucking ridiculous things that it still blows my mind today that he convinced people that he was the better option because he can't even speak. He can't even put together two fucking sentences. He's a fucking profoundly stupid man.
So hold on. So you mean to tell me a profoundly stupid man beat this wonderful black woman that you had up there, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
That's how it happened. And all these millions of people are profoundly stupid right along with him, right?
I've been interviewing y'all for months.
See, you know what's crazy? Joe Biden got my vote at first, and then Trump got my vote. So I'm on both sides, bro. You can't fool me, man. It just don't work that way.
I've yet to hear one of y'all come up and give me some receipts on any of this.
I voted for. Say that again.
I've yet to have somebody come up and give me receipts for their side of the story.
Listen. This is how it works. Nobody's gonna be able to give you receipts when you don't have open ears, bro. You got two ears, but you're not listening.
I
See, and that's
literally
the
sit
problem.
here and I beg you guys to come up and tell me your side every day. You can't tell me I don't
There
listen.
is no side. There is no side because see me, I'm not jumping up and down on no one side, bro. I don't like everything about Trump. You understand what I'm saying? I don't.
Every one of y'all say that too.
But he's the lesser of the two. He's the lesser. He's taking me more in the direction of where I'd rather be as far as a country goes, as far as an outlook goes, than she would have.
I mean, I highly doubt it. I mean, that's what you got to tell yourself, I guess. But regressive tax rates, increasing tariffs on countries, making you. I don't care. That doesn't make you right. Just because he's raising your taxes, he's fucking up the economy. He's doing things that are circumventing people's constitutional rights. He's trying to change the constitution with executive orders. Could you imagine if Biden or Kamala tried to do that? Bro, you're gonna fucking spare me, dude.
It's right and it's wrong. I will say this. It's right and it's wrong. But let me tell you like this. When you run into roadblocks with people who have your kind of view and trying to stop everything somebody do, you go around them. I'm not going to sit there and wait for you to.
You got to do it the right way. Sorry. You got to do it the right way.
What you mean, bro? It is done the right. It's getting done.
Biden did it with a razor-thin majority in Congress. He did the
Why do you
most
keep
legislation.
saying Biden, man? Biden, you talking about somebody who couldn't say 2 sentences. Did you see your boy?
Yeah, I could literally put up a speech side by side of the two, and Biden is by far more coherent.
See, this is what I mean. America can't be this dumb, bro. You seem like a smart dude, and I know Biden is gone, bro. He was out to lunch, man. Stop playing.
I know Trump spent a lot of money. He said it himself. He goes, dang, I ran a whole campaign against Biden, and now Kamala's running? Do I get a refund? Yeah, he convinced y'all with millions of dollars and campaigning like a weirdo for 4 years that he's incompetent and yada yada yada. It's one of the most productive presidents we had in history. None of y'all know a single thing he did because all you know is that he's crazy. He's not there.
Who? You see, listen. Let me tell you about his first 4 years. His first 4 years was spent fighting everybody in court, saying that he stole the election, that he did this and did that. So therefore, COVID came. He didn't have to show you his.
He didn't do anything.
He didn't have to. He didn't have to. He didn't have to.
So you want somebody who's inherently incompetent and can't get things done because he's
wrong? He didn't have
in
to.
legal trouble all the time.
Not having to do something and doing something are two different things. He didn't have to. He didn't have to travel overseas. He didn't have to show his foreign policy experience. He didn't have to. He didn't have to. Things were shut down. He didn't have to. That wasn't on him.
It was only for a fucking year of his presidency. That's one. What about the first 3 years?
What? Hold on, bro.
The first 3 years of his presidency, what did he do?
He spent those in court fighting the Democrats over Russia.
What do you mean? No, he spent 25 of his presidency golfing, dude. Literally, we have it tracked. There's a fucking website called Trump Golf Tracker. He spent more time golfing than in court. Dude, his court, you don't have to show up for fucking court when you're Trump. You can't even be persecuted for things while you're president. Don't spare me. You're lying. He didn't do shit.
That's what I mean.
He did not have to go to court as president. You can't be pursued for anything while you're president.
Who told you about him golfing? Like, see, it's where you get your news from. The news.
He golfed 166 times, making almost $200 million, bringing the Secret Service to Mar-a-Lago, charging him for $7 cups of water, and golfing at his own resort so that he could make money and grift hundreds of millions of dollars from taxpayers. He's doing it again. I think it's literally 1 out of every 4 days he's been in office. The first 100 days, which is supposed to be the most productive days of your presidency, he spent golfing.
So let me ask you this. How many times has he been golfing this year?
I can tell you.
Bro,
you know his schedule is public, right? We see him on TV and we say, "Hey, he's golfing."
Wow, see, it's stuff like this though, bro. Like, instead of worrying about what's getting done, like this the kind of stuff. This a talking point.
33 days golfing, 147 days in office.
How many times has he gotten a BJ?
I don't know. How many times is he with fucking Mike Johnson?
Man, you a funny dude, bro. This is my first time seeing you, but you a funny dude, man. Look, let me tell you something, man. And I'm gonna tell you another thing you're wrong about. Dudes should not be in no women's sports either. That's another thing too. If we're keeping it a ban, shouldn't be in no women's sports. So I'm just gonna tell you, like I said, I don't agree with everything. They shouldn't be. And like don't use it's not enough of them to this, because let me ask you.
There's 10 of them, dude. There was 10 and 500,000. There's
Let me
10.
ask you this. Let me ask you this then. So if it's only 10 of them, then why is it on a national stage being talked to about by politicians and people that's
Dang,
running for
it's almost as if Trump spent $217 million campaigning on this point. I went and watched Ted Cruz debate his political opponent too here in Texas. He brought up the same thing. He's like, this guy wants trans women in women's bathroom. He wants men in women's bathroom. Y'all just gaslight us with these wedges. They're called social wedge issues. So these think tanks sit around, they think about all of these controversial topics that get a lot of traction, and they go, you guys need to press them on this issue. This is the best thing you can say to them. And that gets your attention, and they spend millions of dollars making this an issue out of something that's not, because you can't name one incident that happened where a person was harmed in a bathroom or in a woman's locker room. You can't name one incident, can you?
Hold on. See, by it being so few and not being picked up, and that's certain things that the news is not going to cover. Let me tell you something. When you've been pushing this whole narrative about let them do this, when they finally do something wrong or something does go wrong, you're not going to hear about it anyway.
No, we still have no incident. In fact, we have Trump in 2016 in his campaign trail saying, I think we should just let them use whatever bathroom they want. Nothing's happened. No issues have come out of this. He literally said this. And when asked about Caitlyn Jenner, who supports him, that's what he said. Would you let Caitlyn Jenner use the men's or women's restroom in the Trump hotel? Yeah.
This is my thing, man. I don't care about it either way, but they shouldn't be in no sports. They shouldn't be competing. When you are competing for prizes, and
they know that's what your position is, because no matter what, with zero evidence, with you guys probably knowing almost nothing about trans people, you are holding these extreme positions.
Well, let me ask you this then. So if that's the case, and just forgive me if I'm wrong, if that's the case, the one guy that was swimming, or the one trans person that was
Leah
swimming,
Thomas.
Yeah. I heard you bring it up. All right, didn't do like a thing in the men's swimming. Was nothing.
Not
Got
true.
in the women's and won gold. Like, I mean, hold on. Make it make sense.
They were a top. So you would, first of all, your stance is that Leah Thomas went and did HRT just so that they can compete in women's sports. I think is gross. That's obviously not a thing. And HRT, hormone replacement therapy. Leah Thomas, I think, was a competent swimmer in the men's league, and then when they started doing HRT, they started becoming incompetent. Yes, it is true.
He was a nobody, or she was.
And she also only won. I believe she has only won like one medal, and since she has been overtaken by cis women.
Man, you're crazy, man. I'm not doing this, bro. Like, what I will tell you is this, bro. Men and women are different. They should not compete against each other. And I'm gonna then that's the case. Put them on the football field.
You're just reiterating your point. You're not giving me any additional information. And this is why.
Hold on. I'm not this big trans hater following trans people around. Like, oh my God, look. I've seen several.
You are when you're spouting this information. You are.
I can spout how I feel, bro. Like, when you spout for them, you could be causing more damage than anybody else. Trying to tell people that this is what it should be when it shouldn't be like that. Be normal. Like, and if you're not normal, then just stay in your own lane, bro. But my thing about it, don't force me to try to like deal with it. I don't want to deal with it personally. Like, I could care less how you feel. You want to be gay, you want to get, that's fine. Do you. Just don't do me. You understand? Like, I could care less.
That's yes. Your little weird position and your like half step back doesn't make it okay for you to have the positions you have without knowing much.
I don't care. That's my thing. I don't care. I don't understand how it's on a national stage if it's not an important issue.
Because
like
Trump used it. He knows that it was going to win him the election. That's it. That's the only reason about it. Nothing happened besides nothing happened.
That's not true. The Democrats pushed that 10 times harder than the
Republicans. Tell me one
Republicans.
Democrat saying and mentioning trans people at all in any of their campaigns. Go ahead, tell me.
That's all. No, that's all they do. They pass laws for them to like get surgery. Kids getting surgery, and kids. Y'all talking about studies. Hold
Can
on,
you name somebody that did that?
Let me ask you this. You said studies about kids 3 or 4 years old wanting to do. Man,
3 to 7.
That's called super confused. I'm gonna be real, because I got friends. I got a friend right now, had a daughter. He said that, she thought she was a boy. And this is one of my best friends, said she thought she was a boy. I understand that she was young, maybe 7, 8 years old, maybe about that old. I got other friends who has kids, never had no kind of issues like that. So granted, that does happen from time to time, but you saying a study, who is sitting around doing a study on kids that feel this and feel
Scientists.
that? No. A scientist?
Yes.
Man, see, this is what I mean, man. When y'all people just believe anything, people are just believe. There ain't no way in the world.
Dude, you're literally just a layman person, just like me. that
I'm a
has
person
no
of
idea,
common sense.
and we rely on science all the time until it goes into your
Bro,
narrative,
it's
and
all
they're just like,
common
ah,
sense,
whatever.
man. Come on,
It's not
man.
common sense.
Yes,
It's
it
not common
is, man.
sense.
So you think a child 3 years old or 7 years old can tell you that they want to cut their private part off and you should go with that?
Nobody's doing that. Nobody wants to cut their and is allowing children to do that. Besides maybe Republican women getting breast augmentation. You guys are totally cool with 17-year-old girls doing that.
Hey, look, let me ask you this. So you mean to tell me that when they say that you could go tell your school that you feel a certain type of way and they have an obligation not to tell your parents, that's not a real thing? That's not
No,
a real
that's
thing?
a real thing, and that's for obvious protection of the child, right? So like I'm in
How?
Texas. I'm in Texas where I also lived in the neighborhood for like 6 years, and I made a lot of friends,
Neighborhood.
and they're fucking awesome. And a lot of these people were abused or made homeless by their parents whenever they came out, and that's what we're trying to protect them from. People like you who claim to be okay with these types of people, who would probably kick them out of your home if they came out to you.
Nah. I used to date a girl, her brother was gay. We can't do that.
Don't tokenize your girlfriend's brother. That's not. It's like me saying I have a friend that's black, right? That's not okay.
She lived with them. So I
don't
was there
care.
24/7. No, I
I
was
don't
there
care.
24/7. I wouldn't kick nobody out there.
Hey, I have a friend that's black. I'm not racist, right?
But one thing you could be, but I don't know. But one thing about it is just because I don't go that way or float that way or feel like you feel, bro, I don't have to put a whatever in my mouth to agree with somebody. Nah, it's not happening, bro. So I apologize with whatever road you went down and however you feel. That's on you, man. But stop trying
I'm
to
straight. I listen. I'm just out.
Look like you want to put that mic in your mouth right now. You sure?
I get it. It's funny because it's like a dick,
Yes, kind of, sort of.
and it's funny.
Yeah. So back to what I'm saying, bro. Stop playing, man. You can't because I feel how I feel is not putting poison out into the world, it's not ruining somebody's life. It's not none of that, bro. Cut the games, man. Cut the games, bro. Cut the games, man. Look, and like I said, just because we don't agree, I'm not no hater, bro. I'm not gonna kick nobody out of my house. Come on, man. Be real. Be real.
That's what's happened historically, and we're trying to protect children from that.
Come on,
giving them autonomy to come out and express themselves the way they want to. I think it's fine.
I'm gonna ask you one more question about the gay stuff coming through school. So you think that it's cool to read gay books in school about boys kissing boys and book like stuff like that?
If it's age appropriate, yes. Yeah, if you guys are totally fine with like showing married straight couples and showing like reading children's stories,
procreate, bro. That's how you procreate. What
I
do you
don't care.
mean? Yo, you wild. You wild, dog. Yo, what?
What's wrong with that? What's inherently wrong with that?
I mean, because like if you put 10 dudes on an island, how long they gonna live?
Okay, what does that have to do with children reading books? I gotta kick you. Somebody pay to kick you.
Hold on, let me tell you, because that's how life works. You put a
Cat, Cat with a K. Much love, Cat. Guys, I don't think that we should be choosing the criteria of children's books based on how well they would fare on a survival island. I don't think that is relevant at all. I don't think like how much it would help a child survive on an island is in any way relevant to how we should choose books. WCat, love that. Also, chat, if you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. Guys, we are absolutely fucking destroying it today. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Thank you for the 1,000 viewers. I would kiss you all in the mouth if I could. Am I leftist or liberal? Liberal? I'm a liberal. Woo! Thank you. Thank you for the cowboy. Thank you for the cowboy hat and mustache, Debbie. Kevin, we had someone actually be self-proclaimed that earlier. TrueStory.com. Joe, appreciate you. Guys, if you're on YouTube, be sure to hit the thumbs up. If you enjoy watching, there's only 6 thumbs up, guys. You should be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed of yourselves. It's embarrassing. You're so lost, guys. You apostrophe RE is the word you're looking for. Hello.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi. I don't know if you can hear me. I have my headphones in.
Yeah, are you over 18?
Hmm?
Are you over 18?
Yeah.
It's your birthday. Yeetus thy fetus, chat. Go on, get. Where's my wand? Fetus deletus. It's my Harry Potter one, chat. Who's been to Universal Studios? This is the... I think this was... What's his name? Dumbledore's wand. Hello?
Hello, how you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course I am.
What do you like about Trump?
Everything. You want to talk about that military parade? Do you know who approved that military parade? Joe Biden did. He approved it back in 2024. He approved of the military parade in 2024. So where's your guys' protest about that at?
I don't know, but
You
being...
didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that, huh?
All right,
I
I'll
just want
fact
to
check
know
you real quick.
why you won't talk about it. Why you guys don't talk about Joe Biden approving the parade in 2024?
You okay, bro?
No, I just want to know why won't you talk about Joe Biden approving the parade in 2024? Can you please tell everybody that? Yes, let everybody know about that. That's what I'm here for. I know you're
Joe
confused.
Biden did not.
I know
Joe
you're
Biden,
shocked too.
excuse me. Joe Biden did not approve a military
Yes, he
parade in
did. Go Google it.
2024.
Just go Google it real quick, sir. Just Google it real
Hey,
quick, and
I'm
you'll
one
find
step ahead
out.
of you, bub. There you go. Joe Biden did
Yeah,
not
he
approve a
did.
military
Oh,
parade in
you AI'd
2024.
it. Yes, he
However,
did.
the U.S. military did file a permit in 2024 during the Biden
Yes, and
administration.
Joe Biden approved it.
And hold on. The initial request for a modest event, but later expanded to include a much larger military parade after the election of Donald Trump.
You're correct. So Joe Biden approved of the military parade. You guys knew that the parade was coming on. That the parade was.
But Joe Biden didn't approve it. So are you
Yes,
lying
he
to my
did.
audience?
No, you just don't know what you're talking about there, Buttercup.
Dang, it's almost like I fact checked you and you were wrong.
You guys are just not very bright. I wish you guys would spread some misinformation. I mean, some
Coming from a guy that said Joe Biden approved a military parade. Can you show?
I'm not talking to y'all anymore.
This is my
last day. Y'all will never see me on this app again.
Okay.
I promise
no.
You'll never see
Can you
me
just
again.
can you just tell me the website I can find your version of this story on?
Yep, just go. Google's free there, Cupcake.
I've got Google here. Where else do I go?
Well, hey, you can go look it up. You just read what you just said. It was approved.
Can you help me find? Can you help me find the facts?
It's okay. You don't have.
Can you help me find
I
it?
don't care anymore. I'm gonna. Hey, you got about 3 seconds before I get you kicked the fuck off this live. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, I'm sorry this is happening to you.
Well,
Okay?
I'll get you kicked off. Trust me, I will. I know how to do it. I got the last person.
Are you
kicked
doing
off.
okay? You gonna be all right? Are you okay? Snowflake Grape Rye? Hello? I bet he's never been to a TikTok live where they just fact check on site. That's real. It's real rough, guys. It's real rough. Thank you for the fairy wings. Thank you, Ash. Guys, we sure do love you. Sure do love you. Hello? Oh.
Hello?
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I did want to say one thing though. Specifically to Trump supporters. And not only is the chat moving very fast, but I hate TikTok character limit restrictions. So I basically wanted to say, okay, so I live.
I love you. If you're a friendly, you will get kicked. I'm so sorry. I love you though. Hello?
Somebody take me in your arms tonight. Alright. Somebody take me.
Love it. Love it. He was fucking jamming. Love that, dude. Love that. Just a nice little Monday. Just a nice little Monday. I don't like this person in my guest box. I don't like their name. Gary, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Y'all, if you really want to get crazy, my super chats on YouTube, I think if you make them over $10, they will text to speech to the whole stream to both of my audiences. So you can be like, F you pickles, you suck, your hat is bad. You could say that with a super chat. I get more hate donations than anything on YouTube, so it works out. Not a great start. Pickles, it's not me. I see you, Zachary. Zachary, I know. Zachary, I love you though. Yeah, imagine calling in and your profile picture is a cardboard. It's just a thing that says Democrats lie so much. Imagine your first statement being an entire lie. Imagine that. Brown, I mean Bert, someone paid to kick you, right? I can't bring you back if someone paid to kick you. Not until tomorrow. You can come. Yeah, someone paid to kick you. I'm sorry. You have to come back some other time. Yeah, that was his profile picture, Aaron. Bert sucks. Hey, y'all said it on me. Guys, I'm feeling cute. Might play some Dune tonight. Does anybody want to watch me play some Dune? Bert is that guy. Bert, we love you. We love you. Donald Trump approved the parade. Yeah, it was made into something way bigger than what it was under Joe Biden. You're playing WoW? No, you're not, TikTok. Are you really? Nicolay? I'm sorry, Nicolay. Carhartt supports Trump. Do you guys remember when right-wingers protested Carhartt for enforcing vaccines? You guys remember that? Damn, I'm sorry, Taylor. Debate for 1 more hour more. We'll bring TikTok up for a sec. The parade was fine. I didn't even bring it up.
Man, what are you doing?
What's up, bub?
I came up to show you.
What do you got?
Yeah, man, I'm flying to Stormwind.
What the fuck? Are you playing on that new PC?
Yeah. Bro, I haven't played WoW in like 15 years. I was just like, fuck it, I ain't doing anything else. So I tell him, I'm level 29, 28. I'm a mage. Or I'm sorry, I'm a warlock. Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It's fun.
That's cool.
That's all I got, man.
Well, you should play Dune. You probably can't though.
Nah, I'll be alright.
Yeah.
I like the slow pace of just grinding out murlocs, you know. Yeah, I don't want the well, I do play PvP with it, but I don't want the first person shooter thing. I'll be alright. Anyway, I'm gonna bounce out, man. I just want to show you WoW.
Brandon with the 20.
Brandon Henderson super chatted $20.
Hey.
Pickles rocks.
Ooh, Brandon, I love you for that. Thank you. Woo. W Brandon's. That was beautiful. How do we do that? Shiggy Diggy, you have to go to YouTube and do a super chat through YouTube. Super chat is like it's like a cash donation through YouTube. Guys, I'm feeling good today. Aaron with the member too. Aaron, let's go. Guys, YouTube pop off, yo. Gary with the $10. Guys, I feel so good. You guys are making me feel so good. Anyone in the box? Yeah, I've been hesitant on this one person. Hello? I'll big bang your... Hello?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm not.
It's okay, I love you.
I'm doing chores around the house, so I probably like butt dialed in the request.
That's okay, we're proud of you. Thank you.
And the name is from Dean Withers' live a while back. This woman was up there talking about how the Big Bang was stupid, and they were kind of making fun of her. And finally she goes, "Oh yeah, well I'll Big Bang your house." And I was like, I want to use that.
I love that. I love that.
So anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to request up. I apologize.
It's okay. Smoochies.
All right, thank you.
My friends and I used to sit around and pretend to be Christopher Walken and make up scenarios about Christopher. You would say, so, like, in Christopher Walken's voice, you would say, "I'm going to come to your house," and then you were going to do something XYZ, usually something like manly, and then you say, "I'm going to bang your wife." So you'd be like,
Daytruin's house, Daytruin, super chatted $10. I love your stream, Pickles. You are doing Sky Daddy's work. I just love how you keep it together when these loonies say the most wild stuff. I've learned watching you. Keep at it. Also, oil rules.
Thank you so much, Daytruin. But we would say things like, thank you again. We would say things like, "I'm going to come to your house. I'm going to put air in your wheelbarrow tire, and then I'll bang your wife." Or, "I'm going to go to your house. I'm going to, I don't know. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch all your VHS tapes of Land Before Time without rewinding. Then I'm gonna bang your wife. We used to just do that for hours.
Good girl.
Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Wish I could punch him in the face.
Ugh, don't say that. Come on now. Say you're gonna bang their wife. Sent a Venmo. Oh, Carolina, thank you so much for the Venmo. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much. Debate is walking. I got a fever. The only prescription is mass deportation. It comes in and out, guys. It's not the best. Hello?
I just want to say I love you.
I love you back.
You are the beast. And you killing it up. Oh, here we all are.
I love you so much.
Better people. All right, baby. That's all I got to say. I'm landing my plane.
Okay. Have a good one.
Drop me. Drop me.
Christopher Walken creeps me out. LL take Sherry. No. No new wars under Trump. President of Peace. Nobel Peace Prize for Trump. Didn't Israel just strike Iran? Didn't India just strike Pakistan? Didn't Pakistan just threaten to strike Israel in the United States with nukes because of said strike from Israel? Didn't Trump also pull out of the Turkish-Kurdish conflict and create like 11,000 instant deaths? Didn't he lose 65 soldiers, active duty soldiers, overseas while he was president? While Biden lost like 18? When will you guys actually read up on these bullshit claims? I tell you what, guys, Israel would have never bombed Iran if Kamala was president. Have you noticed that they didn't do it while Kamala was president? They didn't do it while she was president, vice president. That's what we get to say now. They didn't do it. Kamala is now the candidate of No New Wars. Facts. Trump has destroyed the Dem Party for 100 years. Did you guys see the protests? Like, record-breaking protests? It seems like we're still here, aren't we? Y'all won by 1.7%. I've never seen people so disillusioned. 1.7%, you guys, we've had the majority. We've won the popular vote for like 30 years straight. And we've never said shit like you guys literally have to win elections with DEI. You have to win with Electoral College. Paid for riots. Not proven, but they'll say it. They'll say it. MAGA affirmative action. Jonathan, I love that. We're losing the working class. It makes no sense though. It makes no sense. Like Trump is probably going to roll back workers' rights, destroy workers' protections, union busts, fuck all of that shit all the way up, and they'll still vote for him for some reason because the Kool-Aid just tastes so good. What is that? Let's go. Thank you, Miss Sunflower. MAGA affirmative action is so good. Him and Elon laughed on live stream about firing union workers. Yep. And by firing, laughed about firing people protesting or on strike. Literally, you have to be real. You have to be real stupid. Chat, follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. We're losing a little bit of traction. People don't want to come up and debate. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box on TikTok. You thought we all loved Elon again? It's not true. I don't think anybody has been like, oh, we love Elon now. I don't think anybody on the left is doing that at all. We all still hate Elon. All of us. And I think he realized that, and that's why he was like, okay, I'm politically homeless. My Teslas are about to be keyed by right-wingers and left-wingers. I gotta start kissing somebody's ass. I think that's what... Yeah, he had to apologize. Trump probably attacking Iran tonight. Yikes. Elon's going back to the... I don't think so. We're not that stupid. We remember. Unless he takes back cutting things like USAID and getting Trump elected. Unless he comes clean. If he comes clean, he's like, hey, here's some really bad stuff about Trump. I mean, even then, we probably still wouldn't let him come back. He'll never be a Dem again. Yeah. Don't you want Elon's money? No. I would laugh if Elon funded and primaried Republicans with Democrats. I would laugh at that, but I still don't want Elon. I don't want to be anywhere near it. It's about as relevant. Everyone's like, y'all loved Elon a few years ago. Now we can be like, hey, y'all loved Elon a few weeks ago. What happened? It's like, oh, we can change our opinions based on new information. That's what can happen. It's almost like we're critical thinkers. If you want all those programs, you need to pay more in taxes. That's not even true. CBP One app has been used by 1 million migrants per New York Post. Yeah, so legal migrants. They came here the legal way. Did we all love Elon? Even before he got political, I remember standing in an airport, reading up on Elon, going, I don't know if I like him. I don't know if I like him. Like, this is a controversial thing. Like, he's very rich. He claims to be on the left. Yada, yada, yada. This was way before all that. And then finding out that he lied mostly about how he came to wealth and about how he mostly took over existing companies, like bought them, And I think for even like PayPal, for instance, and for Tesla, he made them change founding documents, making him putting him as a founder. They made him change those documents, or he made them change those documents, secretly, like having board meetings and ousting current CEOs of some of them too. Libs of the Elon as soon as you plus checkbook. Now, we don't love people. We love values. The right idolizes people. The right idolizes like, well, you have to love these people no matter what they do. We're left people leaning left. We're like, hey, we want universal health care. We don't need somebody to come tell us what we like. We have these things we like, and if you align with these things, we like you. Tesla's toast. Debo's in the house. Do I have any carrots? I don't have any carrots.
What up?
Debo, where have you been, bro?
Oh, just working too much. How about you?
You off today?
No, yeah, I got home at like 5. It was nice.
Okay, I was about to say no circular saws in my eardrums.
No, not today, buddy.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, or nail guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty messed up. My apologies.
It's all right. It's all right.
If I have to hear it, you have to hear it, Pickles.
Someone on YouTube says it's 2 inches average.
Wait, what?
Yeah, right,
What'd
Debo?
I didn't hear what you said.
Don't worry about it. What do you been up to?
I was just wondering what your thoughts on this whole Israel and Iran thing.
I still need to read more up on it.
Me too.
I think that one of the biggest damning things is Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal. Not good. Pretty damning.
Well,
pretty bad.
Well, I mean, if they're not willing, I mean, as far as I know, I'm not 100%, but I think a lot of that had to do with was because they weren't allowing the inspectors in that they wanted or whatever.
I don't think that's true.
And even the inspector, that's I mean, they had 60 days to negotiate, and on the 61st day, Israel did what they did, right?
Let's see if that's true.
I don't think it was up to somebody in the comments. I don't think it was up to Israel. It was a deal between the United States and Iran and the global, what's it called? The nuclear coalition or something like that. The IEA.
I think you're like, as of last week they're not, but the Iran nuclear deal back then, they were dying to comply. They wanted to be able to trade with the EUs. They so badly, and then them being yanked out of it really fucked up their economy.
I mean, yeah, I mean, they were also, I mean, there's so much to it, though. I mean, it's been an ongoing issue, right? For what, since the 70s? What, buddy? Sorry, I'm trying to help my kid. Just get out of the shower 1 second.
For the first time in 20 years, Iran's not complying with nuclear obligations. What a UN watchdog has said, and this was just last week.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of context to it. It's impossible to know all the ins and outs, but
I literally, this is my hard stance, and I'm waiting for anybody to come prove me wrong and put my neck to the wall. I want you to tell me how I'm wrong that Trump literally just wanted out of this to put a cigarette butt out on Obama. That's it. It's as simple as that. I think he's that petty. Yeah.
It had nothing to do with them upgrading or not upgrading, but refining their plutonium to dangerously to military grade.
I think that's.
You don't think
that
played
the
a
Iran
role?
nuclear deal was something that stopped them from doing that. It allowed them to enrich only enough uranium to
you're right. Uranium, not plutonium.
Yeah, to not make nuclear weapons. And the only criticism I've read was that it didn't include some sort of ballistic missiles, which have nothing to do with nukes.
I mean, you could put one of those on a ballistic, for sure. We have them.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have enough uranium to make one.
Right. Well, I mean, irregardless, I just was wondering if you think that it was, you know, bad of Israel, so to speak, like what your stance is on whether or not they should have done it, so to speak, not so much what caused it, right?
I mean, I would love to show the actions that allowed this to happen. Like, I would love to like criticize, hey, Trump let his emotions get in the way of doing what was right and creating conflicts worldwide. I think Trump is very obviously an emotionally unstable person. He does things using the federal government to take action on his emotions. Like the person, like the CEO of Mattel saying that he's going to move countries. He goes, well, I'm gonna fucking I'm just gonna do 100% tariffs on Mattel. You know, like, he is someone who lets things get personal, and he's emotionally unstable. He's literally a fucking child in every sense of the word. And yeah, it's very much like him to do something like that. I heard Destiny say this a while back. He was like, if Obama did something, Republicans back in the day, you could tell them like like you could write a letter like on a piece of paper. You could say, "Do not eat shit," and Republicans would go, "Okay, why would you write that on a piece of paper?" But if you said dash Obama at the end, like Obama said this, "Don't eat shit," you would see Republicans just swarming to the nearest sewage facility, just eating shit as fast as they could.
Come on.
Literally think that's the truth.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch. And first of all, I would say that it's literally, excuse me, I mean, the Israel and Iran conflict was happening well before Trump was in office. First of all, that was at the door before this administration even
but
started.
managing it was like like one of the world's biggest feats was making a nuclear deal like that. It was like one of the biggest one of the biggest things to happen on a worldwide scale. Insane that we got it done.
What do you mean? That they got the deal. Oh, okay.
The crazy like theocratic country of Israel, Iran, agreeing that they're not going to go
billions of dollars.
They fucking hate anybody. Israel, they hate the West. They hate anybody westernized. They want to fucking unalive us, point blank. And for him to talk them into doing a nuclear, Iran.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was confused there.
They hate us.
Oh, absolutely. When is it the Ayatollah? No, it was the previous one was the Ayatollah. Well, the president was, like 10 days ago having a, meeting or whatever, and they're all still chanting "Death to America." Like, they're not friendly towards the West. And I would also add that we didn't assist Israel. Okay. We didn't assist Israel in this strike. The only thing that America did do was help defend when they launched their counterattack. They were knocking some of the boom booms out of the sky.
Yeah, the Iron Dome. Yeah.
Well, no, some of our ships were taking them down as they were on their way to Israel.
Yeah, I just don't think that Trump has the nuance or the emotional capacity or the intellectual capacity. Over the last 130 days, he's taken 12 intelligence meetings and briefings. 12. It's actually pathetic. Biden, in his first 100 days, I believe, took like 90 something.
Yeah, sorry,
I just don't think he has the stomach to even give a fuck about anybody that's not giving him a $400 million jet or stroking his ego. He just literally doesn't care.
It was a gift to the government. It was a gift to the DoD. It was not.
That's a
It's not
cope.
Trump's
It's going to
jet.
go to his presidential museum, and he's going to be able to personally use it after he's gone.
That's not true, bro.
That is true.
You know that's not true.
That is true.
The DoD has the DoD even approved that they can.
You mean the guy that
upgrade
fucking the Fox anchorman?
Has the DoD even approved that they have the capability to update it to be a presidential aircraft? That still has to
I don't
be
know. I
approved by
heard
the
that it was going to take
DoD.
a couple $2 billion. Yes, and by the time it's done, Trump's going to be out of office. I'm assuming, and he's probably just going to be rolling around in this badass Air Force One plane, lined with gold shit.
That's funny. I mean, Trump will Trump in that for sure. I mean, that's what he does. I mean, look at what he's done to the White House already. There's like gold leafing all over in the White House. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's giving megalomaniac, like malignant narcissist, mafia boss. It's giving 1990s Russia.
Oh boy, come on, pickles. I mean, I don't know. I just think I'm really hopeful at some level that this Iran thing doesn't really boil over into Ukraine, Russia. I mean, they're already saying that the shipping lanes, it's causing problems with oil, and like this is going to have some pretty
This would
massive
have never happened
global
under Kamala. This just would have never happened. Did they do that under Kamala? Absolutely not.
Why does it have anything to do with her? She's not even relevant at this point.
Did Israel attack Iran under Kamala? Absolutely not.
No, but Iran definitely was attacking Israel under her vice presidency, and that's where this whole
Are
thing
you talking
started.
about them funding Hamas?
I mean, yeah, and
They've been doing that
several
since like
other
1979,
Houthi,
bro.
like, right. I mean, we even fund particular groups, even still to this day, even under Trump's administration.
Listen, it would have never happened under Kamala. No new wars.
Bro, it did happen. It started under her administration. She was the vice president, yes, but still, she still was just as responsible for this as anyone else. I don't even know how you put this on Trump's feet.
The same way y'all put Russia and Ukraine on Biden's.
Well, he was the president, dude.
Okay, well, Trump's president now too, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Never would have happened under Biden.
It did happen. Are you serious right now, dude?
Never would have happened.
It did happen under Biden.
Israel didn't strike Iran under Biden.
Are you kidding me right now, Pickles?
I'm not shooting.
Are you really gonna... Dude, that is so untrue, and you know that. Well,
When did they do it?
You know that it was absolute. When they were launching rockets at each other after the October 7th, they were literally striking each other. There was like 4 separate occurrences when it happened.
No, we're talking
Under
about a
Biden's
full-scale
administration.
military conflict.
I know, but well, I mean,
I think he's talking about Yemen. Hello? Never would have happened under Kamala, chat.
so I don't know what happened right there. That was weird. You never would, dude. You're just gaslighting at this point, bro.
This is what I
Purely.
feel like when you guys tell us that no new wars under Trump. I feel like it's such bullshit. Trump is so fucking clueless in every level with geopolitics. I think it's so dumb for when people say that.
What?
No new wars under Trump. I think he's literally the fucking most uninformed person on the world stage.
Well, they didn't have it. That was the first time in what decades that we didn't have any new wars that you're claiming. Like, what do you mean?
For you to point to Trump, be like, yeah, no new wars, and then Trump does things that are completely horrible for the world stage.
Like
It's
what?
crazy.
Like what?
Like trying to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, moving that, for doing the Abraham Accords without involving Palestine, for things like pulling us out of the Turkish-Kurdish agreement that resulted in 11,000 people literally just getting slaughtered overnight, just fucking slaughtered against the will of every signatory in the agreement in the surrounding areas, and knowing that the people were going to get just slaughtered the second he left, he did it anyway. Trump literally doesn't give a flying fuck about anybody besides Trump.
I mean, you can have that stance. I just don't really know how you could really validate that through any. I mean, it's your opinion essentially. That's all it is, which you're entitled to. But just, I don't know. It's kind of weird though that you were saying it wouldn't happen under Kamala, and it literally did. It did. The whole
She
thing
would have been like,
started.
hey, we're withholding aid. If you guys
Bro.
even think about doing this, we're going to fucking pull aid. We're going to pull funds, and you're going to be fucked. She would have done that. But Trump's like, hey, yeah, give
Why
me a
wouldn't
jet.
she do it? Then why wouldn't they? That's actually kind of funny. Well, then why didn't they do anything about it when she was in office?
They did. They withheld
What did
funds.
they
They
do?
said, hey, if you're going to be fucking indiscriminately bombing Palestine, we want to see some battle plans. We want to see exactly what you're doing here before we give you any more aid. We withheld munitions. We withheld aid. That's exactly what she would have done. Trump's like, hey, we got you. We're going to fund you. And you know what? Anybody who says otherwise, we're going to fucking arrest them for protesting.
What? Dude. What in the world are you even talking about?
Anti-Israel, pro-Palestine protesters making it
that are
pretty
violent?
much-
that turn
Listen,
violent?
violence is already illegal.
Okay, and that's why they're getting arrested if they're
No,
violent.
Trump is trying to pull money from Harvard, trying to enforce
okay.
his own ideals on how they should handle it.
Because they're not enforcing the law.
It's not true.
Well, that's why he's threatening to. Well, that's why he's threatening to withhold their funding. Because
What
they're
happened
not
to
abiding
what
by
happened to
his
states'
policy.
rights?
Well, okay, it's they're getting funded by it's their federal funding.
Their federal funding is for science and research.
Right. So they don't get to allocate their funds. You're telling me that the government dictates to them how and where they spend their funds.
No, I think that like removing funding in retaliation for not bending to the person in power's will is grossly against the First Amendment. And
That's never happened before.
that's what Trump is doing. He sent them a letter with a bunch of demands saying, if you don't do this, I'm
Mhm.
removing funding. Same thing with Columbia University.
Right. And are you saying that's out of his authority?
It's against the First Amendment
Why is it against the First Amendment?
because private businesses should be able to do whatever the fuck they want.
If you get funding from the government very well could and should be able to dictate how you spend those funds.
No, there's
right?
no,
Like
there
if
were
you're-
no stipulations in the funding saying that we can reverse this funding if you do X, Y, and Z. That is
so
the president, person in power, trying to politically basically impose their ideas on an entire college campus, reversing their IRS status as a 501c.
Yeah. That's right.
He's literally just attacking them in any way he possibly can, removing their ability to have international students, putting a
Right.
brain drain in our country, creating a fucking sinkhole into China, allowing all these international students to go to China.
They literally, in the new deal that they have with China, they're literally allowing these students. That's part of the negotiation with the new deal with China. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
In the new trade deal so Xi still has to sign it and Trump still has to sign it, but they've negotiated the terms, and in those terms, they're allowing those students to remain in schools here. So I don't know what you're
Okay, but
referring to
Trump
in that
is
regard.
threatening these people. He is doing everything in his power to impose his ideas on private campuses.
He's the president of the United States. He has that ability, and if he didn't, then I'm sure there would be some sort of injunction that Congress or a judge
You
or
guys don't like those either. You guys want us to be able. You in the big
because
beautiful
it's
bill, Trump is trying to get rid of the ability of injunctions in the teeth that they have.
yeah, because they're using them as a cudgel. They're preventing him from
Well, he's not a dictator.
utilizing his.
He's not supposed to be able to create laws. It's Congress
not.
does
It's
that.
not creating law. It's
He's
not
literally
creating
trying to
law.
dictate ways things are done when he should just be like somebody who advocates for the will of the people. Instead of like him saying, I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want, and I'm just so tired of the Constitution and judges limiting me. I think it's really gross, really weird cope for y'all.
I just I don't know. I just see it differently. So I you can't have judges thwarting the executive authority.
It's been happening since the beginning of this country, since the founding of this country. We've been having that happen. All of a sudden, Trump.
Yeah.
It's just it's too inconvenient for Trump to do it. Trump, the craziest, wild, most controversial person ever. There's just too many guardrails for that guy. We need to take those down.
No, I think that we should have those guardrails in power. Absolutely. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I'm just saying they shouldn't be able to thwart his executive power, and that's what the
He
courts
does.
are doing.
Listen, he
In
doesn't
the
get
Supreme-
infinite executive power. I absolutely
Right.
think they should. You guys were excited when they did it to Biden.
Well, there were certain things that definitely. I mean, I don't think giving people their student loan that they agreed to when they went to school. I don't think that you should be giving that.
Okay, well
taking
there you
that
go.
away.
There you go. He didn't call for
What?
those judges to be impeached. You didn't hear us asking for
No,
Biden
he
to
said
get
he
his
was
way
gonna-
regardless.
Yeah, what was his response when he said, but the Supreme Court ruled that he couldn't do it? What was
He
his
found
response?
another way to do it.
Right. So
He did it the
can do
legal
it.
way.
Right, he can do it, but Trump
He can do
can't
it the legal way. Yeah, he didn't ask for people to do legislation to give the president even more power. That's kind of scary. I don't think a president should be able to just write down on a piece of paper things that he wants, and there should be nothing stopping him. That is
Oh, I
what you're
agree
trying
with
to
you.
advocate for, and that's what he's doing.
I
Imagine,
disagree.
imagine if somebody got the next president, the Democrat Party got into office.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote an executive order. The Second Amendment gone. Sorry, too many kids dying.
It's
Too many kids dying.
unconstitutional. You would have to amend the Constitution in order to
Oh
do that.
well,
That's
tell that to
completely
Trump,
different.
who's literally doing that to citizenship.
How what?
Yeah, to naturalize citizenship. I mean, to birthright citizenship. Yeah, literally
Yeah, the
writing executive order undo birthright citizenship.
Yeah, because it's being abused. The
Okay,
way that it was
so are
written.
guns.
Oh, dude, come on. That's completely.
Sorry.
That is
Sorry.
ridiculous.
That's what you
Pickles.
want, right?
No.
You want us to come in? We're gonna start
That's
taxing the church.
ridiculous.
We're gonna take away your guns. We're
That's
gonna
ridiculous,
rewrite.
bro.
Our next president's going to just open a whole new Department of Education. I think we should keep churches and Bibles away from children 18 and under. I think that the Biden or the next president should just write this down on a piece of paper. That's the law from now on. Sorry, that's what you want, right?
No, no.
Okay, so you do like checks and balances.
Yeah, absolutely. I already said that in my statement.
All right.
I already said that before. I was like, no, it's good that we have the checks and balances. That's what makes them all three branches effective. Is they all check each other, right? So, I mean, if you're going to try to reduce one branch to the other by making the judicial have more power over the executive, I don't understand.
Okay, the executive
how
is
you
like
can argue
one
that.
fucking person. If
Right.
some man who paints his
That
face
is elected
orange
by the majority
thinks
of the
he can
country.
change, yeah, it doesn't
Are
matter. It
judges
doesn't.
elected?
No, a lot of them they're appointed, right?
right,
And you
right,
guys
yeah.
cry all the time that we're not a democracy, that we're a representative republic, right?
Yes, and that's
Okay,
what we
so why are you
literally
trying to make us all democracy-like?
Not yet, honey. What? How? What?
I can do it.
Oh, thank you. No, no, dude, I don't even know how to respond to that, Pickle. That's
I know it's called checkmate.
no, because that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Got you.
By having one, no, because Okay, we're doing gotchas now. So I'm just saying that the executive branch is to be checked by the legislative branch and the judicial. Right.
No.
So
Judicial.
we
President checks legislative.
well,
Judicial
yeah,
checks presidential.
right, but the legislative branch creates the law and the president signs them.
Yes, and
Then
the
they
president
become
can
active
stop
law,
the
right?
legislative, right? The president can say no and veto, right?
Right.
Okay, so it's equal power.
But the judges are picked. They're not picked by the public.
Yeah, I know. It's
They're
called
picked by
representative
presidents and
republic.
right. Well, right, but I'm saying that you don't. Well, I don't know. Does the president federal judges? Those are picked by the president, right? Like
Yeah, we voted
the
for Biden to
executive.
do that. We voted for Biden, and he did that, so we voted for that.
Right. Well, I mean, not
Using
all of
your
us
logic,
voted for that.
right?
Not all of us voted. Well, yeah, he beat Trump, so that way he got to effectuate his executive authority in the way that he saw fit. That's what you guys voted for. Trump's doing the exact same thing. How is that any different?
He's trying to get more power, consolidate more power, like we told you guys he was going to, and you laughed about it. He's trying to do more than any other
How
president
is he
before
trying
him.
how is he trying to
The
effectuate
big beautiful bill has
taking
stipulations in it that says that he does not have to mind federal
Where? What
injunctions, and that
page?
he can
What page?
defund the courts and take the teeth away
pull
from
it up
federal
then.
injunctions.
Show me where it is in the bill.
Okay.
Let's see this. 'Cause I've yet to hear any.
DR
What
Shiggy
was that?
Diggy's super chatted $250. Pickles Kamala could not withhold funding and aid. That's what Trump got impeached for with Ukraine, and Harvard shouldn't get federal funding. It has a $53 billion endowment, but I still love you, Pickles. Keep up the good work. Love, Uncle Shiggy, your favorite Republican.
Thank you, Shiggy Diggy. And that's not technically true because Trump got impeached for withholding over the 6-month mark. So it's not the same. They can. And if it's congressionally approved, they have to only 6 months of withholding. And it was time. It was time pertinent.
Weren't you just stating that Kamala Harris and Biden were holding military funding from Israel? Why didn't they get impeached for that?
Because it was not past the 6-month mark.
Why does it have anything to do with the
Because
duration
that's against
of
the
time?
law. Because the law says that you cannot hold it for longer than 6 months. And that's what
The military
Trump did.
aid?
No, he can't. You cannot withhold congressionally approved funds for longer than 6 months past the date they're approved.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that's what he was doing with Ukraine, but that's not what he got. He got impeached for Ukraine because you guys were saying it was a quid pro quo, not because of the funding. It was basically
I
because
think
of
technically that's what the impeachment was for. The quid pro
Correct.
quo was icing on the cake, but the impeachment was for withholding from Congress for 60-day mark.
Mm.
Or
Oh, I
6-month
always
mark.
thought it was the quid pro quo was the reasoning, but
yeah,
didn't work then.
Okay.
I'm
Trump changing
I'm trying, love.
federal injunction abilities.
I'm not saying I don't believe you. I just that's like the first time I've ever even heard anybody bring that up. So that's an interesting.
Okay, Trump's sweeping tax cut bill includes provisions to weaken courts' powers.
And how are they effectuating that?
And it says
Oh, is
provision
this a
prevents
news
court from
article? I
enforcing
was talking
contempt in
about
cases.
the bill itself, my guy. Come on.
I'll find it.
Okay.
It's 1,100-page bill, bro. So I mean, you're sitting
I
on a
know.
wild goose chase.
Well,
Democrats
just-
argue it leaves judges powerless in the face of defiance, and this is what Trump's lawyers tried to argue in the courts. They were trying to argue that if Trump writes an executive order that is against our constitutional right, that it should be the duty of each citizen to go to their local municipality and sue the president themselves. And if the local municipality deems those things to be unconstitutional, that it will prevent Trump's actions from affecting them individually or the class of people they just sued on behalf of. So like if I'm a Dallasite and I say, hey, Trump's bullshit EO affects me and it's anti-constitutional, literally it would only uphold in a radius of the court that I got that successfully sued the government. But the way it works now is a federal judge can do an injunction, and it eliminates the effectiveness of the executive order nationwide. Trump wants it to be the opposite way.
And what like where does it say that in the legislation or the bill? I mean, like,
Including the Supreme Court from enforcing contempt orders unless plaintiffs have posted monetary bond, which rarely happens in cases against the government. No court of the United States may enforce a contempt citation for failure to comply with an injunction or temporary restraining order if no security was given in the injunction if order was issued, the provision says. That's the quote from the provision.
And this is from what article?
This is from Reuters. I love Reuters.
Yeah.
The Reuters is the article is called "Trump's Sweeping Tax Cut Bill Includes Provision to Weaken Courts' Powers."
Okay, I'll have to check it out. I mean, it's still got to get through the Senate, so I mean, they could still remove that from the bill, correct?
I don't know if it would go back to House if they did that, but yeah, it hasn't passed the Senate. And yes, I am holding a Harry Potter wand to chat. Read it and weep.
What is that all about?
I had to delete a fetus earlier.
Gotcha. Are you about ready to do that to me? It looks like you're getting ready to.
I wanna say a big shout out to Shiggy Diggy again for the $250 donation. Shiggy Diggy,
wow.
I love you, dude. Thank you.
That's cool.
Yeah, Shiggy
That
Diggy.
might be the largest donation I've ever seen on TikTok, bro. That's pretty sweet. Congrats on that. That's
kind of a big deal.
Oh boy.
Come on now. See what I did there?
I did. It's actually pretty good. Well, I'm gonna go throw some chicken on the grill, so I'm gonna dip out. It's good chatting with you, Pickles.
All right, Bob. Have a good night.
You too. See you.
Someone said, "Shut up, Pickles." Pages 562 to 563. LM, thank you so much. If anybody else wants me to prove the point, I can do that, but oof. There's a video of ChatGPT explaining the whole new bill, and it's so scary. Yeah. Is it doom time yet? You guys are fiending. You guys are fiending, guys. Should we put, is it doom time? You know, my little body processors in Dune Awakening are probably bare and empty. I did get a new skin for building my base with Harkonnen stuff. Like giving Trump power to suspend elections. Does it say anything? I don't know about that. Yo, big shout out, guys. If you haven't followed Oslo, you need to go ahead and follow Oslo. Can I come up for a minute? Yes, Shiggy. Come on up.
Yo, dude.
What's up, Bob? Dude, thanks again.
Dude, you deserve it. You put in work, man.
Appreciate it.
Any of these Republicans, like me, but I don't say this, like come up and say, you're trying to just raise money. Like, so what? Like, people do good things and raise money all the time. That's called capitalism, right? Doctors do good things for the world and make money. All kinds of people have a profession where they do a good thing and make money. So I think you deserve it, man. You're putting in hard work and I love it.
Also, I want to correct myself. It's 60 days, not 6 months. It was 60 days. I forgot what I said, but it's 60 days withholding money from Ukraine.
I was just fucking with you. I just like to use the talk to text thing. I thought that was awesome. I'm going to hit you up with that more often. But hey, I wanted to tell you something, man. Remember I came up with Felice the other day. We talked a lot about economics and thing when Fuzzard and stuff came up.
Uh-huh.
You know, I got like 150 followers of your people follow me and like 15 DMs that they said it was a great conversation. Your people are good people, man. I typically get kicked out of Republican lives for not being MAGA enough, which I think is wild.
Fucking love that.
I know, right? It's weird. It's interesting. So maybe I'm coming over to the dark side.
Yeah, we like that. We have cookies.
Next thing I know, I'll be on your panel. I'll be a moderator. All right, Joe, I'm going to let you go. Have fun playing, dude. You know I'm always listening.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
See you, bud.
Old shiggy diggies chat. Republican, Trump voter, PhD in finance, smart guy. Give him a follow. We have Samoa cookies. Those make me gassy. But I still love them. Worth it? Yeah, you're right. Trump posted with a red saber. He's Sith. It's true. They tried to say that it was orange, but we all know it's red. Guys, we are about to go play some Dune. I want to say thank you to everybody who helped me with my battles earlier, and for everybody who sent the kick, and for everybody who followed. We almost got 150 follows today. Thank y'all so much. I love y'all. I'm going to go to my backup account, dark_pickles. We're going to play some Dune. I'm going to unwind. We've been live for, I think, 5 hours. It's time to do it. It's time to do it. It's Dune time. My mind, I appreciate you coming up. You're welcome to come back tomorrow. I will see you guys. I'll see you guys on the other side. Catch you on the flip side. It's time to Dune. Time to let my D down. I love y'all. Chat, I see you soon. Bye.